Let me tell you, the smartest deal I ever made in my whole life was spending 10 cents to pick up a wife. But before I get into that, I've got to tell you about that night and how I damn near got myself killed. It was 1975, deep in the mountains of southwest China, at the Chun Family Production Brigade of Xiangyang Commune. Back then my name was Chun Weigua, a crippled, broke nobody the whole village called Chun the Dimwit. But the truth was, I was actually a senior mechanical engineering student who'd traveled back from the future. By the time I landed in this body, it had already been squeezed dry of its last drop of blood by his own father and stepmother. Starved down to his last breath, he'd been kicked out to a shack by the reservoir to guard it, and to die. That night, past midnight, my stomach was cramping from hunger and I couldn't sleep. Splash! A dull thud, and moonlight rippled out across the reservoir. Someone had jumped in. Something in my brain snapped tight like a wire. I don't know where the strength came from, but I dragged that bad leg of mine and threw myself straight into that freezing autumn water. You have no idea how cold it was, cold enough to make the marrow in my bones shudder. I poured every ounce of strength from 2 lifetimes into it, and finally hauled that person up onto the bank like a dead dog. I nearly went to meet my ancestors right there myself. Once I'd crawled up onto the bank, I got a look in the moonlight and froze. Good grief, this woman was absolutely gorgeous. I recognized her. She was Su Wanqing, one of the sent-down city youths. Plenty of men in the village had their eyes on her, but she was a capitalist's daughter, one of the 5 black categories, so nobody dared get close to her out in the open. But me? I'd come from the future. What did I care about class labels? I reached out to check her breathing. Oh no, she wasn't breathing. Forget all that stuff about men and women keeping their distance. I laced my hands together and pressed down on her chest. 1, 2, 3, nothing. I gritted my teeth, tilted her chin up, took a deep breath, and pressed my mouth to hers. Rescue breathing, saving her life came first. But the very instant my lips touched hers, a mechanical voice suddenly boomed to life in my head. Ding! Family Fun check-in system activated. Binding successful. Starter reward. 100 system coins, 1,000 cubic meters of storage space. Daily check-in earns 1 yuan. The shop's goods are now open. A system? My heart lurched, and then wild joy came surging up. See, I knew it. The heavens couldn't just send me back in time for nothing. This was the standard issue perk for anyone who time travels, and here it was. Before I could even finish celebrating, the person beneath me suddenly coughed up a huge mouthful of water. Cough, cough, huh? Su Wanqing's chest heaved violently, and she groggily opened her eyes. And the very first thing she saw when she opened them was my big, stubbly face and my rough, calloused hands still pressed against her chest. I got to watch her expression shift right in front of me, from confusion to terror, and finally into a kind of ashen, deathly despair. In her eyes, I was that cripple, that dimwit everyone despised. And just like that, her honor was gone. Seen and pawed all over by a cripple. In this era, that was worse than death. She tried to shove me away, but her body was as limp as a puddle of mud. She couldn't muster an ounce of strength. In the end, she could only close her eyes in despair, tears rolling down one after another. I sighed, pulled my hands back, and said, "There's no hurdle you can't get over. Being alive beats everything else. If you don't want to come down with a fever, come inside and warm up by the fire." With that, I limped my way back toward the shack. That shack had 4 bare walls and nothing else, except a cracked old clay pot without so much as a mouse dropping inside. That was the sum total of everything the body's original owner had, after his stepmother threw him out. A complete, waiting-to-die starter kit. I changed into some ragged clothes, pulled together a pile of dry grass, and lit it. The firelight barely managed to push back a little of the cold. Su Wanqing huddled in the corner, hugging her shoulders, shivering all over, her lips turning purple. Seeing her like that didn't sit right with me. And of course, right then my stomach picked that moment to betray me, growling and cramping with hunger. I turned my back to her, focused my mind, and pulled up the system panel. System coins, 100 yuan. Health index, 31 out of 100, critically unhealthy. Without better nutrition, this body could kick the bucket at any moment. Physical fitness, 11. The average person sits at 35. Family members, 1. Daily check-in earns 1 yuan. I stared at that daily check-in, 1 yuan for a long while, my mind racing through the calculations. 1 yuan a day, that's 30 a month. It was basically a guaranteed base salary. In this era, that's about what a full-time factory worker earned in a month, plenty to support a whole family. And even better, buying things in the system didn't require ration coupons or any paperwork. I could buy whatever I wanted. I clicked into the shopping street. Good grief, the place was packed. Everything was 1975-era goods. You name it, they had it. It was basically a 1975 version of an online megastore. Purchase: fine white flour steamed buns X2. Deducting 0.1 yuan. The next second, 2 piping hot, plump white steamed buns appeared out of thin air in my hands. The smell of wheat had me swallowing hard. I turned around and held the buns out to Su Wanqing. Eat. Her hand trembled, and her eyes went wide. This is a white flour bun. I only found out later that in the 6 months since she'd been sent down to the countryside, this was the first time she'd seen white flour. Everyone in the whole brigade ate coarse grains, meal after meal. She couldn't for the life of her figure out how a broke nobody like me, the poorest man in the whole production team, could produce 2 snow-white buns. Take off your clothes and dry them by the fire. I'll be outside. I won't look, I said. Aren't you going to eat? I've got more. Don't worry about me. I headed for the door. Just as I reached it, she suddenly called out behind me, her voice quivering. You're not a dimwit? And you can speak standard Mandarin. My heart lurched. Crap, I'd blown my cover. My fluent Mandarin was a world away from the Chun the dimwit persona. Another word, and I'd give myself away completely. I quickly whipped my head around, bugged out my eyes, and bellowed at her in a thick Sichuan Chongqing country accent. You're the dimwit. Only a dimwit jumps in the water. Su Wanqing was startled. My outburst left her caught somewhere between exasperation and laughter, and it actually cleared away a good chunk of the misery she'd been feeling. Only then did I feel safe stepping back out of the shack. The truth is, it wasn't like I had nothing to eat. While she was drying her clothes, I secretly placed another order in the system, splurging 80 cents on 4 Tianjin gubuli meat buns. The way things were now, why hold back? Eat some meat. I gnawed on the meat buns while my mind ran happily through the calculations. Sure, this woman had a bad class background and was a bit frail, but she worked hard, and she was drop-dead pretty. Back in the future, how much money would you have to burn just to get a woman like that to give you the time of day? Now, 2 buns and 10 cents, and I could marry a beauty like her. Ding! A light bulb went off in my head. If I married her, my family member count would jump to 2. That's 2 yuan a day, 60 a month. And I remembered she had 2 little sisters coming to join her. That'd be 4 mouths. Family members up to 4. For yuan a day, 120 a month. That was a cadre-level income. The more people, the richer I'd get. This deal was pure profit. Just as I swallowed the last mouthful of meat feeling smug about my little scheme, off in the distance, there was suddenly a chaotic clatter of footsteps, mixed with barking dogs. Someone was coming. Somebody saw her heading toward the reservoir. Chinweigua, you seen Su Wanqing? A crowd came charging in, waving flashlights and swinging clubs, the beams blinding me. Leading them was the production team leader, Chun Fugui, along with Li Dunka, the head of the sent-down youth group, with a few militiamen and villagers trailing behind. The team leader's son, Chun Dazhuang, had a sharp eye. He pointed at the shack. There's a fire inside. Someone's in there. And he made to rush in. My heart lurched. Su Wanqing was still in there changing. I quickly limped over and threw myself against the doorway, arms spread wide to block them. What are you doing? Chen Fugui narrowed his eyes. Weigua, who's inside? I figured she couldn't run off anyway, and I was supposedly a dimwit, so I just yelled it out plain and simple. Su, the city girl. I knew it, she's inside. Chen Dazhuang lunged to barge in again. You can't go in. I clung to the door for dear life. You want her, call her out yourself. The words had barely left my mouth when the door opened. Su Wanqing's hair was still a little damp, but she was fully dressed. Head down, face turned to the side, she walked out. Several flashlight beams snapped onto her all at once. The moment Chen Dazhuang saw her damp hair, he blew up like someone had just made a cuckold out of him. He tilted his head back and bellowed at the crowd. Look, everybody come look. Su Wanqing, the capitalist's precious daughter, shameless as they come. She won't even leave the crippled Chun Weiguo alone. Hiding out here sleeping around. That one shout set the crowd off like a powder keg. Shameless. Plays weak when there's work to do, but plenty of energy for messing around. Drag her back for a struggle session. I always said she was a little slut. I've seen her bathing. All that pale, milky skin, chest that big. One look, and you can tell she's the kind who brings bad luck to any man she touches. Whoever gets tangled up with her is doomed. The moment that woman spat out the ugliest insult of the bunch, my head buzzed, and I found myself instantly latching onto a few key words. Pale, milky skin, big chest. Sheesh, how did I not notice back when I was saving her? That, well developed? Knock it off, knock it off. Saving a life came first. What was I even thinking? While I stood there spacing out, on the other side, Chun Dazhuang had pulled his father, Chun Fugue, aside and was whispering to him. My ears are sharp, and I caught a few words. Brother Zhao already gave us the money, and now we're letting this cripple get all the benefit? Chun Fugue waved a hand and lowered his voice. What's there to worry about? We pinned a loose morals charge on her, tie her up, and hand her over to Director Zhao. Let him deal with her. That's when it clicked. So this whole crew had taken money and was planning to sell Su Wanqing off to some guy named Zhao Jianjun. Chun Fugue turned back around, his face instantly switching to a mask of righteous indignation. Su Wanqing, we didn't hold your bad class background against you. Out of the goodness of our hearts, we arranged a good marriage for you, and the betrothal gifts have already been paid. And what do? Run off and pull this disgraceful stunt, dragging our whole brigade's name through the mud. Somebody, take her away, hand her over to Director Zhao of the Revolutionary Committee. Struggle session if she needs one. Public parade if she needs that. Su Wanqing backed away in terror, her face gone white. I'll give the money back. You all know exactly what kind of man that Zhao Jianjun is. You're shoving me straight into a living hell. You're still being picky? His uncle is the director of the Revolutionary Committee. His family's the only one in the whole commune willing to take you. You should be counting your blessings. Just as a few militiamen were about to grab her, Su Wanqing suddenly seemed to throw all caution to the wind. She darted behind me, then pointed at me and shouted with every bit of strength she had. I'm not sleeping around. He's my sweetheart. We fell in love freely, the way the country encourages. I'm going to marry him. For a moment, the whole reservoir bank went dead silent. Every single pair of eyes snapped onto me. A scrawny, monkey-thin cripple who looked like a gust of wind could knock him over. Chun Fugue's face was a picture of absurdity and shock. Su Wanqing huddled behind me, secretly tugging at the hem of my shirt, her voice shaking uncontrollably. Marry me. I'm begging you. I'll earn my own work points. I won't eat your grain. I'll wash your clothes. Inside my head, the abacus was clacking away at full speed. A guaranteed genuine, never-married young woman, 10 cents a pop, throwing in her own labor for free, plus 2 little sisters-in-law to pad out my family member count. This wasn't a pie falling from heaven. This was a solid gold ingot dropping into my lap. Marry her. I absolutely had to. I broke into a grin, deliberately putting on a dopey, foolish smile. Heheya, get me a wife. The villagers erupted again. Laughter and gossip everywhere. Chinweigua, have you lost your mind? 3 5-black category young ladies who don't know the first thing about farm work. They'll starve you to death for sure. A cripple marrying 3 fine ladies. 4 of them can't even earn 1 able-bodied worker's work points. What a joke. Beside them, Li Dunka, the head of the youth group, was wringing his hands anxiously, his face full of anguish. Comrade Su, if you're in trouble, the organization will help you. Don't give up on yourself like this. Weigua can't even feed himself, and now he's got to support all 3 of you sisters? Aren't you just dragging the poor man to his grave? The moment Su Wanqing heard me agree, it was as if she'd grabbed hold of a lifeline. Her back straightened right up. I didn't accept the betrothal gifts. This is free choice love, and nobody has any say in it. If you dare force me to marry Zhao Jianjun, I'll go to the Public Security Bureau and report all of you. Arranged marriage, trafficking in women. This girl thought fast. She'd zeroed in on the policy's soft spot in one shot. I quickly grabbed her hand and shouted along with her at the top of my lungs. That's right. Free choice love. Come on, let's go file a complaint right now. With her hand in mine, her face flushed red in an instant. But she was past caring about embarrassment now. She nodded hard. Let's go. Chen Fugue raised a hand to stop us. He knew the policy inside out. The country was now promoting free choice love and abolishing arranged marriages, and Su Wanqing had returned the betrothal gifts. If this really went to the Public Security Bureau, she'd have the law on her side. He wasn't too worried about Zhao Jianjun's end. The woman was already tainted, as far as they were concerned. What he really wanted to avoid was something else entirely. This isn't something you can just decide to do, Chen Fugue said slowly. Chen Weigua hasn't split off from his family household yet. A marriage is a major matter. His parents have to give their say-so. Head back to the team office. Somebody go fetch his mother and father. I sneered on the inside. Fine. You want to trot out my stepmother, that big Buddha, to squash me? Then let's just see how this plays out. The whole crowd streamed back to the team office. Word had gotten out that there was a show to watch, so the courtyard outside was already packed with commune members. Seated dead center in the team office was team leader Chen Fugue, and next to him sat a white-haired old man, great-uncle Chen Difu, the most senior elder in the whole village by generation. Back in the day, this old man had fought the Japanese. He commanded great respect and was kind to the younger generation. I shot him a glance and made up my mind. This old man was the one I needed to win over tonight. I plopped myself down casually on a bamboo stool, with Su Wanqing standing timidly behind me. Across from us sat my father, Chen Bei, who was silently puffing away on some shredded tobacco, along with my chubby stepmother, Zhang Qiwenfang, in her gray cloth jacket. I'd already been through this family's whole history via the original owner's memories. At age 3, I'd been picked up by Chen Bei. After my stepmother married in and bore a son and a daughter, my hard days came to an end. No, they were just beginning. All my income went to the family. The money I'd saved to get married was taken to marry off my younger brother, Chen Jianxi. To rescue Chen Jianxi when he'd gotten caught up in factional street fighting, I'd been beaten until my leg was crippled, and then they went around saying my head wasn't right too. Even my temporary job at the Red Flag Machinery Factory got handed over to Chen Jianxi. I'd let this family bleed me dry, and in the end my stepmother kicked me out to the reservoir to keep watch at night, because she couldn't stand the sight of me. Well, today, I was going to settle this whole account, once and for all. I don't agree. Zhang Qiwenfang shot it down with one vote the moment she opened her mouth. You barely get any grain ration in a month, and you want to support a fine city lady? Not a chance. Chen Fugue nodded, satisfied, then asked, Chen Bei, what do you say? My father took a hard drag on his pipe. Actually, it's not out of the question. The eldest's already 26. He really ought to have someone to look after him. Look after him? Hasn't this family been looking after him? His clothes, his bedding, his job. Which of them didn't this family provide? Zhang Qiwenfang shot my father right back down with a single sentence. Here was my opening. I deliberately widened my eyes to look dopey and dim, and started speaking slowly, playing the honest, foolish type who blurts out whatever's on his mind. Ma, you've got it wrong. My clothes were handed out by the factory back then, plus stuff Dachuan didn't want anymore and gave to me. And my job, that was given by the production team. The moment those words were out, the crowd burst into laughter. A middle-aged man in the doorway, holding a baby, even chimed in. That's right. That jacket Wei was wearing. I'm the one who gave it to him. Zhang Qiwenfang's face went red, then white. She hurried to change the subject. That still won't do. Our family is red through and through, 3 generations of poor peasants. If you marry home a capitalist 5 black category woman, how am I supposed to answer to our ancestors? I kept that earnest, foolish smile plastered on my face. Then, Ma, you find me a wife. Everybody else has a wife. I'm the only one who doesn't. Another wave of teasing laughter rose from outside. Sister Qiwenfang, Wei was all grown up. He wants a woman now. That's right, Wei was finally figured things out. Zhang Qiwenfang got cornered so badly she couldn't save face. She planted her hands on her hips and started trading insults with the gossiping women in the crowd, driving them back one by one. Nobody was willing to shove their own relative into a fire pit. Marrying a nearly 30-year-old crippled dimwit? That would be burying her alive. Once the ruckus had run its course, Chen Fugue made his ruling. Since the Chen family doesn't agree, then we'll send her to the Revolutionary Committee. This isn't something our production team can handle. Chen Dazhuang immediately came in with a few militiamen, ready to tie up Su Wanqing. My head buzzed. I couldn't stall any longer. I shot to my feet, snatched up the bamboo stool I'd been sitting on, raised it high over my head, and planted my frail body squarely in front of Su Wanqing to shield her, my eyes bulging wide open. Whoever dares tie up my wife, I'll hit them. I'm marrying a wife. I'm not sending her to any revolutionary committee. My sudden explosion stunned the whole room. Good heavens, I've never seen Chinwagwa raise his voice at anyone. What kind of spell did that little vixen cast, driving an honest man clean out of his mind? I could feel Su Wanqing behind me trembling all over, her eyes suddenly rimming red. Later she told me that in that moment, my frail, hunched back looked, in her eyes, like a mountain. Chinwagwa, you've turned the world upside down. My father lost his temper too, standing up to bellow at me. That was exactly the line I'd been waiting for. I turned my head, put on the look of someone wronged yet stubborn, and swung a heavy blow straight at Zhang Chuanfang. Ma, you won't let me marry a wife. Is it because you're afraid that once I do, I won't hand over half my grain ration to you anymore? The moment those words landed, the whole room was thunderstruck. What? Wagwa only gets 30 pounds of coarse grain a month, and he's got to hand over half to the family. 15 pounds. That's just starving him to death. Chin the Third draws a factory salary, and Chun Bei knows carpentry. A whole family sucking the blood out of their simple-minded eldest son still isn't enough. They've got to strip away half his grain ration too. The murmurs surged like a rising tide, and every single one landed like a slap. Smack, smack, right across Zhang Chuanfang's face. Slam. Great Uncle Chin Defu brought his palm down on the table, and the whole room instantly fell dead silent. The old man was so furious his beard was quivering. He drove his walking stick hard against the floor and pointed it right at Zhang Chuanfang's nose. Zhang Chuanfang, a grown woman like you, and you give him just 15 pounds of grain? Do you take me for a senile old fool, or do you think the rules of the Chin family are so much hot air? Great uncle, it's a misunderstanding. Zhang Chuanfang was shaking with fear, her eyes darting everywhere. His memory's no good, so I only split off a little bit. I immediately drove the knife home, my face dead serious, my tone as certain as could be. Ma, it wasn't a little bit. Every single time, you split it right down the middle. Right down the middle? The old man was so angry he actually laughed. Good, very good. He whirled around, his walking stick nearly jabbing into my father's face. Chin Bei, what a fine father you are. Abusing your eldest son right under your own nose. Are you blind, or are you dead? Wagwa hands over his entire salary to the family. His marriage money goes to marry off the third son. He gets his leg crippled saving the third son, and even his job goes to the third son. And now he's nearly starved to death out by the reservoir. You tell me, how are you going to fix this? My father's old face flushed the color of pig's liver. Guilt finally won out over cowardice. He gritted his teeth and stamped his foot. We'll split it. The second daughter's married off. Clear out her room and give it to the eldest for his wedding. No. Zhang Chuanfang shrieked like a cat, with its tail stepped on. Our family is red through and through. We can't have a 5 black category living here. It'll ruin the third son's future down the road. Either clear out the room, or split the household completely and let him live on his own. You pick. This time my father was dead set. Zhang Chuanfang was thrown into a total panic. I saw right through it, clear as day. If I split off and lived on my own, then never mind the dozen-odd pounds of grain ration each month. At year's end, when the team divvied up the shares, 1,200 pounds of coarse grain, 50 pounds of rice, plus a few dozen yuan, would all be mine, earned with my own work points. Once the household split, what would she have left to slip to that precious son of hers? Wanting to keep bleeding me dry? Keep dreaming. I had the system backing me now, my storage space piled high with supplies. Staying on in this cold, heartless household would only get in my way, having to watch out for that venomous woman every single day. Splitting off suited me just fine, so I put on my sensible act again and spoke up on my own. Great uncle, father, I don't want to make things hard on the family. Since Ma's worried about the third son's future, then I won't live here. I'll move out, so I don't cause the family any more trouble. Good boy. The old man's eyes went red. Since we're splitting, then we'll mark off a plot of land in the team. The team will put up the work points, and we'll build you a house. Just as it looked like everything was settled, Chun Fugue, who'd been quiet all this while, suddenly stood up again with that snide tone of his. Great uncle, I'm afraid that won't work. He clasped his hands behind his back and pulled out the official speak. We support Wagwa splitting off the household. But the woman he wants to marry is a capitalist's precious daughter. And now the team's supposed to put up the labor and materials to build a house for a capitalist? If word of that gets out, can our brigade still qualify as a model unit? With that big label slapped on, the mood instantly shifted. The villagers who'd just been sympathizing with me all turned their guns around. Building a house for a simpleton, sure, but for a capitalist lady? Who'd want that stink on them? That's right. Why should we build a nest for a capitalist? 2 extra mouths and not a single laborer. That's just holding the rest of us back. Seeing her opening, Zhang Chuanfeng immediately jumped in to back him up. Great uncle, you see, the masses have sharp eyes. This 5 black category woman, she can't be married in. The old man's chest heaved violently with rage, and the hand pointing at Chun Fugue was trembling. But in the end, one arm can't out-twist a whole thigh. One man's righteous fury couldn't overpower a whole crowd scheming. I swept my eyes across all those faces in the room, and honestly, it made me happy. Fine, you all want to isolate me? Suits me just fine. The more remote I live, the easier it'll be for me to feast on meat with my wife. I stepped forward, steadied the trembling old man, and spoke in a tone so calm it left everyone dumbstruck. Great uncle, don't get so worked up. Since everyone's worried I'm getting some unfair advantage, I won't make things hard on the team. I'll live over by the reservoir. That shack, I'll fix it up myself. Wagwa, are you crazy? That rundown shack lets the wind in on all 4 sides. You could freeze to death in there come winter. My childhood buddy Dachuan was hopping mad with worry, but his own wife had a death grip on his arm, holding him back. A gleam of triumph flashed in Chun Fugue's eyes, and he was quick to climb up the pole I'd handed him. Since Wagwa has such high consciousness, willing to endure hardship and not take up the team's resources, then I'll approve it on the team's behalf. Any commune member willing to help build the house, raise your hand and sign up. I watched coldly as he played his little bait-and-switch game. Build a house for a capitalist lady? Which family would dare say yes? Sure enough, a few able-bodied men around my age had just started to raise their hands, only to have their wives yank them right back down. In the whole production team, not a single person raised a hand. The old man drove his walking stick into the floor again in fury. Only then did Chun Fugue slowly reveal the blade he'd been hiding. Wagwa, you want to get married, and you're bringing along 2 younger sisters. But that shack is only 1 room. All crammed in together, what would that look like? Where would that leave our brigade's face? Here's the deal. Marriage is a major matter. Since you say you can fix the place up, I'll give you 1 month. If you can turn that reservoir house into 2 rooms, then I, as team leader, will approve this marriage. No objections, everyone? None. The commune members all chorused cheerfully. The way they saw it, forget one crippled me. Even if you threw in my carpenter father too, there was no way to build 2 rooms in a single month. This was just a roundabout way of killing off any hope I had. I saw through it plain as day, but I kept my expression neutral. Team leader, your word is your bond? I fixed my gaze on him. The whole team is my witness. Good. My voice suddenly rose. So however big I build it, that's fine? Ha. However big you build it, that's fine. Chun Fugue laughed so hard he was doubled over. When the meeting broke up, everyone treated the whole thing as a joke and left laughing. Even that little spark that had just kindled in Su Wanqing's heart flickered out again. She was probably thinking, after all, I was a Chun, one of the team's own, and a dimwit at that. Once I failed to build the house a month from now, the team leader would just stuff some other woman on me, and I'd forget all about her. This was probably just her fate. She walked over and gently tugged my sleeve. Today, thank you. I turned my head, looked her in the eyes, and said, word by word, just you wait. 1 month from now, I'll have you living in a new house. Her eyes reddened at once, but seeing that unshakable look in mine, hope rose up again. She couldn't figure it out herself. How could I pin such high hopes on a dimwit? Really? I nodded firmly. Come find me when you're hungry. I've got food. Her little mouth puckered, tears welling in her eyes. She fished out a bun wrapped in a handkerchief, the one I'd given her earlier, and stuffed it back into my hand before turning and running off. I watched her retreating figure. Her waist really was slender, and she looked pretty cute running like that. I thought about what that older woman had said earlier that day, and, as someone who'd been single since birth across 2 lifetimes yet had, watched plenty, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little curious. But of course, all that was for later. Right now, I had more pressing matters. Those 2 rooms weren't something one crippled me could build in a single month. But I had the system. This game had only just begun. Not long after the meeting broke up that day, on my way to bring her a lunchbox, I stumbled onto another little drama. The place Su Wanqing lived was right next to the sent-down youth dormitory that had been converted from the production team's warehouse. It was a cattle shed. A half-height pen of stacked stones, 2 straw pallets on the ground, and a border of rice straw all around. That was the 5 black categories dormitory. She didn't even qualify to room with the ordinary sent-down youths. I crept over in the dark, and before I even got close, I heard several shrill female voices cursing at her. Su Wanqing, you always act so high and mighty, but who knew you'd even take a shine to chin the cripple? You've disgraced every one of us city folk. You'll even climb into a dimwit's bed. Have you no shame at all? 3 of the female youths had her surrounded. The one leading the charge was named Li Mei, the biggest gossip of the whole bunch. Thankfully, some were on her side. A Shanghai girl named Wang Sujin, a fellow townswoman of Su Wanqing's, shot right back at them. They fell in love freely. The policy encourages it. I'd say you're the shameless ones. Who's the one flirting with the village boys all the time, sweet-talking them into working and earning your work points for free? Another girl named Yi Shi chimed in too. Exactly. City folk this, city folk that. You look down on the peasants from the bottom of your hearts. That's called divorcing yourself from the masses, petty bourgeois behavior. If the sent-down youth office found out, let's see if you ever get to go back to the city. With those 2 labels slapped on, Li Mei's face went white in a flash. She stiffened her neck, still wanting to argue, when Li Dunka, the youth group leader, happened to walk over to smooth things over and shooed everyone back to bed. I'd figured this Li Dunka was some kind of peacemaker, and I was just about to reveal myself. But then I watched him wait for that crowd to leave and immediately switch to another face entirely. He leaned back against the stones, pushed up his glasses, tilted his head up 45 degrees to gaze at the moon, and put on the most brooding, profound look you ever saw. Comrade Su Wanqing, he said with theatrical airs, heaving a sigh. I understand your grievances. You're a flower stubbornly blooming in the mire. Marriage should be a resonance of souls, not a bargain struck to stay alive. You shouldn't bury yourself in the pots and pans of a crippled, dimwit husband. Su Wanqing hung her head awkwardly, unable to get a single word out. All that flowery, phony poetic drivel gave me goosebumps all over. So it turns out you don't actually care about her. You've got your own eye on her. I bent down, picked up a clod of dirt by my foot, took aim, and thwack, right onto Li Dunka. Who's there? He jumped up with a start. Su Wanqing and he both whipped their heads toward me at the same time. They saw a limping figure slowly step into the moonlight. It was me, and in my hand, I was carrying a lunchbox. When the dirt clod hit, Li Dunka had been lost in his own poetic reverie, and my little surprise sent him leaping a good foot into the air. You? What are you doing? Who let you come to the youth station? This is against the rules. He brushed at his clothes while putting on his leader's airs. You. Right now, immediately, get out of here. I couldn't be bothered wasting words on him. I walked up and shoved him aside with one slap of my hand. Beat it. Chinwagwa. You. I ignored him, set the lunchbox down on the cattle shed railing with a clack, flipped open the lid, and pushed it towards Su Wanqing. Eat. You're too thin. A wave of meaty aroma wafted up, 2 big meat buns. Li Dunka's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and his eyes went glassy. Su Wanqing froze. She probably couldn't have imagined that after giving her buns the night before, I'd turn around and bring her meat buns now. Her eyes reddened at once. Later she told me that in that moment, her head was full of the image of me back at the team office, holding up the stool to shield her. A frail, crippled man, face flushed red, who could only bellow, "I'm going to marry her," and who now handed over such precious meat buns, 2 at a time. She said that in that instant she suddenly understood all the truth of life and hero nonsense Lee Dunka was forever spouting was just empty air. The hero in his poems hadn't pulled her out of the water, hadn't stood in front of her to shield her, and certainly wouldn't go hungry himself just to give her his only bond. If you wanted to talk about a hero, then the man before her, thin and crippled, yet giving her everything he had. He was her hero. Lee Dunka wasn't about to give up, though. He pushed up his glasses and pointed at the buns. Chinwagwa, where did you get these buns? Did you steal them from the brigade? Comrade Su Wanqing, you mustn't eat something of such dubious origin. Later on you'll. I casually picked up one of the buns and shoved it right under his nose. You want it or not? The meaty smell drew the greedy worm right out of him. As a youth group leader, he only got a taste of meat once or twice a year, on the holidays. When had he ever seen thin-skinned, heavily stuffed meat buns like these? His mouth was still putting on airs, but his hand reached out on its own. Haha. So, there's a share for me too. You're actually a pretty decent fellow. His fingertips had almost touched it. I snatched the bun back and stuffed it into the lunchbox. Eat it, my ass. Lee Dunka's face flushed crimson in a flash. Whatever dignity he had as an intellectual, I, the dimwit, had just shredded to pieces in public. At that very moment, Su Wanqing suddenly straightened her spine, and every trace of the timid inferiority in her eyes vanished. Group leaderly, thank you for your concern. She spoke each word deliberately. I think I've come to see the truth of life clearly. I've promised Wagwa I will marry him. Lee Dunka's mask of deep affection froze stiff with a crack. Wait a minute, Comrade Su Wanqing, what did you say? Su Wanqing lifted her eyes to look at him. Are you planning to just stand here and watch the two of us eat these buns? Lee Dunka's words cut off abruptly. His face went from green to white, and in the end he squeezed out 3 words, wallowing in degradation, before slinking off in disgrace. Once he was far enough away, Su Wanqing hurriedly turned to me and asked, why did you come all the way here? I gave a dopey grin, but I said it plainly. You stuffed the bun back at me. I was afraid you'd go hungry. You fool. Her eyes rimmed red again. I already ate one. She quickly pulled out a bun and pressed it into my hand. You eat it, you eat it. I already ate. I don't believe you. Eat it right here in front of me. Like a magic trick, I produced yet another bun wrapped in oil paper from my pocket. Her eyes went round. You really do have more. Where on earth are you getting so many? Just eat and don't worry about it. Only then did she start eating, small bite by small bite. She hadn't tasted meat in 6 months, yet she still tried her best to keep up the refined manners of a well-bred young lady. Wagwa, why are you so good to me? Because he wants to sleep with you, that's why. Whoa. Su Wanqing and I both jumped out of our skins at the same time. The straw curtain behind the cattle shed was pulled aside, and a disheveled, grubby-faced young woman poked her head out, grinning at the two of us. Wan, are you out of your mind? Don't just say things like that. Su Wanqing's face went scarlet. Sweat beaded on my forehead. Good grief, this girl was way too blunt. She cut straight through the surface to the heart of the matter. Buns. Wan's eyes lit up. She rushed over, grabbed one, and stuffed it into her mouth. I quickly handed her the one in my hand too. Su Wanqing patted her back to help her swallow while brushing the straw off her clothes. As she was seeing me off, I asked in a low voice, what's her story? Su Wanqing sighed. A girl with a bitter fate. She's a cadre's child too, and got branded a 5 black category. She's my roommate. She was already a little muddle-headed by the time I arrived. Clear one moment, confused the next. I heard she used to study music. She's pretty, and she sang beautifully. She got dragged out for struggle sessions day after day, and somehow ended up like this. And even so, there are still hooligans in the village who trick her with food. At that, she gave me another long, deep look. I understood what that look meant. If she hadn't run into me, would she, too, have ended up like Wan? Back at the shack, I sat on that moldy, foul-smelling broken bed and opened up the system shop. One look at the prices and I was flabbergasted. A mattress pad with 10 pounds of cotton, 10 yuan. A quilt was even pricier, 15 yuan. So a full bedding set would run me 25 yuan. I just couldn't wrap my head around it. Back in the future, buying a cotton quilt cost only a few % of a month's salary. Here, it apparently ate up half a month's wages. Converted over, it was like earning 5,000 a month and dropping over 4,000 on a single bedding set. Who could handle that? I dug around for a while longer and figured out the pattern. Grain wasn't expensive, and pork was reasonable enough. But anything from light industry, canned goods, clothes, bedding, was absurdly pricey. A Dacron shirt cost 8 yuan. Looks like my monthly salary of 30 yuan wouldn't stretch very far either. Forget it. I was too exhausted. As for the stench, well, breathe it long enough and it just becomes normal. I slept in my clothes. I woke the next day before dawn, and the first order of business was checking in. System coins, 89.5. Health had gone up 2 points, and my physical fitness had, thanks to a night's rest and those 4 goobly buns, nearly maxed out again. So it seemed physical fitness governed how I recovered from fatigue. I figured it was about time to fix this leg. With a thought, I first tried adding 10 yuan to my health. A wave of warmth surged through my whole body, coursing through my limbs. The system even helpfully added a note. Health and fitness bought with money would change over time based on my future lifestyle habits. In other words, if I went around ruining my body every day down the road, these numbers would drop again. I stood up to test it. Hey, last night my left foot had been completely numb, and I'd had to walk by swinging my whole leg from the hip. Now there was actually some feeling of pain in it. Sure, I still couldn't put any real force into it, but that instant, visible improvement gave me confidence. Today I treated myself to a bowl of dragon wontons. Only 10 cents. Wait, what the? The bowl costs another 10 cents on top. Fine, whatever. The place doesn't even have a single bowl anyway, so I bought that too. I crumbled up the buns Su Wanqing had insisted on stuffing back to me the night before and soaked it in the broth, kind of like a lamb soup with bread, and after downing the whole bowl, my whole body felt wonderfully at ease. I stepped out of the shack. The air in 1975 was genuinely fantastic. I sized up my rundown shack. Aside from the crummy building itself, the location was actually superb. A gentle wooded slope at its back, facing the reservoir straight on, with the village in view off to the right. Wasn't this exactly the kind of prime feng shui spot the old sayings praised? Azure dragon on the left, white tiger on the right? But this house, how in the world was I supposed to build it? From the team leader's tone, it was obvious he didn't want me to succeed and didn't want me marrying Su Wanqing. With him throwing up roadblocks, who in the team would still dare come help me? I'd studied mechanical engineering, not house building. But the reason I dared to boast so loudly in public was that I could buy skills in the system. I eagerly opened the skills tab. Good grief, I was dumbstruck. Paying for knowledge was way more expensive than paying for goods. The cheapest one, a beginner's hunter skill, was 120. A bricklayer, 150. A civil construction engineer, a whopping 500. With the little money I had now, I couldn't even afford the most basic bricklaying skill. Saving up for 3 months might not even do it. Just as I was fretting over this, I spotted a group of commune members hauling farm tools and carrying baskets on their backs, heading toward the reservoir. In those days, a lot of the newly cleared farmland was up in the mountains, and to get there you had to pass right through here. I quickly called out, "Uncle Seven, Brother Dashin, Brother Weifeng." The one in the lead saw it was me, and they all broke into grins. "Weigua, we've brought your wife over for you." "That's right. Your wife specifically asked to join the mountain crew. Bet she's been missing you." A wave of teasing laughter rippled through the group. Only then did I get a clear look. The 7 or 8 people up front were commune members. The 7 or 8 in the middle were sent-down youths. And bringing up the rear, carrying the heaviest bamboo basket, bent nearly double under its weight, was my wife-to-be, Su Wanqing. Her face was flushed red, whether from embarrassment or exhaustion I couldn't tell, and she looked like she wanted nothing more than to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. One glance at that lineup, and I had the whole picture. The commune members led the way, hauling farm tools and their own rations on their backs. In the middle came that bunch of educated youth sent down to the countryside to be re-educated, strolling along empty-handed, light as a feather, and bringing up the rear was Su Wanqing, the lone black category outcast, who, on top of her own tools, had a back basket crammed full of the whole crew's water bottles and lunch boxes. She looked like nothing so much as the team's own supply sergeant. The anger flared up in me all at once. But there was warmth in it too. The warmth came from knowing this girl had volunteered for the hillside group on purpose. Clearly, she wanted to catch a glimpse of me. The anger came from the fact that not one of those city boys up front had a lick of chivalry in him. I hobbled over. Let them laugh if they wanted. I was the village idiot anyway. I'll carry it. I reached out to take her basket. No. She stepped back. Your legs hurt. I'm fine. I wasn't taking no for an answer. I pulled 2 big thermos jugs out of her basket first. The load on her shoulders lightened right away. Up ahead, a female educated youth named Li Mei turned around and sneered. With sharp-tongued Wang Sujin nowhere in sight this time, she'd found her nerve again. She pitched her voice just loud enough for everyone around to hear. That's the black category for you. Full of that sly, capitalist cunning. She finds herself an idiot to lean on, and now she's got somebody waiting on her every step of the way. The 2 girls beside her chimed right in, all sugar and poison. Exactly. We came here to be re-educated, and we work hard and honest. But some people show up under the banner of labor just to meet up with their sweetheart. And Shinweigwa too. Instead of helping his own true red revolutionary comrades, he goes out of his way to help a class enemy like her. His stance is way too shaky. Su Wanqing's face went white in an instant. Her knuckles turned pale where she gripped the basket straps. She wanted to fire back, but couldn't get a single word out. All she could do was bite down hard on her lip. The little bit of warmth in me sank like a stone. These 3 had villain written all over their faces. Fine. Today I'd make an example out of them and set the tone. I was the idiot anyway. And when an idiot goes off, who says he has to make sense? I stuck out my neck, bugged my eyes out wide like a bull that had been poked one too many times, and came limping straight at Li Mei. Don't you talk about her. Li Mei shrank back a step from my ferocity, but her mouth stayed stubborn. What? Am I wrong? She's a black category to begin with. I didn't make that up. I set down the water jug and snatched the hoe right out of her hands. Shocked and furious, she shrieked, Shinweigwa, have you lost your mind? You idiot! How dare you grab my tool? I'm not an idiot. I raised the hoe and pointed it at her. You want to bet I'll smash you with it? 7th uncle, the crew leader, hurried over to smooth things out. Weigwa, don't do anything rash. And Li Mei, that's enough out of you. Do your work and mind your own business. This is between them, a married couple. Keep your mouth shut. 7th uncle just saved your hide. I slammed the hoe down hard right by her feet. Say one more word about my woman, and I'll beat you to death. Li Mei scrambled to hide behind 7th uncle. She looked at the hoe on the ground, then at my bulging eyes, terrified this idiot might really do something brutal. Tears welled up, but she didn't dare make another peep. She only crouched down to pick up her hoe, muttering under her breath, Crazy idiot. But I wasn't done. I turned and yanked the big bamboo basket, the one loaded with the whole crew's food and drink, right off Su Wanqing's back, hoisted it up, and went limping straight for the reservoir's edge. The educated youth panicked on the spot. Hey, Shinweigwa, what are you doing? My lunch is in there. Su Wanqing came rushing after me too, her voice soft as if she were coaxing a child. Weigwa, it's not heavy. Don't be angry, okay? Give it back to me. We still have work to do. I turned my head and swept a proud look over the whole lot of them. Be self-reliant. Struggle hard. You want your stuff? Come get it yourselves. Okay, just don't do anything crazy. The educated youth swarmed over all at once, grabbing satchels and lunchboxes, and in no time the basket was empty. Su Wanqing stood off to the side, twisting the hem of her shirt, head bowed, and warmth spread through her heart. I slung the empty basket over my shoulder, a thermos in each hand, and hobbled along at the very front of the line. Later she told me that watching my hunched back that day, she felt like it was a mountain, shielding her from every storm. We skirted around my little lean-to, walked 3 miles, and reached the far side of the reservoir. Everyone marked off their plots and got to work, each to their own. With me lending a hand, Su Wanqing tore through her morning's work in no time. At noon, when we broke for lunch, the 2 of us slipped off to cool down under a big tree. She opened her lunchbox, just 2 cornmeal buns inside, and offered me one. I shook my head and pulled 4 steamed pork buns out of my pocket. She looked around in a fright and pressed her voice low, urging me to hide them. Save those for yourself. Everyone's gnawing on cornmeal buns, and here I'd be the only one eating white flour pork buns. Word gets out, and they'll be saying the capitalist daughter is getting special treatment again. Haha, I just love my rich young lady. A bossy little miss marrying a cripple like me. Now that's something. She must have remembered all the raunchy things Wan had said the night before, because her face flushed crimson. For once she gave me a light smack. You're awful. I honestly can't tell if you're really slow or just faking it. Now hide those buns. I figured she had a point, so I stuffed the buns back in her lunchbox, and while I was at it, I lowered my voice and let her in on the truth. Actually, I'm not slow. This year my head's been slowly clearing up, and my leg's been healing too. But I don't want to go back to that home of mine. My stepmother just wants to squeeze work points out of me. Wait, you've been faking it. Su Wanqing was a little startled, but then again, she wasn't really surprised. Ever since the night I saved her, a whole string of things I'd done just didn't fit an idiot. I even spoke standard Mandarin smooth as anything. Her face reddened, and she asked quietly, "Then, this business of building a house, do you have any plan? I've got a feeling the team won't help you. I'm working on it. So you've got no plan at all. And you still dared say yes in front of everyone." She started fretting on my behalf. With such a pretty girl standing right in front of me, if I let you slip away, I figured I'd regret it for 10,000 years. Stop saying things like that. Someone will hear. These corny sweet nothings rolled right off my tongue, and they turned her so red you could practically wring water from her cheeks. But deep down, she was sweet as honey. Weigwa, Weigwa. I looked up. It was my dad, Chun Bei, exchanging greetings with seventh uncle and the others. I got to my feet, glanced back at Su Wanqing, and she gave me a little nod. I followed my dad back to the lean-to. A cigarette dangling from his lips, he circled the rickety shack several times. "Son, this house of yours, how are you planning to build it?" Just like the one back home, I guess." "Ha, you little punk." My dad nearly kicked me. Home is a three-sided courtyard house. It took decades of adding on bit by bit, and you want to pull it off in one shot. He sighed and plopped down on a rock, crossing one leg over the other. I went and asked at the team headquarters. Chun Fugue's message is, give up marrying that black category girl, and everything's negotiable. He'll parcel you land, help you build, even find you a wife. But if you insist, he's going to make a whole political issue out of it. The materials would have to be traded for with work points, and you don't have anywhere near enough. What were you thinking, showing off and saying yes like that? Even a carpenter like me can't conjure a house out of thin air with no materials. I'd been worrying over this very thing. Every blade of grass and every tree on this mountain belonged to the state. As the reservoir keeper who doubled as the forest warden, I sat right on the only path into the village. Anyone going up to fell timber had to pass under my nose. Lumber, cement, lime, all of it was state or collective owned, produced in fixed quotas against official chits, nearly impossible to buy on the side. And even if the system could supply them, how would I explain hauling them back to the village? Plenty of folks around here envied me and would love an excuse to report me. "Dad, can it be built without timber?" My dad thought it over. "It could be done. I'm just afraid there wouldn't be time." "How do you mean?" "You'd have to make do with scraps. Broken stone and cracked bricks the production team doesn't want, plus yellow clay, which you can dig up right here by the reservoir. Mix it with chopped up straw, add water, and pack it tight into the gaps between the stones. Once it dries, it's hard as rock, stronger than brick, even. Over by the stone bridge, the Sunward production team has a big bamboo grove. The bamboo that's died naturally is just waste, so gathering it up wouldn't count as cutting the collective's forest. It'd work fine for beams and rafters. There you go, Dad. Let's do it that way." "Do it, do it, do it. Do my foot," my dad cursed. "That bamboo grove of the Sunward team is a dozen plus miles from here. How many stalks do you think you can haul back? And that broken stone. The team hasn't done any construction lately, so how much can you carry on your back? You think the commune's going to lend you a truck? When would you ever gather enough? And these old bones of mine can't be much help to you." But inside, I was tickled pink. What did he know? I had that storage space, 10 meters square, big enough to swallow a whole truckload of goods. One touch of my hand, and things vanished right into it with a whoosh. "Dad, just figure out for me how much material it'll take, all told. Whether it's doable or not, we'll sort that out later." "Fine. You won't shed a tear till you see the coffin. I'll figure it for just one room. Guaranteed you can't gather enough in half a year." My dad was an old carpenter. He fished out a sheet of rough paper, a stub of pencil, and a cloth tape measure, squatted on the ground measuring and sketching, and after a full hour of calculating, He finally spoke, shaking his head. Now listen up. For the foundation, you'll need cut stone slabs, 2 feet long, 8 inches wide, 5 inches thick, about 30 of them. Then 150 caddies of fist-sized rubble and river cobbles to lay at the very bottom, to keep it from sinking or flooding. If you can find some as big as a millstone to set at the 4 corners, it'll be steadier still. For bamboo, pick dead stalks as thick as your wrist and 12 feet long, about 100 of those, plus 50 thinner dead stalks, finger thick and 10 feet long, for the framework of the wattle walls. The beams and door frames need heavy wood, bowl thick, 20-foot dead trees, 8 of them, though whether the mountain has any is another question. And the thatch for the roof. Autumn's the peak season now, so cut it, dry it thoroughly, and lay it on the roof, layer over layer, at least 2 feet thick, or it'll leak in the rain. All told, about 900 caddies. A dozen-odd items in all written on the paper. His handwriting was crooked, letters missing arms and legs, and I had to ask several times before I got it all down. Dad, you just wait. I'll gather every last bit of it. My dad just smiled, figuring I'd gone off the deep end again. Then he sighed, dug out some bills, and pressed them into my hand. This family owes you far too much. As your father, I've been useless, henpecked, no backbone. Now that the family's split, take this money. Whether or not you marry that Sioux girl, at least buy yourself a few household things, get some clothes made, and live a decent life. I clutched the neat stack of 50 yuan, and something tugged at my heart. I knew my dad had feelings for me. It was just that after he married my stepmother and had children of his own, Zhang Chuanfang gradually got hold of all the money and grain, and that's how I'd swallowed all these years of unfairness. This 50 yuan, I couldn't tell if it was his own private savings or money he'd borrowed from someone. My dad seemed worn out. He tucked his hands behind his back and started down the slope. I won't be coming home for dinner tonight. Watching his back, my heart ached. The fight over splitting the household must have left things at home badly strained. That home, I probably could never go back to it again. Dad, he stopped and turned around. I'll gather all 3 portions of materials. I'm going to build a full 3-sided courtyard house. And once it's done, I'll bring you over to live in comfort. My dad's body gave a slight tremble. He smiled, waved his hand, and headed off into the distance. I lowered my head and looked at the materials list in my hand. Looks like for a while now, I'd be playing scavenger out here in these big mountains. The storage space was no worry. But to roam the mountains all day hunting for materials, the most important thing was my body. I gritted my teeth and went back into the shack to top up. Fix the leg first. 40 yuan, add to health. A warm current, thicker than before, surged through my whole body, so comfortable it made me want to groan, like I was being washed and remolded from the inside out. Soon I broke into a soaking sweat, and my left leg especially kept burning even after the rest of me cooled down. When the sensation stopped, I stood up to test it. Joy. It was exactly like a normal person's leg. I jumped up and down on the spot a few times. Not a thing wrong with it. I had 48.5 system coins left. Health had shot up to 83, rated good. My body was healed, but health alone wasn't enough. Strength and stamina depended on physical fitness. Physical fitness, add 30. This time it was even more intense. Sweat poured out instantly, and every muscle and tendon in my body felt like it was being torn and gnawed by 10,000 tiny ants, ripping apart, reforming, ripping apart, reforming again. It took about 10 minutes for the feeling to fade, and then a strength and vitality welled up from deep within, filling every limb and bone. I ran my hand over myself. 8-pack abs. My frame hadn't turned into some hulking oaf. Instead, I'd become that lean-looking in clothes, muscular out of them kind of trim, powerful build. I was still admiring myself when I suddenly noticed something odd down below. I tugged open my waistband. Whoa, it'd be a waste for me not to be a young master now. Turned out, even that had been upgraded to the max version. Got me wondering, if I topped up more later, could I get some enhanced edition? I couldn't help wondering what Su Wanqing would think if she saw it. Never mind. I had 18.5 system coins left, and physical fitness sat at 49, its rating boosted to elite soldier constitution. I walked out of the shack and spotted a big rock, half a meter long, 40 or 50 centimeters tall, easily 200 caddies. I took a breath and wrapped my arms around it. My feet sank into the dirt, but by God, I lifted it right up. Mighty, in 2 lifetimes combined. This was the first time I'd ever felt such a surging masculine confidence. Around mid-afternoon, Su Wanxin came back, carrying her bamboo basket. How come you came back on your own? Because you did more than half my work, so I finished way ahead of everyone. And seventh uncle let me leave early. She paused. Don't help me tomorrow. If it keeps up like this, people gossip too much, it's not good. Tomorrow I really can't help you anyway. You'll have to bear with it for a while. I need to go out and find materials for the house. Where are you going to look? Can your leg handle a long walk? And when you find them, how will you carry them back? Won't they be heavy? Just like that, she was worrying over me. Only one day, and without even realizing it, she'd started treating herself as my wife. I think my leg's a lot better. I need to exercise it more. I planned to keep playing the cripple a while longer, so I made up an excuse. My dad knows some people who have a wheelbarrow. Wait here. I turned and went into the shack, spent 2 mao on half a caddy of white rabbit candies, and another 5 mao on 3 liang of biscuits in a paper wrapper. That left me 17.8 yuan. I didn't dare buy more. Too much, and she'd have nowhere to hide it. Making sure nobody was around, I cupped the treats in my hands and held them out to her. Wow. She jumped. Was there any living within our means anymore? The real question was, I hadn't even gone into town, so where had these come from? You're a Shanghai girl, right? White rabbits are from Shanghai. I did my best to keep up the idiot's tone. When you're sad, eat one and you'll feel happy. She covered her mouth, and her eyes reddened right away. White rabbit milk candies were something she'd grown up with. The more ordinary the flavor, the more it stirred up memories. She stepped gently closer and took just 3 pieces. The rest are for you. I won't eat them. She peeled the wrapper off one, her tone a mix of coaxing and command. Open up. I opened my mouth. She had to hunt around in my messy beard to find the right spot, then popped the candy in. You hold on to these. From now on, we'll eat them together. She pushed my hand back, then, brooking no argument, stuffed the biscuits into my pocket. No, wait. It was I who stuffed the biscuits into her pocket. You need to eat your fill and put on some weight. You'll look better. Ugh, a little extra weight doesn't look good at all. She lowered her head. I have to get back. I've got quotations to copy out tonight. Cradling them like some rare treasure, she left, looking back at me every few steps. The sweetness in my mouth hadn't even faded before I was already scheming. The 50 my dad gave me, plus the 20-some left in the system. In these times, that was a small fortune, more than enough to furnish a home. The pressing task was gathering the materials, and more importantly, coming up with a sensible, believable excuse so I could set all these things out in front of everyone, right out in the open. The next day, at the crack of dawn, I shouldered my bamboo basket and headed out. I didn't take the main road. I followed the reservoir's edge and plunged straight into the rolling mountains. With my legs working fine and an elite soldier constitution to boot, those rugged mountain trails felt as flat as level ground under my feet. First stop, the bamboo grove of the Sunward production team, a dozen-plus miles off. 2 hours on the mountain trails got me there, and I was hardly tired. Just like my dad said, there were plenty of dead bamboo stalks lying in the grove, gone yellow. In the production team's eyes, they were just waste taking up space. In mine, they were all treasures. I picked out the wrist-thick ones, and whenever no one was around, I laid a hand on a stalk and that yards-long giant vanished into thin air. With a flick of thought, I peered into the storage space, a vast, gray-hued expanse, with a few yellow bamboo stalks lying lonely in one corner. Now and then a Sunward team member would pass by and see this unfamiliar cripple gathering dead bamboo. At most, they'd ask a couple of curious questions, and once they saw my shabby clothes and gimpy leg, they'd stop paying me any mind. By the end of the day, all 150 bamboo stalks on the list had, without a soul the wiser, gone into my storage space. Over the next few days, I became a scavenger famous far and wide around the Sunward, Red Flag, and other production teams. Wherever a team had just finished a new irrigation channel, I'd show up beside the work site and gather away, piece by piece, the broken stone and cut slabs they'd cast aside. I didn't mind traveling far, either, and I made a point of picking out the squarest, most regular stones. After all, they just went into the space, no effort at all. I also deliberately loitered around my own Shin family team so everyone could see me. The villagers watched me hobble along carrying a few stones and treated it all as a joke. Look at idiot Shun, he actually thinks he'll build a house. With that scrawny frame of his, hauling a few stones a day, he'll finish building around the 12th of never. I didn't take any of this gossip to heart. I was run off my feet, so busy I couldn't even spare the time to see Su Wanqing. But on her end, she was slowly starting to fret. For 5 or 6 days straight, she'd gaze toward the reservoir every workday and never catch a shadow of me. At night, she'd sneak over near the lean-to, and inside it was dark and cold and deserted. Where had he gone? Of the materials, he'd only hauled back a pile of broken stone, not a single extra piece of timber. After all these days, could he really gather enough? Could it be he'd given up? Or was it that he'd only said it offhand from the start and never really took marrying her to heart at all? All sorts of thoughts churned in her head, churning until she couldn't eat or sleep. Even when Li Mei and her crowd mocked her in that snide way, dumped by the idiot, she couldn't be bothered to fire back. All that was left inside her was anxiety. Luckily, a few close friends comforted her. Wang Sujin urged, his leg's bad, so everything he does takes longer than it would for other people. Doesn't that just prove how much he cares, how determined he is? Yishi chimed in, exactly. He was even willing to buy you those pricey biscuits. Hey, where are they? Let me have a taste. Wang Sujin slapped her hand away. Those are her love token. What do you think you're doing eating them? You already polished off all the white rabbits. Su Wanqing forced a smile and pulled half a box of biscuits out from beside her pillow. It's fine. They'll just go stale sitting there, better in your belly. The moment the biscuits appeared, Wan popped up out of nowhere and snatched more than half. Haha, he hasn't even laid a hand on you yet. No way he's letting go now. Aya, that mouth of yours. Somebody hold her down. Yishi leaped up, hollering. That afternoon, I was treasure hunting beside a newly built irrigation channel within the Sunward Commune's territory. The channel had just been completed, and there was a good deal of leftover cut stone. I just tucked a half-meter-long slab into the space and was about to move on when I saw several villagers running forward with buckets in hand, and a burst of shouting came from not far off. I followed the noise and found a big crowd gathered around the channel's intake, everyone with furrowed brows, sighing and groaning. In the center of the crowd sat a green diesel water pump, sprawled on the ground like a dead iron ox. A few men circled it, banging and pounding, but the machine wouldn't budge. A middle-aged man in a straw hat, dark-skinned, with the look of a cadre, stamped his feet in a panic. What the devil is going on? If we can't get the water pumping soon, this year's several hundred mu of winter wheat won't get irrigated. It'll be a total loss for the whole commune. An old master craftsman in his 50s fiddled with it for a good while, then stood up, wiped his hands, and just kept shaking his head. Old Zhang, even you can't do it. The cadre's face fell. Team leader, if even old Zhang can't fix it, then nobody in these parts can. We'll have to send it to the city's agricultural tech station, a member said with a grimace. Send it to the tech station? That's 3 days round trip at the least. In those days, a water pump was a precious treasure, normally treated like a family ancestor, and now, of all moments, it had thrown in the towel. If they had to rely on manpower to haul water and irrigate several hundred mu, they'd be added into next month, and by then the grain yield would drop, a catastrophe for the entire commune. 3 days, that'd ruin everything. The team leader gritted his teeth and roared at the crowd. Everyone listen up. Whoever can fix this machine, I'll see to it he's credited 1,000 work points. 1,000 work points. A stir ran through the crowd. That was as much as a strong laborer could earn from most of a year's hard toil. But after the stir came a dead silence. If even old Master Zhang was helpless, who'd dare try to show off? Fail, and you'd waste your effort. Break it worse, and who could shoulder that blame? The team leader's face nearly sank to the ground. Almost hoarse, he raised the stakes. 2,000. 2,000 work points. Just get the water flowing. Even under such a heavy reward, no one answered. I stood at the outer edge of the crowd, and I understood the reason now. The Sunward Commune wasn't like our side, which had a reservoir we could release water from freely. They relied entirely on channels to divert water, then pumped it out at the intake point to irrigate. The moment I heard 2,000 work points, my eyes lit up. The Chen family team wouldn't approve my building materials. But if I fixed the Sunward Commune's water pump and then went and asked them for some materials, that ought to fly, right? Water pump, you've officially got my attention. To a student who'd majored in construction machinery like me, this thing's workings were no different from a kid's toy. I swept my eyes over the machine and listened to a few of the repairmen debating beside it, and I had it about 70–80% figured out. There, amid a whole field of despairing looks, my tall, lean, gimpy-legged self squeezed out of the crowd and walked up to the middle-aged team leader. "Uncle," I began, playing it dopey, my voice soft but perfectly clear, "let me give it a try." The whole field went quiet for a moment. Every eye turned on me like a searchlight. The Sunward team members exchanged glances, their faces plainly asking, "Who's this guy? Which team are you from? Come here to make trouble?" Old Zhang was smoking, holding in his temper, a master craftsman with that pride peculiar to skilled hands. He looked me up and down, the gimpy leg, the ragged clothes, the dirty beard, and knotted his brow. "Get lost, don't go meddling. This is a valuable machine, not the mud in your yard. You break it, can you afford to pay for it?" Another man backed him up. "Right. Several of us apprenticed at the factory. You, a cripple, do you even know what a diesel engine is?" Laughter and murmurs broke out all around at once. Team leader Lu looked impatient too, and was about to wave me off, but my next words nailed him where he stood. "Uncle, when this machine starts up, does it belch out black smoke, sound muffled, sputter a few times, and then die?" I ignored the jeers and just fixed my eyes on the pump, asking calmly. Team leader Lu froze, then nodded almost reflexively. "Yes. How did you know? You took apart the fuel line and found the diesel flowing fine, right?" "That's right." Even old Zhang was startled. This kid talked as if he'd seen it with his own eyes. I gave a little smile. "The fuel line's fine, so it's an air intake or fuel pressure problem. Most likely the filter's clogged or air got into the injector nozzle." A string of technical terms coming out of an idiot's mouth. The laughter around us cut off dead. Old Zhang stared blankly for a long moment, half believing, half not. The what filter?" "The thing that filters out the impurities in the diesel." I pointed at a part on the side of the engine. "Take it off, clean it out with diesel. Then loosen the bolt on the high-pressure fuel line, crank the shaft to bleed out the air inside, and it should work." The explanation was so clear and orderly, not at all like something a country boy could know. Team leader Lu wavered, but at this point it was a case of treating a dead horse as if it were alive. He waved a hand at old Zhang. "Do as he says." Old Zhang couldn't save face, muttering utter nonsense, but he didn't dare disobey the team leader's order. Grudgingly, he and his two apprentices fetched a wrench. The moment they opened up the filter, they were all dumbstruck. It was packed with black, greasy sludge and grime, nearly choked solid. My heavens, it really was clogged. A gasp ran through the crowd. Old Zhang's face flushed the color of pig's liver. He'd been fiddling with machines for half his life, and a green kid had called it dead on. Clean it, put it back, loosen the high-pressure line, and bleed the air. Through the whole procedure, old Zhang's hands went from perfunctory to painstakingly careful. "Done," I said. Team leader Lu wrung his hands nervously and stepped up himself to grab the crank, then heaved it hard. Put. The diesel engine first gave a few labored, muffled gasps, and then, all at once, its sound turned clear and powerful. Vroom! A roar, and a thick jet of water gushed out of the outlet, splashing and rushing into the parched channel. "It's coming. Water's coming out. My goodness, he really fixed it. You really can't judge a book by its cover." The crowd erupted. That bunch of members who'd just been looking at me like I was a fool now were completely different faces. That pump, stalled for days, with several hundred mu of winter wheat on the brink of drying out. I'd tinkered it back to life in no time flat. Team leader Lu bounded over, gripped my hand, and grinned so hard his face crinkled all over. "Good lad. What's your name? You're the savior of our whole commune." "My name's Chen Weigua, from the Chun family brigade of Red Flag Commune." "Red Flag Commune." He froze, then frowned. "Then the work point reward can't be credited to your team." That was exactly the line I'd been waiting for. All the better if the work points couldn't be credited to my name. What I wanted was something real that I could carry away. I scratched my head dopily. "Team leader uncle, I don't want the work points. I've been thinking lately about building a house and getting married." I'm short on timber for it. Team leader Lu waved a hand grandly. Timber? That's nothing. Just name however much you need. I'd long since memorized Chun Bei's list, and figuring this was a rare chance, I opened my mouth and tripled the numbers. An old carpenter beside me counted on his fingers to tally it up for me. At this rate, he's building a 3-sided courtyard house, 40 or 50 good logs at the least. Team leader Lu frowned. That was no small number. Felling trees required proper procedures. I immediately played my follow-up card. Team leader uncle, let's just say I'm borrowing this timber from the commune. From now on, whenever your water pump acts up, I'll come the moment you call. Free repairs, 1-year warranty. 1-year warranty? His eyes lit up in a flash. I chuckled to myself. How much is a reliable, skilled technician worth? A little timber was nothing. Deal. It's settled. He clapped his hands, then hit a snag. But so much timber. How are you going to haul it back? The diesel a tractor burns is precious stuff. I laid down my last trump card. Uncle, I'll cover the tractor's fuel. Back when I worked at the factory, my master gave me half a barrel. The truth was there was plenty of that fuel in the system warehouse in my head, but that was something I couldn't tell anyone. With no more worries, team leader Lu decided on the spot. I'll put in a word with the forestry farm. Once you've cut your quota, we'll haul it back for you. From that day on, I served 3 days as a temporary lumberjack at the Sunward Commune's forestry farm. 20-foot, bowl-thick logs came crashing down. It took 2 or 3 young men to lift just one end, but I'd dip a shoulder under it, hoist it up alone, and drag it off steady as you please. This system-remade body of mine, bronze-skinned, glistened with oil under the sun. The scene left the young women and wives who came to bring meals staring wide-eyed. Word spread from 1 to 10 and 10 to 100, and more female comrades came flocking to the forestry farm. Inside I was groaning. I was a married man, and my Wanqing was back home waiting for me. A girl with rosy cheeks brought over some cold tea and asked timidly, "Big brother, I hear you're not spoken for yet?" Several girls nearby, pretending to rest, pricked up their ears at once. I deliberately dragged my right leg, staggered a little, and grinned like a fool. Spoken for? My ma says a wife's just there to bear our family kids. She doesn't get to manage a single cent or a grain of food. It all goes to my ma. The warmth on those girls' faces vanished in an instant. I gloated inwardly. Being the idiot really was a handy shield right now. 3 days flew by. One afternoon, the put-put-put roar of an engine rang out on the mountain road leading to the Chun family brigade. A Dongfanghong tractor came hauling a full load of neatly stacked logs, heading straight for the reservoir. Our whole production team was set abuzz. Team leader, crippled Chun got a whole cart of timber from who knows where. Chen Dazhuang's voice was shrill and piercing. He must be up to some black market profiteering. Chen Fugui's face darkened, and he came storming over with the militia. A whole crowd of villagers came trailing after to watch the show. I always said that Su Wanqing was a vixen. She's bewitched idiot Chun into doing wicked things. He's finished now. Illegally felling forest timber gets you hauled off to labor reform. I heard them from way off, and I sneered inwardly. Just you wait. There'll come a moment your faces go red. I'd already circled around to the back of the shack and quietly let the stone and bamboo out of the system warehouse into a pile, then called to the driver to unload the logs and mix them in with the rest, so that even if someone got suspicious, they'd find no hole to poke. Wanqing came running up to me, out of breath, looked at the mountain of materials, then at the sweat streaming down my face, and tears welled in her eyes. "What are you crying for?" I reached out to wipe her tears away. "I'm back." Chen Fugui charged up with his men. "Weigua, where did this timber come from?" I stepped in front of Wanqing. Before I could even open my mouth, the tractor driver got there first, unhappy. Over the whole trip, I'd slipped him a pack of good cigarettes, and we'd already become like brothers. "What's all this shouting? Who says this is illegally cut?" Our Sunward commune issued a letter of introduction. Unhurried, I pulled out the letter and handed it over. The driver's voice boomed. "This comrade Chen Weigua is a technical expert our commune brought in. Our water pump broke down with several hundred mu of winter wheat waiting to be irrigated, and he fixed it in a flash without asking a thing in return. He's the benefactor of our whole commune. So what if we give him a little timber?" Every word landed like a heavy hammer on the crowd's chests. Chen Dazhuang snatched the letter and looked. There it was, black ink on white paper, stamped with the big red seal of the Sunward People's Commune Revolutionary Committee. This is impossible. His voice quavered. What's impossible about it? The driver sprayed spittle as he talked. Our team leader Lou said that from now on, he's our commune's specially appointed technical advisor. You've got a talent like this in your brigade and you don't treasure him. You let him live in a shack like this. You're the real idiots. The whole field fell dead silent. The very villagers who'd just been mocking me all clamped their mouths shut, faces burning. Chen Fugue's face went from iron gray to purple to ashen white. He couldn't for the life of him figure it out. How had a gimpy idiot who couldn't even fill his own belly transformed into some other commune's technical expert? The driver still wasn't done. He opened fire on our team's people again. This team of yours is no good. You don't value a technician one bit. Back at our place, who knows how many young women wanted to marry into Comrade Waigwa's home? Lime covered her mouth and laughed. Just the two of them, probably building another cowsheet. One gust of wind, and it'll blow right over. She threw a glance at Wan Qing, at the tail end of the group, moving from one cowsheet to another. How interesting. The words cut Wan Qing to the quick. She gritted her teeth and made to rush over, but Li Mei grabbed her. The team leader said this patch of sweet potatoes has to be turned over completely. One person short, and the whole group's work points get docked. Wan Qing was hauled back by force, looking over her shoulder every few steps at us two lonely figures, tears brimming. Was all of this for me? At the work site, Chun Bei said awkwardly, "Son, with just the two of us, we can build one small room at most. That main beam alone is several hundred caddies." Before he could finish, his eyes suddenly went wide. I ripped off my tattered jacket and flung it to the ground. There in the morning light, this system-strengthened body of mine was bared for the first time. Bronze skin like it had been oiled, muscles cut and defined, abs rising and falling with each breath, the veins on my arms like little coiled dragons. This was no cripple. This was a man forged of iron. I walked straight up to that main beam, bowl thick and 5 or 6 meters long, drew a deep breath, and threw my arms around it. Up, a low roar like muffled thunder, and that beam, several hundred caddies heavy, I hoisted up all by myself, steady on my shoulder. At the road junction not far off, several members who hadn't gone far, including Chun Dazhuang, sneaking a look back, happened to catch the whole thing. Clang, someone's hoe dropped and smashed onto his own foot, and he forgot to even feel the pain. Mother of mine, was this fella's strength borrowed from an ox in the womb? I carried the huge beam toward the foundation pit, still faking the limp in my step, but my strides were solid. Dad, don't just stand there, lay the lines. I'll do the digging. If nobody was going to come help, then I'd do it myself. That morning, the reservoir's edge became my one-man show. I hefted 100 caddy-plus stone slabs like they were bricks, and dug out the meter-plus deep foundation pit single-handed. This was the elite soldier constitution the system had given me. At noon, Wan Qing seized the work break to run flat out toward the reservoir. Waigwa's leg wasn't fully healed yet, and if he wore himself into some injury, then forget the house entirely. But when she ran over the earthen slope, she froze on the spot. In the setting sun, I stood bare-chested, swinging a sledgehammer, bang, bang, pounding the foundation stones, and that stretch of wasteland was already taking shape. Wan Qing covered her mouth as tears welled up again. This time it wasn't hurt, it was awe. Later she told me that the idiot, the cripple everyone else spoke of, in that moment, in her eyes, stood 10,000 times taller than any city-educated youth who could only recite poems and talk big. This was the man I was going to marry, for the sake of giving her a home, going toe-to-toe with the whole village's malice. She said she no longer wanted to be just the little girl who hid behind me and cried. She wanted to grow strong, to be worthy of this desperate, protective devotion. Waigwa. She wiped her tears and ran over. I turned my head and grinned. Wife, what are you doing here? It's filthy over here. Blushing, she took out her handkerchief and stood on tiptoe to wipe the sweat from my face. Don't build a 3-sided courtyard house. 1 room is enough. I'll come help you after work. Warmth surged in my heart, and I lowered my voice. No need. The heavy work is a man's job. I've got to keep my wife plump and pretty. I'm talking to you seriously here. Her face flushed scarlet, and she stamped her foot hard. As night fell, the two of us, father and son, sat at the edge of the foundation. Chunbei smoked and looked at me. Son, you've hidden this strength of yours awfully deep. I just smiled and offered no explanation, gazing at the scattered lights over by the production team, a resolve pent up inside me. Chin Fuguei wanted to watch me make a fool of myself? Then I'd go and build the grandest house in the whole village and give them all an eyeful. 2 days passed, and the foundation posts were up. Deep in the night, Chunbei sat on the threshold stone, one hand at his aching back, his face troubled. At this pace we may lose the bet. How about we build just one room for now? Enough to get you married first. I held a length of bamboo tubing, sanding it away unhurriedly. No change of plans. A 3-sided courtyard house is what I said, and a 3-sided courtyard house is what I'll build. Wanqing's a city girl. I can't let her suffer hardship following me. But with just the two of us, how are we going to raise the beams? There's always a way around a problem. Dad, you go on back and rest first. Chunbei propped himself on his stick and hobbled down toward the village. These 2 days had truly worn the old man out. Watching my adoptive father's retreating back, I let out a long breath. I'd have to work extra tonight. I couldn't let the old man keep pushing himself like this. Before long, there came a rustling from the shrubs down the slope. I grabbed a shovel and fixed my eyes on the path. Who's there? Sneaking around like that? Weigua. It's me, Dachuan. I shone my flashlight over. It was Dachuan, my childhood buddy, the one I'd grown up close as brothers with. And behind him were Ergu and Taiju. All three came from poor peasant families and had received no small amount of help from our Chin family in the old days. Dachun gripped my hand. His palm was rough as tree bark, but warm. Sorry, brother. I couldn't get here till now. During the day, I was afraid of dragging my family into trouble, but this hour of the night belongs to me and nobody else. We're gonna get this house built no matter what. Show those sons of bitches. Weigua, back when I was starving, you were the one who gave me sweet potatoes to eat. Now that you're in a tight spot, what kind of man would I be if I didn't show up? Ergo said, rubbing his hands together. Taiju added in his gruff, low voice. Chin Fuguei ain't worth a damn. Worst case, I just give up my work points. Looking at these 3 honest faces, I felt a warm rush inside. In these times when everyone was looking out for their own skin, this kind of loyalty, helping a friend when he's down, was worth more than gold. I ducked into the ramshackle shed and made a show of rummaging around. Then, on a whim, I opened my system storage and spent 3 system coins to swap out 15 hot meat buns. Don't just stand there. You guys haven't eaten yet, right? Eat 'em while they're hot. I shoved them into Dachun's arms. The moment the oil paper wrapping came open, the rich smell of meat exploded in the cold wind. In these times, white flour meat buns were the stuff of legends. Weigua, what are you doing? This is way too much. Dachun's hands were actually shaking. When I tell you to eat, you eat. How come you were never this shy before? I deliberately put on a stern face. After a few buns went down, color returned to every one of their faces. Dachun finished 2 and carefully wrapped up the rest. One look and I understood. He wanted to take them home for his wife and kids. Suddenly Dachun's expression changed. He lowered his voice and leaned in close. Weigua, you gotta watch out for Chin Dezhuang. This afternoon he put on a brand new Dacron shirt and rode his bike into town. Word is he went to drink with Zhao Jianjun from the machinery factory. Zhao Jianjun. The instant those 3 words hit my ears, my heart lurched. That man was a beast who specialized in preying on female educated youth. They've been trying to marry your woman off to Zhao Jianjun for a while now. Whatever you do, don't let her be alone. The bamboo tube in my hand cracked with a snap. I took a deep breath and slipped back into my dim-witted act, but my eyes were colder than the night. All right, I got it. Thanks, Dachun. If that Zhao Jianjun dares to show up, just say the word and we'll finish him off. Yeah, finish him off. Ergo and Taiju shook their fists. My heart settled. With these few loyal brothers, plus the system backing me up, if I couldn't even protect my own woman, then what was the point of getting reincarnated into this world at all? By the silent reservoir, the dull, powerful sound of earth being tamped down rang out. It was 4 grown men, working by moonlight, pounding out hope with their bare hands in these bitterly cold times. Early the next morning, Chunbei climbed up the dirt slope. The moment his eyes landed on that leveled foundation, He froze as if someone had cast a spell to root him in place. The corn cake in his hand dropped to the ground with a plop. Yesterday they'd only dug a few holes, and now all the foundation pits were done, with several 100-pound stone slabs fitted snugly into the trenches. How could two people have finished this much work? Even a whole production team working all night couldn't have done more. I crawled out of the shed, rubbing my eyes and pretending to be groggy. Dad, why'd you take so long to get here? Dechun and the others snuck over last night and worked the whole night through. I tried to stop them, but I couldn't. Shinbei slapped his thigh. Good boy. What good brothers? That bastard Shin Fugue wants to push us into the grave. Little does he know that people's hearts are on our side. This one night's miracle gave the old man enormous confidence. After breakfast, I deliberately changed into a slightly cleaner Zhongshan jacket, swapped out a pound of brown sugar and half a pound of pork belly from the system, kept up my usual slight limp, and headed straight for the educated youth quarters. Wanqing was at the well right then, struggling to draw water. The whole business a couple of days ago with hauling the lumber had made Li Mei and her crowd green with envy. Using the excuse of an all-out push for the busy farming season, Li Dengku had reassigned Wanqing back here specifically to keep an eye on her. The rich young lady can't even wash her clothes without wasting all this water. It's the capitalist streak in her bones. Li Mei sneered, hands on her hips. I walked straight into the yard, not paying the slightest attention to her stiffening face. Chun Weigua, don't interfere with our labor. Li Mei shrieked. I couldn't even be bothered to look her in the eye. I walked over to Wanqing, and the moment I saw her hands, red and raw from the cold water, anger flared up in my chest. I used my sleeve to wipe the mud spots off her face. Then, right in front of the whole yard full of onlookers, pulled out the still steaming oil paper package and grabbed a handful of white rabbit milk candies to stuff into her pocket. Eat. Eat as much as you want. We're not short of this stuff at home. Anybody who's jealous can come argue it out with me. Li Mei's spiteful comment got choked right back down her throat. She just stared, dumbfounded. Eating meat first thing in the morning? I glared at her. I'm talking to my woman. What are you looking at? Back off. Or you want me to smack you? You wouldn't dare. Li Mei talked tough, but her body honestly kept scooting backward, step by step. I'd long since scared this girl into a lasting trauma. I pulled Wanqing behind the dirt slope, pressed the heavy canvas bag into her arms, and lowered my voice. While Li Mei's crowd is resting at noon, take the back path and go to Granduncle's place first, then swing by Dechun's, Ergo's, and Taiju's houses. Deliver these in my woman's name. Wanqing looked a little panicked. But if Chun Fugue sees this, won't it get them in trouble? Don't worry. Everyone in the village is related one way or another. He can't punish the whole crowd. My face turned serious as I fixed my eyes on her. Once you're done delivering, get straight back to the quarters and stay with everyone. Don't come back to the work site. I heard Chun Dezhuang went to find Zhao Jinjun. At the words Zhao Jinjun, the color drained from Wanqing's face all at once, but she still gritted her teeth and nodded, then hid the bag behind a haystack by the rocks. At noon, while Li Mei was taking her nap, Wanqing circled back into the village. Granduncle, far from showing any prejudice when he saw her, said cheerfully that once they got married, he'd give a big red envelope. Half of Dechun's courtyard wall had collapsed. His wife, Wang Chuehua, was squatting in the yard weaving a bamboo basket. The moment she saw it was Wanqing, her face fell. Educated youth Su, what are you here for? Our family's class background is red. You keep your distance so you don't stir up gossip. Wanqing took a deep breath and pulled out a big chunk of pork belly and a package of brown sugar. Sister Chuehua, I'm here on Weigua's behalf. Brother Dechun worked himself half to death on our house last night. Weigua and I both remember that kindness. This meat and sugar are to help the kids at home get some nourishment. The moment Wang Chuehua's eyes landed on that 3-finger-thick slab of fatty pork, she was completely stunned. Her throat bobbed as she swallowed. Every word Wanqing said struck right at her heart. Last night, she'd known full well her husband had snuck out, and she hadn't said a word. You really shouldn't have. Her voice softened bit by bit, and her eyes never once left that piece of meat. Wanqing struck while the iron was hot and pressed the things into her hands. Weig was always saying how he and Brother Dechun grew up as close as two peas in a pod. There's no eating meat and forgetting Brother Dechun. Hurry and put it away before anyone sees. The instant Wang Chuihua's hand touched the greasy meat, that wall of class background in her heart came crashing down. All right, I'll take it. From now on, if you need anything, just say the word. Good people ought to keep being good to each other, right? Wan Qing felt a wave of relief. After chatting a bit more, she hurried off to the next house without a moment's rest. Ever since Wan Qing's deliver meat to the door method proved effective, and with their family's quiet approval, De Chun and the others no longer had to sneak over in the dead of night. The moment their shift ended, they'd come straight over in the afternoon to lend a hand. The progress shot up. That day, the sun had set and the night had deepened, but the work site was buzzing with activity. Several bonfires crackled and popped, lighting up the sweat-streaked faces a bright red. Ready, heave. At my low command, the makeshift pulley system let out a creaking groan. De Chun gripped that thick hemp rope, having sucked in a big breath, cheeks puffed out like a frog, bracing for the several hundred pounds of weight. But when he pulled, the other end of the rope came up feather-light, smooth as anything. That log, the kind that normally took 4 strong laborers chanting work songs and rubbing the skin off their shoulders just to budge, rose steadily into the frame in midair, as if held in place by magic. Holy cow! De Chun's eyes practically bulged out of his head. He turned to look at me, crouched off to the side working the ropes, staring like I was some kind of immortal. Weigua, did you sneak off in the middle of the night and burn incense to the god of carpentry or something? Several 100 pounds of wood, and in your hands it's like lifting a baby chick. Ergo and Taiju, crouched against the wall catching their breath, were struck dumb by the sight too. I squatted at the edge of the foundation, my fingers nimbly weaving through a pile of rope knots, and gave my usual dopey grin. A master at the factory did this once, called it something like leverage and pulleys. I can't remember. Chen Bei sat on a bluestone slab, the ember of his leaf tobacco pipe glowing and dimming. He watched me through narrowed eyes, my mouth spouting simpleton's talk, but my hands working with unhurried ease, and a jumble of feelings churned inside him. He'd always thought this kid was slow-witted and too honest for his own good, worried he'd get taken advantage of. But now it seemed, this limping boy was no cripple. He'd clearly had his eyes opened and his mind awakened. With the work going smoothly, everyone was in high spirits. And I'm not the type who just orders people around without feeding them. I called out toward the several figures busy off in the distance. Hey, wife, is the soup ready? That, wife, came out so naturally that Wan Qing's cheeks flushed red. Almost, just a few minutes. Tonight she'd specially invited Wang Sujin and Yi Shi, and brought along that foodie Wan Wan too. For one thing, I didn't feel safe about her walking the night road alone. For another, she wanted everyone to meet these good sisters of hers. Wan Wan sat off to the side, grinning happily. Tonight she'd achieved white rabbit candy freedom, and beside her several candy wrappers had been carefully folded into little paper airplanes. This time I spared no expense. I drew straight from my family stash 3 pounds of pork belly, all the good stuff, dripping with fat, sliced thin and paired with the Napa cabbage and vermicelli the women had brought, all bubbling away in the big iron pot. When the lid came off, that overpowering meaty aroma rode the night wind outward, could have drifted a full mile. Wang Sujin dipped a bit of the broth to taste, then tossed in a pinch of salt and nodded at Wan Qing. Not bad. Looks like you've found the right man. Yi, she said enviously, your family's practically well off now. Big house, meat to eat. I'm dying of envy. Wan Qing's face was all happiness. You're all welcome to come visit any time from now on. Haha. Wan Wan suddenly piped up. Once the house is done, you'll have to take off your clothes for your man, and MMPH. Good thing Yishi was quick. The 3 women clamped down on her all at once. Auntie, we brought you out here for meat, so you'd better not go running your mouth later. Say another word and no meat for you. The 3 female educated youth started threatening Wan Wan. I walked over to call everyone to eat, first pouring Chun Bei a cup of sorghum liquor. Wan Qing nimbly ladled out soup for everyone, sleeves rolled up to reveal 2 stretches of pale, delicate forearm, her movements light and quick. She really did look just like a little housewife tending to her own relatives. I introduced my few brothers to everyone. De Chun and Ergo were fine, but the bachelor Taiju, sitting across from the several women, was ill at ease from head to toe. Hello, I'm Wang Sujin, Wanqing's fellow townsman. I'm Yi Shi from Rong City. The two female educated youth introduced themselves openly and easily. The words had barely left their mouths when, from off to the side, came an enormous, sustained slurping of soup. Bei looked over at Wan. And this young lady is. The three female educated youth turned red in an instant. Thank goodness it was nighttime. Thunk. Wan set her bowl down hard in front of Wanqing, eyes blazing, staring at the five grown men before her without a trace of fear. She's probably just hungry. Wanqing hurriedly ladled her another bowl. To break the awkwardness, Bei made small talk. This girl's certainly generous with her appetite. What's your name? Wan didn't make a sound. It got even more awkward. I quickly stepped in to save the moment. Her name's Wan. She doesn't talk much. The whole table watched as Wan polished off another bowl and patted her belly. Wanqing knew her habits. Are you full? Then go play over there for a while. But Wan looked at the three female educated youth, and a sudden flash of shrewdness came into her eyes. You three, you treat me like a little kid? Wanqing, aren't you going to introduce me? The three female educated youth let out a long breath. She was finally acting normal again. So it turned out Wan wasn't crazy all the time. It came and went in spells. She turned to me. Chen Weiguo, right? I'm Su Wanqing's roommate. We share a room. I know, I nodded. Wan sized up the house. This house you're building, does it have a bathroom? Our Wanqing grew up in a villa in Shanghai. You know. Uncle. Weiguo. There's no need to go to all that trouble. Wanqing hurriedly tried to smooth things over. It does, I said with a smile. Not only is there a shared bathroom, the master bedroom has its own too. And it's not an outhouse. We run it down the slope through thick bamboo pipes, with a septic tank. Clean and sanitary. Not bad. Wan nodded, satisfied, then smiled at Wanqing. Now I can rest easy. Wanqing was inexplicably moved for a moment. Then Wan suddenly added, Wanqing, when the time comes, you and I will sleep in the master bedroom. Gah! Bei's chopsticks clattered all over the ground. Wang Sujin and Yi Shi covered their faces and hung their heads. There was just no defending against this. Next time, no matter what, they were not bringing her along. Who's there? Wan suddenly sprang up, snatched a stick from the side, and pointed it at the entrance to the path, looking for all the world like a lady warrior. Everyone followed her gaze, figuring she'd gone off her rocker again. But then, a few neither here nor there coughs, and the tromp of heavy footsteps came drifting over. The warm, lively atmosphere at the work site froze in an instant. By the light of the bonfires, the two figures I least wanted to see emerged from the darkness. The woman walking in front wore a patternless floral shirt with no patches. It was my stepmother, Zhang Kunfang. Trailing behind her rear was Chun Jinshi, in work clothes, wearing a slouching, good-for-nothing expression. The kid had both hands stuffed in his pockets, his shifty eyes first sweeping greedily over the frame of the house. Then, with a sniff of his nose, his gaze locked dead onto that pot of meat soup that hadn't yet been divided up. Say now, old Chun, you've been away from home eating for so many days that I was worried you weren't eating well. Turns out home cooking just isn't good enough for you anymore. Zhang Kunfang started in with her snide tone, squeezing her way in as she talked. So our young master's here having himself a feast, is he? Bei's face went black in an instant. What are you two here for? Listen to the old man talk. I'm his mother. This is his younger brother. There's a big to-do like building a house going on at home. Why can't we come take a look? Zhang Kunfang rolled her eyes, her gaze scraping across Wanqing like a knife before heading straight for that big iron pot. TSK, look at all this grease, these big slabs of fatty pork. How much did one meal like this cost? And there's liquor too. Divorced from the masses, wine pools and meat forests, The decadent lifestyle of the bourgeoisie. Chun Jianxi chimed in from the side. Seeing how things were going, Wanqing hurried to smooth it over. Hello, Auntie. You two haven't eaten yet, have you? Sit down and have a little something. Don't. Zhang Kunfang dodged to the side. I can't afford such an honor. Back when my mother worked for the capitalists, she didn't even dare raise her head to look at a young lady like you. She walked over to the cutting board and grabbed half a slab of meat. Number one, You won't even leave a single bite of this leftover meat for the family? You've changed. Is it your woman whispering in your ear? Brother, not bad at all. This timber's really solid stuff. Chun Jian, she looked over at me with a smile that wasn't a smile. As it happens, I just finished building my house, and I'm short a decent set of furniture. These few pieces of wood are pretty good, especially this cypress one. More than enough to make a big wardrobe. Give me a few, huh? Jianxi, that's for your brother to raise the roof beam tomorrow. Dechun set his bowl down. Brother Dechun, I'm talking to my brother. This is our family's business. Chun Jianxi turned coldly to Wan Qing. My brother listens to you. What do you think, sister-in-law? Your own brother-in-law can't get a few pieces to make some furniture. That wouldn't sound too good if word got out, would it? What in the world do you want? Chen Bei was shaking with rage. If you've got something to say, say it. If not, get the hell back home. How could Wan Qing have ever faced a scene like this? She'd been raised from childhood on gentleness, courtesy, and yielding, taught to reason things out when trouble came. But these two were plainly here to play the shameless rogue. On top of that, she was afraid a big blow-up would spread to the production team and land me with an unfilial charge, which would ruin tomorrow's beam raising. So that instinct to keep the peace and avoid trouble got the upper hand. She bit her lip and, a little flustered, tugged at my sleeve, urging softly, Weigua, why don't we just give Annie the meat? And that timber, maybe you could. A broad palm pressed down on her wrist. The pressure was light, but it carried a reassuring warmth. No, just one word came out of my mouth, not loud, but laced with a chill. Zhang Kunfang's hand froze in mid-motion, and she shouted, bluster masking her cowardice. I'm your mother. When you were little, I raised you through all the muck and mess. Right? You raised me when I was little. I took a step forward, my gaze hardening. But everything I owed, I've already paid back. The household's been split now. All of this is mine. You've got no right to ask me for a single thing. You. Zhang Kunfang was so choked up her face turned purple. I didn't give her a moment to catch her breath. I turned to Chun Jianxi, who was still fondling the wood. You want to haul off timber to make furniture? I walked over and, with a sudden surge of strength, hoisted that log. Thick as a man's thigh and a good 5 meters long, upright. I'll give it to you. Let's see if you can catch it. I gave it a light push, and the round log came toppling toward Chun Jianxi. Everyone was terrified. If that would came crashing down, an ordinary person would either die or be maimed. Chun Jianxi scrambled and stumbled out of the way in a panic. Crash! The wood slammed into the ground, sending a tremor through the earth. I planted a foot on the log and looked at the disheveled Chun Jianxi. The timber's right here. Take it if you've got the guts. Chun Weigua, you've gone crazy. You're trying to kill someone. Zhang Kunfang blew up. You old fool. An adopted son is trying to murder your own flesh and blood, and you're not going to do anything about it. Only then did Chun Bei snap out of it, but Chun Jianxi had already half lost his mind, spewing out every foul thing imaginable. Chun Weigua, I know you hate me for taking your spot. You're a cripple, a useless reject the red flag factory didn't want. You just can't stand to see me do well, so you deliberately married some black 5 categories woman to get back at me, isn't that it? And don't think I don't know. You've peeped at my wife bathing several times. Wan Qing's pupils contracted sharply. Her whole body went rigid, and she stared at me in shock. Shut your mouth. You animal. Chen Bei grabbed a clod of dirt and hurled it at him. I snatched up the shovel beside me. I had never once peeped at Wang Xiaohua bathing. This was all filth he'd made up to drive me out of the house. Chun Jianxi, you want to bet I don't cripple you right here today? Ergo and Taiju also grabbed sticks and stepped up beside me. I am murder. Murder. Zhang Kunfang plopped herself down right in front of Chun Jianxi and started wailing. The unfilial son is trying to kill his own mother. Shut up. Smack. Chen Bei landed a hard slap right across Zhang Kunfang's face. You hit me. You'd hit me over an adopted son, over a black 5 categories woman. Zhang Kunfang leaped up and raked her claws across Chen Bei's face. I'll fight you to the death. This life isn't worth living anymore. Fine, then let's not live it. I've put up with you long enough. Chen Bei gave no ground. At once the old couple grabbed and tore at each other, trading slaps that cracked loud and sharp. Chun Jianxi and I both had to rush in and pull the two of them apart. Rotten hag. People may do as they will, but heaven is watching. Chunbei roared, panting hard. You take our family's money to prop up your own family and your brother, then skim off number one's wages to pad out your son. Number one's worked all these years and doesn't have a single new set of clothes. I earn work points and do carpentry both. I've got one foot in the grave and can't even bring myself to buy tobacco or liquor. All I can afford is leaf tobacco. Fine, then let's not live it. Get the hell back to your Zhang family's place. Tomorrow I'm going to the team headquarters to divorce you. The word divorce struck like a thunderbolt, and it froze Zhang Kunfeng on the spot, as if someone had clamped down on her throat. Her fire went out all at once. In these times, she knew better than anyone what divorce meant for a woman. If they really split, she'd either have to live in her son's home or slink back to her parents' place in disgrace. But there was no longer any place for her at her parents' home. Looking at Chun Bei's iron-gray face, with not a trace of joking on it, whatever nerve she'd had for making a scene drained right out of her. She was genuinely afraid. You've got someone on the side? Who is it? I'm just done living this life. Bullshit. Now that you've got a good life, now that you see number one can earn money, you want to throw us mother and son out. Fine, I'll go to the team headquarters and have the team leader settle this. She grabbed hold of Chun Jianxi, who still wanted to say something. Come on, we're going to report him. After tossing out that face-saving line, she practically dragged her son off, cursing foully the whole way. Chun Weigua, you ungrateful wretch, you just wait. But there was no swagger left in her voice, only the hollow bluster of a coward. Watching the two of them go, everyone hurried to help Chun Bei sit down. The old man had 7 or 8 bloody scratches on his face, a wretched sight. Dad, calm down. Don't take it to heart. I kept patting his back. I was just scaring number 3. That post fell so slowly, there was no way it'd hit him. From now on, your tobacco's on me, and your liquor too. That's right, uncle. Don't stoop to their level. Dechun lit a cigarette and handed it over. Ergo kept fanning Chun Bei, making it look like an intermission break between rounds of a boxing match. Uncle, you're not really going to divorce her, are you? Taiju suddenly asked. Chun Bei took a hard drag on the cigarette, then sighed and shook his head. It's not that simple. If I hadn't made that scene to draw those two's attention away, I'm afraid you two brothers would have ended up drawing blood. I'll drag it out with her for a while, and once the house is built, it'll all blow over. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Something twisted uncomfortably in my chest. They say Chinese fathers aren't good at expressing themselves, that their love is reserved and unspoken. Now I truly understood it. Even though I was an adopted son, I'd been with Chun Bei the longest and had done the most for this family, and he'd seen it all. Number 3 might act like a rotten seed, but in the end he was Chun Bei's own flesh and blood. Blood is thicker than water. Both the palm and the back of the hand are his own flesh. The only thing he could do was use this clumsy sort of great wisdom to shield the conflict between his two sons. Dad, number 3 is your own son after all. I understand it all. Today was all just to scare him. From now on, number 3 and I will each live our own lives. I won't go looking to make trouble for him. Meanwhile, down on the little path below the slope, Zhang Kunfeng was trembling with rage. Son, what are we going to do now? How did that damn cripple suddenly turn so ruthless? Even your father's taking his side. Are we just going to let this go? Let it go? No way in hell. Chun Jianxi spat on the ground, the venom in his eyes practically overflowing. He won't let me have it easy. Well, then he can forget about having it easy either. He didn't head home. On his heel, he turned and ran toward Chun Dezhuang's place at the west end of the village. Hadn't Chun Dezhuang and that Zhao Jianjun been wanting to take Chun Weigua down all along? Perfect. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. When I saw Wan Qing and the others home, I carried that old flashlight, its beam bobbing along the rugged mountain path. Wan Qing walked in the middle, but right now she was unusually quiet, head down, staring only at the spot of light in front of her toes. I knew. Chun Jianxi's filthy words about peeping at his brother's wife bathing had wormed their way into her heart. I deliberately slowed my steps, waiting until Wang Sujin and Yishi up ahead had gone a little farther, then suddenly stopped and gently caught hold of her washed pale sleeve. Wan Qing shivered, her steps halting, but she stubbornly turned her head away and wouldn't look at me. The night hit her slightly reddened eyes, but it couldn't hide the grievance in her heavily nasal voice. What are you pulling me for? The road ahead's easy. I can get back on my own. I sighed and stepped in front of her, my tall frame blocking the cold wind, and her path too. Still thinking about that garbage, Chun Jinshi said. She bit her lip and twisted the hem of her clothes between her fingers, not wanting to seem like some jealous little woman, but the knot of frustration in her chest just wouldn't loosen. Put any woman in her place. Hearing that her fiancé had peeped at another woman bathing, she'd feel sick about it. I didn't believe it. Her voice got smaller and smaller, but it carried an uncertain edge. My heart ached. I reached out with my calloused thumb and, clumsily but gently, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. How could you believe his words? My gaze was open and honest. That was just Chun Jianxi making things up to drive me out and grab the house. I swear, in this whole life I've never peeped at Wang Xiaohua once. Wan Qing turned her head and looked at me earnestly. With you being this beautiful, the other day when you were changing clothes in the shed, I didn't even sneak a peek. Why would I need to go look at Wang Xiaohua? Wan Qing burst out laughing. When she thought about it, that was true. And he really did seem to have changed, even coming out with these shameless, sweet-talking lines now. The dark cloud lifted. She pursed her lips, rolled her pretty eyes, and gave me a light pinch. Stop saying that stuff. Aren't you embarrassed? Some of those cheesy pickup lines from my previous life flashed through my mind, and I polished one up a bit. What do you mean, embarrassed? Everything I said is the truth. My love for you is like a tractor climbing a mountain, loud, blazing, all out. Where would I find the time to look at anyone else? Wan Qing's pupils went wide and goosebumps rose all over her. People of this era expressed their feelings in a reserved, understated way. When had she ever heard anything so blatant? As I spoke, I wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her in tight against me. She felt my solid chest, and a wave of warmth washed over her. She struggled a few times to no avail, then pinched me hard several times, hard enough to make me grimace. Maybe she'd gotten it all out of her system, because she finally leaned softly against my shoulder, like a cat whose fur has been smoothed the right way, and nuzzled gently. Then from now on, you're not allowed to look at other women. What do you mean from now on? I never looked before either. I grinned, sliding back into my usual dopey manner. I waited more than 20 years, all just to wait for you. Now hurry back. Wait for us to move into the new house, my bride. I watched her walk in through the gate of the educated youth quarters, and the smile on my face vanished in an instant. Back at the reservoir works site, Dechun and the others were worn out from the whole day, wrapped in tattered cotton jackets and snoring thunderously around the fire. I didn't wake them. I sat in the shadows, seeming to sort out the fittings we'd need tomorrow, but in truth my senses, enhanced by the system, were warily scanning all around. Chen Fugui and Chun Jian, she would never let this go. That was my read on human nature. The night deepened. The clouds covered the moon, and the earth fell into a deathly stillness. At 3 in the morning, when people sleep the deepest, a faint, unnatural rustling and scraping sound came from the bushes below the work site. 2 furtive black figures crept in, hunched over, like a pair of rats. The one in front was Chun Dezhuang, followed by the village hooligan Wang San. Chun Dezhuang clutched a sickle honed to a keen edge, its blade glinting cold in the starlight. Brother Dezhuang, are we really gonna cut it? Wang San's voice trembled. If it snaps, a several hundred-pound roof beam comes crashing down. That'll kill somebody. Cut the crap, Chun Dezhuang hissed, his eyes venomous. We just cut halfway through. Tomorrow, when they hoist it and the rope gives, it'll be an accident. Not even the immortals could trace it back to us. The two of them carefully edged toward the pulley system. Just then, from the darkness at their side, a wild-haired, filthy figure suddenly darted out. Meat, my meat. It was the crazed Wan Wan. She hadn't eaten enough at dinner and had woken in the middle of the night starving, her mind filled with nothing but the thought of food. Knowing there was meat here, she'd secretly slipped out of the educated youth quarters. When she spotted the 2 figures ahead, she took them for us cooking meat and staggered over to grab hold of Chun Dezhuang's sleeve. You've got meat, right? That grab scared the guilty conscienced Chun Dezhuang out of his wits. He whipped around and came face to face with Wan Wan's grimy face. Their 4 eyes met. By the faint light leaking through a gap in the clouds, Wan Wan got a clear look at Chun Dezhuang's face, thick with the meat of cruelty, now twisted with terror. In that instant, her once dull, muddled eyes suddenly contracted sharply. Deep in her mind, a locked-away memory of horror stabbed through her nerves like a dagger. It was a rainy night, and this very face, grinning savagely, had forcibly dragged her into a jeep and delivered her to the bed of that demon called Zhao Jinjun. Her extreme terror instantly turned into a reflexive madness. Ah! Wan Wan let out a piercing shriek that tore through the night sky. Pervert! Catch the pervert! Don't take me away! Like an enraged wild beast, she threw herself at Chun Dezhuang without a care and bit down hard on his wrist. Ow! Let go! You crazy hag! Chun Dezhuang howled, and the sickle in his hand clattered to the ground. Panicking, he drove a vicious kick into Wan Wan's stomach. Get off! Wan Wan was kicked to the ground, but she felt no pain. She just rolled on the ground, clutching her head and crying out, Zhao Jinjun! I won't go, don't take me. Who's there? A furious roar burst out like a thunderclap on flat ground. I leaped down from the stone slab and rushed over in a few strides. The moment I saw Wan Wan on the ground, the sickle beside her, and Chun Dezhuang and Wang Sen clutching a wrist and about to flee, killing intent surged up in my eyes. Trying to run? Seeing that his scheme was exposed, Chun Dezhuang bolted at full speed, not even sparing a thought for Wang San. I didn't give chase. I flicked my toe up, scooped a fist-sized cobblestone off the ground, sank into a low stance, and hurled it with a violent snap of my arm. Whoosh! The stone tore through the air toward the darkness. Crack! Ah! A dozen-odd meters away, Chun Dezhuang let out a scream like a slaughtered pig and crashed heavily into the bushes. Weigua! What's going on? De Chun and the others, jolted awake, came charging over with weapons in hand. Which son of a bitch dared come make trouble? I waved my hand, signaling not to chase a cornered enemy, and quickly crouched down to check on Wan Wan. She was curled into a ball, trembling violently, her eyes vacant, babbling incoherently. On a sudden thought, I fished a white rabbit milk candy out of my pocket, unwrapped it, and put it in her mouth. The sweetness seemed to have some soothing effect, and her trembling eased a little. Suddenly, she grabbed my arm, her nails digging deep into my flesh. She raised her head, and her eyes were, for a rare moment, clear. It was the last flicker of lucidity after extreme terror, a final cry for help in the depths of despair. Her lips quivered as she spoke, her voice hoarse and urgent, every word like blood squeezed out of her throat. Watch out. Watch out for that Zhao guy and Chun Dezhuang. They're in it together. They hand us off to people. They're going to sell me. The moment she finished, her eyes rolled back, her body went limp, and she started giggling foolishly again, as if that flash of lucidity had been nothing but an illusion. But I'd heard it clearly. I slowly rose to my feet and looked at De Chun and the others. In the firelight, all their faces had turned unusually grave. This was no longer a simple squabble between neighbors. The waters behind it ran deeper and darker than I'd imagined. Zhao Jinjun. I ground the name out between my teeth. For Wan Wan's safety, I heated up some soup for her to drink and laid out a few pieces of clothing by the fire for her to rest on. I waited until De Chun and the others were sound asleep again, snoring away, before I silently got up and, like a night-prowling cat, circled around to the outer edge of the work site. A single thought, and the system store opened. Purchase: 1 roll of high-tinsel transparent fishing line, 8 brass warning bells. 3 yuan deducted, balance 18.3 yuan. I crouched at the edge of the bushes and strung the transparent fishing line taut, half a foot off the ground. Not too high, not too low, just right to catch someone at the ankle. The end of the line connected to the brass bells hidden behind a tree. I gave it 2 tugs, and the bells rang out crisp and clear. Ding! An open spear is easy to dodge. A hidden arrow is hard to guard against. This was just a temporary setup, and also a warning to any who came. If Chun Dezhuang wouldn't push his luck any further, then everyone could get along. But if he insisted on provoking me again, especially that Zhao Jinjun, who dared lay a hand on my woman, then I wouldn't mind making them vanish from this world. I had the strength of an ox, plus my storage space, and in these times there were no surveillance cameras. A beast who specialized in preying on female educated youth deserved to die. Once I'd set it up, I dusted the dirt off my hands and went back to the shed to sleep. Early the next morning, the heavens cooperated. A clear, sunny day. I handle things efficiently. First thing in the morning, I took Wan back, and in passing slipped 2 packs of Great Front Gate cigarettes to the brigade accountant, who then grinned and reassigned Wan Qing out on official business. Bei had specially bought firecrackers, and at the auspicious hour they went off crackling and popping until the whole gully seemed to shake, red paper scraps carpeting the ground, a festive scene. With the pulley system, plus fresh muscle from Chun and the others, those several hundred-pound main beams were sent up onto the roof as easily as stacking building blocks. Once the main beams settled into place, the frame of the 3-sided courtyard was officially standing. The commotion was so big that half the village came running to watch, especially the women who usually had little to do, who crowded around the site with children in their arms until it looked like a farmer's market. Wan Qing worked hard to settle into the role of mistress of the house, handing out melon seeds and peanuts to greet everyone. Heave, bare-chested, I stood on the scaffolding spreading mortar. With one shout, I put my arms into it, and that shovelful of tens of pounds of mud and plaster was as light as a wad of cotton in my hands. In the sunlight, the muscles of my back contracted violently with each movement, forming a perfect inverted triangle. In the crowd, Lifeng, a pretty young widow whose husband had died not 2 years back, was staring, transfixed. Clutching the melon seeds Wan Qing had given her, she fixed a hungry gaze on my waist, her throat swallowing involuntarily. I really never would have thought. Lifeng elbowed the plump Annie beside her, her voice sweet enough to squeeze water out of. This eldest Chin boy always looked like a dimwit before. How come with his shirt off, he's such a stud? The plump Annie shot her a sidelong glance, spat out a melon seed husk, and teased. What's the matter, Lifeng? Got your heart stirred up? Too bad. His heart's only got room for that city girl, educated youth Sue now. Lifeng curled her lip and said sourly, such a fine cut of meat, and it goes wasted on that vixen Sue Wan Qing. With that dainty little body of hers, she'd best not get herself shaken apart in the night. The several women burst into a round of knowing laughter. Though these dirty words were kept low, Wan Qing was boiling water not far off, and every word bored straight into her ears. Her cheeks flushed crimson in an instant, half embarrassed, half indignant. But when she raised her head and saw me standing head and shoulders above the crowd, and saw the envious, jealous looks from the women around her, that sourness in her heart suddenly turned into a sweet flicker of pride. Humph, envy all you want, it's no use. He's mine. She took a deep breath, pressed her lips together, deliberately straightened her back, picked up the cold tea she'd prepared ahead of time, and, under the astonished eyes of all the women, walked openly up the dirt slope, straight to my side. Weigwa, take a break, have some water. Her voice was crisp and soft, yet carried the quiet authority of a proper wife. I paused, stopping my work, and looked at her flushed little face with a broad grin. She took out a handkerchief, rose up on her tiptoes, and gently wiped my sweat, her gaze not dodging in the least, instead carrying a boldness and possessiveness she didn't usually show, lingering for a moment on my chest. The chatter all around fell quiet in an instant. I'm no fool. One look at this and I understood most of what was going on, and it secretly amused me. I obligingly bowed my head and let those soft, tender little hands wipe my face. Then I suddenly leaned close to her ear and, in front of the whole village, lowered my voice. Wife, don't listen to those old biddies flapping their gums. That's just sour grapes from folks who can't get the grape. I'm saving all this strength for you alone. Tonight, how about you? Give me a good inspection. Boom. Wan Qing's face went red all the way down to the roots of her neck, so flustered she nearly couldn't hold the bowl. You've got no shame. She gave the soft flesh at my waist a hard pinch, shot me a glare, and turned and ran off. But this display of intimacy, as if no one else were around, landed like a resounding slap across the faces of those gossiping women. Not far off, Lifeng was stamping her feet with jealousy, cursing something under her breath in a sour tone. Meanwhile, at the west end of the Chun production brigade, in the main room of Chun Fugue's house, The atmosphere was so oppressive you could wring water out of it. Bam! Chen Fugui planted a kick on Chun Dezhuang's backside, sending him sprawling face-first to the floor. You idiot. Useless lump that can't be shaped into anything. Chen Fugui was so furious his whole face went red. He pointed at his kneeling son and cursed him up and down, spittle flying into the boy's face. You want to cut the rope on a roof beam? Is your head packed full of manure? That's several hundred pounds of wood. If you'd actually killed someone, do you want to eat a bullet or go to a labor camp? Chen Dezhuang clutched his still-losing wrist, bitten by Wan the night before, hissing through his teeth in pain, but inwardly 1,000 times unconvinced, secretly rolling his eyes. Old fool, more of a coward the older he gets. Greedy and rotten as Chen Fugui was, he was a shrewd man with an eye on his official career, and he knew better than anyone where the red lines lay in these times. He wanted to suppress me and shut out Wan Qing because her class background was bad and would leave a stain on the village. But causing a death, getting his official cap stripped away, that was absolutely out of the question. The greatest ambition of his life was to climb into the seat of Commune Party Secretary. Why do you think I've worked myself to the bone buttering up Director Zhao at the Red Flag Factory? It's also I can get you a factory recruitment slot next year. Chen Fugui was livid, exasperated that his son was iron that just wouldn't turn into steel. And what do? Nothing but bring me trouble that could get us both beheaded. Dad, Chen Dezhuang stiffened his neck and talked back. If that cripple really gets his house built, isn't that a slap in your face? You don't know squat. Chen Fugui raised his hand to strike again, but in the end he lowered it with a bitter grunt. You keep your head down for a while. Don't go hanging around that construction site anymore. As long as he's still in this production team, I've got plenty of ways to deal with him. I don't need scum like you. After cursing, he clasped his hands behind his back and stormed off, slamming the door in a rage. Chen Dezhuang picked himself up off the ground, brushed the dirt off his pants, but the venom in his eyes only grew thicker. Ways? What ways could you possibly have? Nothing but docking work points and making his life a little harder. The older you get, the more of a coward you become. He looked at the bloody ring of teeth marks on his wrist, remembered how I'd knocked him flat on his face with a rock last night, and couldn't swallow his rage no matter how hard he tried. The things his father didn't dare to do. Well, Zhao Jianjun would dare. He straightened his collar, wheeled out the old black bicycle by the door, hopped on, and pedaled hard, heading straight for the commune's Red Flag Machinery Factory. The Red Flag Machinery Factory was the giant of the whole region. Its towering smokestacks belched black smoke. Its machines roared deafeningly. It had its own school and hospital, and with workers and their families it housed nearly 10,000 people, practically a little independent kingdom. Inside the office of the deputy chief of the security section, Zhao Jianjun wasn't quite 30, with a broad face and big ears that gave him a certain official air. Dressed in a mouse suit, he sat with one leg crossed over the other in a leather swivel chair, toying with a fancy imported lighter. Click, click, the flame flickered up and died, casting light on his somewhat pale face, which had a hint of something soft and effeminate about it. Chen Dezhuang bent so low he was practically folded in half, his face all fawning smiles, as he recounted the events of last night with plenty of embellishment. Young Master Zhao, that Shenhuigua is way too arrogant. His eyes darted around, and he started making things up. Not only did he slap you in the face, he also announced in front of everyone. He said Zhao Jianjun is a nobody, that Su Wanqing was his woman long ago, that he'd already worn her out. He said if you wanted her, you'd just be picking up his used goods. Hearing this, Zhao Jianjun's lazy expression suddenly turned cold. Then he smiled, a particularly warm and gentle smile that sent a chill down Chen Dezhuang's spine. Snap, he closed the lighter. Chen Dezhuang, what's my job? I do security work. You think I can't tell truth from lies? You got your ass handed to you by that crippled Chun, and now you've come running to me to use my knife to do your killing, huh? He slammed the desk hard, so hard that Chen Dezhuang nearly dropped to his knees. Zhao Jianjun was indeed a lecher, but he was even more of a neat freak about it. He hadn't gone to school much, so he had a thing for educated female youth, intellectual types, precisely because he loved the feeling of having such women completely under his thumb. But once another man had touched one, no matter how beautiful she was, she instantly became worthless in his eyes. A pair of used shoes someone else has already worn. I've got no interest in picking those up. He gave a cold snort, then tossed a pack of front gate cigarettes out of his drawer. Still, you took a beating running an errand for me. Chen Dazhuang caught the pack like it was treasure and quickly put on a smile. Yes, yes. That shameless little slut isn't worthy of you at all. She's only good enough to keep a cripple's bed warm. But inside, his heart sank. If young Master Zhao had lost interest in Su Wanqing, how was he ever going to get his revenge? At that moment, Zhao Jianjun suddenly stood up, and the pressure of a man used to power bore down on him. I've lost interest in Su Wanqing, but this insult, I still have to get even for it. Hearing there was still a chance, Chen Dazhuang eagerly pressed closer. Young Master Zhao, just say the word, and I'll bring some men to kill him. I'm a cadre, not some bandit. Zhao Jianjun glared at him. You watch your mouth when you talk to me. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his lips. I want everything he's got within reach to turn to dust in his hands. That's what real despair feels like. I hear his house is almost ready to have the roof put on, and the main beams are all made of cypress wood. Chen Dazhuang was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. You mean, this winter, the weather's dry and the air's parched. It's the perfect season for fires. It took Chen Dazhuang several seconds to catch on, and then he rubbed his hands together in excitement. Vicious. What a vicious move. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Pulling the firewood out from under the pot. It's genius. Leave Chen Weigua homeless, and let's see how cocky he stays. Zhao Jianjun stared into his eyes and said slowly, I'll send 2 men to help you with this. Get it done, and next year I'll bring you into the factory and transfer you to the security section. Don't you worry, young Master Zhao. I'll get the job done for sure. Meanwhile, on that once barren slope beside the reservoir, a 3-sided courtyard had already taken shape. The perimeter wall of stacked stones was solid and sturdy, and the rammed earth walls made of yellow clay mixed with chopped straw gleamed golden. Only the roof was still just a skeleton of a frame. In the courtyard, over 1,000 pounds of golden rice straw had been combed out and stacked neatly. That was what I prepared for the roof. In the fading light, it glowed with a warm color, the color of harvest, and the promise of a good life ahead. Wood shavings flew all over the yard. Chen Bei, his back hunched, pushed the old plane he'd used for decades, working on the wedding bed. Plenty of people had come by to look these days. My house had become the headline for everyone's after-dinner gossip. I went and saw it. Say what you will, that crippled Chen's house really is beautiful. Who'd have thought? This crippled Chen really has a way about him. That Su girl really lucked out. 2 women carrying children were still chattering about it as they walked in the dark, and just then they passed a haystack. Behind the haystack, 2 people were covering their mouths, shoulders shaking with silent laughter. It was me and Wanqing. A thought stirred in my mind. You have checked in for 5 consecutive days. Reward, 5 system coins. Current balance, 23.3 yuan. Looking at this fortune, my heart felt steady. In these times, 2 yuan could buy several feet of good cloth. What are you thinking about? Grinning like a sneaky cat, Wanqing hugged her knees and leaned in close beside me. I wrapped my arm around her slender waist, leaned in, and murmured, I was thinking, once the house is done, we should go into town and pick up a few things. 2 thermoses, an enamel wash basin with the mandarin ducks playing in water design, and I deliberately paused, letting my eyes travel over her body, then grinned wickedly. Oh, right. Are you buying any underwear? What size do you wear? I'll get some for you. Wanqing's face instantly turned as red as a big swath of scarlet cloth. You pervert. She shot me a fierce glare, but her hand didn't pull away. What pervert? The other day I heard Auntie Lee say you're pretty big. Is that true? You can't really tell. They're not big. Not big at all. You can't look, and you can't talk about it. Wanqing broke free and started to run. I grabbed her, and without another word planted myself in front of her and swept her up onto my back. Lying against my solid back, by now my leg no longer limped. She found it broad, steady, and so warm. But the peaceful sweetness here couldn't reach into the shadows of the mottled earthen walls of the old Qin family house. Chen Jianxi had just wheeled his bicycle into the alley when a dark figure cornered him against the wall. Who's there? Chen Jianxi jumped in fright. It's me, your brother Dazhuang. Chen Dazhuang emerged from the shadows and held out a cigarette. Chen Jianxi's face went pale. Brother Dazhuang, it's so late. Chen Dazhuang fixed him with a sinister stare. I'm doing something for young Master Zhao. Tonight at 11, you go to the reservoir and lure Chen Weigua and your dad away. Chen Jianxi's heart lurched. What do you mean? Exactly what it sounds like. Chen Dazhuang pointed toward the reservoir. That cripple's gotten too full of himself. You draw Chen Weigua and your dad off. Leave the rest to us. Draw them off? You're going to. Chen Dazhuang smiled a chilling smile. No harm telling you. Those thousands of pounds of rice straw will go up in flames the second you light them. With a bit of wind, not even the gods could save it. No, my dad will beat me to death. As rotten as Chen Jianxi was, hearing a crime that could get a man executed, his instinct was still fear. What are you scared of? Chen Dazhuang leaned close to his ear, his voice like a serpent's flicking tongue. Young Master Zhao said, once this is done, he'll take care of getting you made a permanent worker. Next spring, you'll be a full official employee at the Red Flag Factory, with an iron rice bowl, a job for life. Chen Jianxi's breath caught. Made permanent. That was the very thing he dreamed of. But if you don't do it, Chen Dazhuang's tone abruptly turned cold. Your brother married one of the black categories, so your political review is going to have problems. Forget being made permanent. You probably won't even hold on to your temp job. Chen Jianxi gritted his teeth hard, cold sweat streaming down. On one side was his brother's house. On the other, his own future and his own life. Jealousy grew wild in his heart like weeds. Why should a cripple get to build a big tiled house? Why should he get to marry Su Wanqing? If that house burned down, you'd have nothing left to marry into. Fine. Chen Jianxi forced out the single word through clenched teeth, his eyes savage. I'll do it. Chen Dazhuang smiled with satisfaction, turned, and vanished into the night. But neither of them realized that just on the other side of the wall, Wang Xiaohua, who had been in the yard bringing in the laundry, had frozen stiff. She had heard every single word. Burning down a house. That was a crime you could be beheaded for. And what they meant to burn was the house their eldest brother had poured his heart and sweat into building. Wang Xiaohua had once been an educated youth sent down to the countryside herself. She'd had schooling, and she knew arson was a serious crime. Chen Jianxi was at least a temp worker at the Red Flag Factory, and the family got by all right. She didn't want him getting into trouble. What's more, ever since she'd married into this family, she'd carried guilt in her heart. She knew all too well how this family had treated Chen Weigua. Much of the grain rations her own children ate each month had rightfully been Chen Weigua's share. When she'd first heard that Chen Weigua had nearly starved to death, it had weighed on her like a stone. No, she couldn't let Chen Jianxi do such a rotten thing. If he got caught, this whole family would be finished. Chen Jianxi went inside, gulped down a big mouthful of cold water, and paced anxiously in the main room. This cripple, his luck is unbreakable. No, I need to come up with an excuse to trick Dad into leaving too. Wang Xiaohua stood in the doorway of the inner room, her heart pounding like it would burst through her chest. There was no time to wait. She rummaged through the chests and drawers, found the family's last remaining packet of lotus root starch, tucked it against her body under her clothes, then scooped up her elder son and headed out. It's so late. Where are you going? Chen Jianxi demanded, glaring. The little one's asleep, so while I've got the chance, I'm taking a packet of lotus root starch over to his aunt's. Wang Xiaohua gave him no time to react and walked out the door with the child in her arms. She ran all the way to the home of her sister-in-law, Chenenghua. Then she suddenly slapped her own forehead. Oh no, what a memory I have. I forgot the thing I was bringing. Second sister, watch the older one for me a minute. I'll run back and get it. Without waiting for Chenenghua to answer, she'd already turned and dashed into the pitch-black alley. But she didn't go home. Instead, gritting her teeth, she ran for her life toward the educated youth quarters. Faster, faster, faster. The lights at the youth quarters had long gone out. Su Wanqing was almost asleep when a dark figure slipped into the cowsheet. Who's there? Su Wanqing was so startled, she nearly cried out. Shoo, it's me, Wang Xiaohua. A pale face drenched in sweat leaned close, the voice trembling terribly. Sister-in-law, quick, go tell big brother. Chen Dazhuang is forcing Chen Jianxi to lure them away. Someone's going to burn down the house tonight. They're doing it at 11. Go, hurry. And remember, don't tell them it came from me." With that, she turned and ran, vanishing into the darkness. Su Wanqing came to her senses, cold all over. She glanced at her watch, 10:40. Only 20 minutes left. She grabbed her coat and rushed out. But the moment she reached the gate, she saw the male youth on night duty locking the front gate, chatting with someone as he locked it. There was no way out. Forcing her way through would surely mean being questioned, and if a scene broke out, all the time would be wasted. What could she do? Su Wanqing was so frantic tears welled up in her eyes. Just then, a giggling, dim-witted laugh came from the corner. "You Buchuan, you hypocritical little villain. Take my sword." It was Wan Wan. She was crouched in the cowshed, waving a bamboo stick at the empty air. A flash of inspiration struck Su Wanqing. She quickly pulled out the white rabbit milk candies Chinhuegua had given her the night before, unwrapped one, and held it out. "Wan Wan, have some candy. I've got lots of candy here. Take me outside, and I'll take you to eat meat. Let's use your secret passage." Wan Wan's eyes lit up in an instant. She snatched the candy and stuffed it in her mouth, then grabbed Su Wanqing's hand and pulled her toward the weeds in the corner of the back courtyard wall. Behind the waist-high wild grass, there was actually a well-hidden dog hole, left over from the days when the landlord's family had kept wolfhounds, just big enough for a thin person to squeeze through. Su Wanqing looked at the muddy opening without a moment's hesitation. She was a pampered city girl, but in that moment, for the sake of that man, she got down on the ground and wriggled through like a worm. Out of the youth quarters, she took off running straight for the reservoir. "Weigua, Weigua." Su Wanqing and Wan Wan came stumbling up the slope, hair disheveled, faces smeared with mud. I was checking over tomorrow's workload when I heard that shrill cry. My heart lurched, and I threw down the notebook and crossed the distance in a few strides, catching her just as she was about to fall. "Wife, what's wrong? Who bullied you?" Seeing the state she was in, the killing intent in my eyes surged instantly, and my fists clenched so hard the knuckles cracked. "No, no one bullied me." Su Wanqing gripped my arm with all her might. "Quick, Chun Jianxi is coming to lure you all away. Chun Dazhuang and the others are going to burn down the house." At 11. What? Dachuan, Ergu, and Taiju, sitting around the campfire, all leaped to their feet. "I'll screw his ancestors." Dachuan snatched up a shovel and made to charge out. "I'm going right now to chop down that son of a bitch Chin Dazhuang." "Don't go," Su Wanqing shouted. "It was Wang Xiaohua who came and told me. She begs you, don't come down hard on Chin Jianxi." I nodded and held everyone back. "If we go make a scene now, we'll only tip them off. To catch a thief, you have to catch him with the goods." But then I turned to look at Chun Bei, sitting in the corner. The old man's cigarette had fallen to the ground, and he looked like his soul had been drained out of him. That's his own brother's house. Tears streamed down Chun Bei's weathered face. How could he bring himself to do it? That's his own flesh-and-blood brother. In that moment, the light in Chun Bei's eyes went out. It was the total collapse of the last shred of hope he'd held for the bonds of blood. I walked over and crouched down, patting his back. "Dad, don't worry. For your sake, I won't be too hard on Chun Jianxi." I stood up and circled the house twice. The front courtyard was wide open ground, torches burning all around. Only the back courtyard was a blind spot away from the light, and it was right up against the woods. I opened the system panel and entered the shop. Medium animal trap. Clamping force, 100 kilograms. With barbs. 3 yuan each. Buy 5. I stared at the thing, nearly 40 centimeters across, its dark metal cold and grim. Even a wolf caught in it would never break free. Deducted 15 yuan. Balance, 8.3 yuan. A few minutes later, I hauled 5 of the vicious iron things out of the house. Dachuan, Ergu, haul all the dry rice straw out of the back courtyard. Taiju, help me move timber and bamboo to close off the back wall. Leave only 5 gaps. Working fast, I buried the animal traps beneath the gaps and scattered a layer of loose soil and bits of grass over them. Along the stretch from the outer wall to the hillside, I laid down a thick cover of dead branches that would snap the instant anyone stepped on them. I just finished setting everything up when footsteps sounded at the bottom of the slope. Grab some food and take Wan to hide in the old shed. Chun Jianxi had arrived. Faking a look of panic, he came running up out of breath. "Dad, brother, something terrible," Mom collapsed at home. She says her chest hurts. I'm afraid. I'm afraid she won't make it. His acting was so clumsy it was nauseating. Chunbei swayed on his feet, staring hard at this youngest son with eyes that held both sorrow and hatred. I held back Dachuan, who was about to speak, walked over, put my arm around Chun Jian's shoulder, and pulled him aside. Dad, come here a second, too. When Chunbei had come close, I suddenly spoke. Third brother, I'll give you one last chance. Tell the truth, and I'll still recognize you as my brother. Is Mom really sick? Chun Jian's scalp crawled under my gaze. But the moment he thought of that permanent worker slot, he hardened his heart, stiffened his neck, and shouted, Of course it's true. You think I'd curse our own mother to death? He'd never repent. I nodded, then turned to Chunbei. Dad, it's not that I won't recognize him as my brother. It's that he won't recognize me as his. Chunbei stepped forward, trembling. Smack. A resounding slap, thrown with every ounce of the old man's strength. I'll beat you to death, you beast. Chunbei roared, his voice tearing at the heart. That's your own brother's house. You'd help outsiders come burn it. Did the dogs eat your conscience? Chun Jianshi went ghostly pale, shaking like a leaf. You all. Before he could react, I stepped forward, grabbed his collar with one hand and his waistband with the other, hoisted him high, and slammed him down onto the ground. Thud! Chun Jian's whole body crashed hard into the dirt. He rolled on the ground, clutching his back, utterly unable to understand where his cripple of a brother had gotten such strength. I looked down at him. Chun Jianshi, from this day on, you and I are done, all ties cut. I pressed my knee into his back and pulled out a length of hemp rope. I'm tying you up and hauling you to the Public Security Bureau right now. You people actually dared set fire in a forest zone. Ow, no, please, brother. I was wrong. I was forced into it. Chun Jianshi pounded the ground desperately. I knew this kid all too well, thoroughly spoiled by Zhang Chuanfang, with ambitions higher than the sky and a life as thin as paper, and a coward on top of it. My hand stopped, and I asked, when are they coming? How many? I'm not really sure. They just said they'd wait at the village entrance, and I only had to lead you all back. I patted his forehead. You come stir up trouble with me again, and I really will kill you. Back at the courtyard, I took off my padded coat and handed it to Taiju. You're about my height. Put the hat on, pretend to be me, and go back with my dad. Then I called out to Dachuan. You go wait in the woods. As long as I don't call for you, whatever you hear, do not come out. Ergu, take the back path into town and get the police. Tell them there are people sneaking around the mountain. Could be spies out to sabotage things. Got it, Brother Weigwa. Ergu took off at a run. Dachuan wasn't reassured. Weigwa, you alone. I smiled. With strength like mine, who in this village can match me? Once everything was arranged, I put out the torches in the yard and sat alone inside that house with no door and no windows. I pulled on my work gloves, took up the broad, heavy hatchet, and began to sharpen it, unhurried. This was the first time since I'd come to this world that I would declare war on a truly evil force. I ran the calloused pads of my fingers gently along the blade. Hiss! The edge cut the skin, and a drop of blood rolled down. 2 lifetimes lived, and this was the first time I'd fight someone to the death like this. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. But I understood in my heart that if I flinched, the enemy would never let me off. They'd only push harder. If I had a system backing me and still played the coward, I might as well jump in the reservoir. Throw 1 punch at me, and I'll throw 100 back. Suddenly, a faint crunching sound reached my ears, clear as day. They were here. I rose slowly and melted soundlessly into the shadows of the corner. At the gap in the courtyard wall, 3 dark figures were sneaking in. Leading them was a desperado named Lizzie, carrying a heavy oil drum in his hand. Careful, don't make any noise, Lizzie said in a low voice. Shindajwang, you keep watch out back. Don't worry, Brother Lai, that cripple went home. The thin man in front said, I'll climb over first. Nimble, he vaulted over in a single motion. Suddenly, a teeth-grinding metallic snap exploded through the air. Crunch. The animal trap slammed shut like a crocodile's jaws, its barbs sinking deep into flesh, crushing the shin bone outright. A blood-curdling scream came from inside the wall. Damn, there are traps. The thin man's voice shook like a rattle. Lizzie was scared out of his wits and quickly set down the oil drum. Quick, help him. The two of them climbed over. But this special trap had a clamping force of a full 100 kilograms. There was no prying it open, and the moment they tried, the thin man howled in agony, half dead from the pain. While they were in chaos, I had already, like a ghost, circled around outside the back courtyard wall. I didn't rush to deal with the ones inside. Instead, I fixed my eyes on the big tree a dozen meters away. There, Chen Dazhuang was hunching his neck, greasing his heels to slip away, with a spare drum of gasoline sitting at his feet. Dazhuang, it's so late. Come to watch the fireworks? Chen Dazhuang whipped his head around. Before he could even make out who it was, a huge fist rapidly filled his vision. Bam! It landed square on his temple. Chen Dazhuang didn't even grunt. He crumpled to the ground limp as a heap of mud. I tied him up, stuffed his mouth, then picked up that drum of gasoline, checked the wind direction, and walked down toward the downhill slope. I found a patch of clear ground with hardly any trees and poured gasoline over the shrubs. Hist! A match flared to life. With a flick of my wrist, I dropped it. Whoosh! Flames shot straight up into the sky. Carried by the wind, they instantly became a dragon of fire, dyeing half the sky red. Inside the courtyard, Lizzie and the other man finally pried open the trap, by which point the thin man's leg was ruined. Move. Let's get out of here. Lizzie hoisted the thin man onto his back and circled out through the front courtyard. When he looked up, he saw the blaze roaring in the direction of the back mountain. Damn it! Did that idiot Chen Dazhuang light it? He was supposed to burn the house, not the mountain. If we get caught for this, it's a firing squad. Terrified, the three of them dragged their wounded man and fled deep into the woods. But just as they reached the edge of the forest, a tall figure, silhouetted against the firelight, blocked the only way out. I stood there, hatchet in hand, the flames leaping behind me like an Azura demon. Who's there? You dare set fires? A furious roar, like thunder erupting on flat ground. Lizzie was a hardened one himself. A savage glint flashed in his eyes as he drew a dagger from his waist and lunged at me. Kill him, or we all end up in front of a firing squad. I stood my ground until the dagger was right in front of me, and only then struck. The body, enhanced by the system, displayed its full power, the hatchet carving an afterimage through the air. Thunk! Lizzie felt only a cold sensation at his wrist. The hand gripping the dagger had been severed clean off at the root, flying more than 2 meters away. His scream had barely left his throat when I brought the blade back around, the edge sweeping across his neck. The sound cut off abruptly. He stared, eyes wide, refusing to believe that I, this cripple, had done this, then twitched and collapsed. The remaining, uninjured accomplice was so frightened he wet his crotch. With a strange yelp, he dropped the man with the broken leg and turned to run. I watched that fleeing back coldly, bent down and scooped up a rock, dropped my weight, extended my arm. Whoosh! The stone shot out like a cannonball. 10 meters away, the man suddenly pitched forward. Crack! That was the sound of a skull shattering. He crashed headfirst into the bushes and never moved again. Carrying the still dripping hatchet, I walked step by step over to the thin man with the broken leg. Please, spare me, big brother. The thin man knelt and kowtowed frantically. It was all Brother Lai who brought me here. I was just making up the numbers. I stepped down on his broken leg and pressed lightly. Ah, shut up. I ask, you answer. One wrong word, and I cut off one of your fingers. Who put you up to this? It was Brother Lai who took the job. Chen Fugui staggered backward and sat down hard on a rock. Of course, for something as big as fighting a fire, Chen Dazhuang hadn't shown his face at all. Where is he? Hand him over to me. I'll question him myself. Haha. I scratched my head. I've definitely got him hidden away. I'll be handing him over to the police later. Chen Fugui's hands were trembling. He must have understood by now. Most likely this wretched son of his, unwilling to accept the situation, had teamed up with outsiders to burn down my house. But how come the house hadn't caught fire, and the woods had gone up instead? He stared at my face, trying to spot the flaw. I kept gazing back at him sincerely, my emotions rock steady. By now the sky was faintly lightening, and the wail of sirens sounded at the foot of the mountain. Wagwa. Chen Fugui's tone suddenly softened. Uncle was wrong. I shouldn't have targeted educated youth Sue. In this firefighting, educated youth Sue was very active. The team is going to publicly commend her. It'll go on her record. Her work points will go up, and she'll be treated the same as an ordinary educated youth. She's an educated girl, isn't she? From now on, she can come by every afternoon to help the accountant with the books, and only has to do a half day of labor. What do you think? I said nothing. Oh, right. Shin Fugue hurriedly added. The house. I'll put out a notice tomorrow. Have everyone come help you build it, with work points. And your marriage application. I've approved that too. Ha! I clapped my hands. Great. Getting married is great. My free choice love match has succeeded. Shin Fugue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Weigwa, so where's Dajwang? I blinked. You haven't given me my marriage application yet. Give it to me, and I'll give him back to you. Shin Fugue's fists clenched. Are you actually a fool, or just faking it? You're craftier than a monkey. The jeep pulled up, and several uniformed police officers hopped out. Chief Zhang walked into my courtyard with his bag under his arm. Chen Weigua, come here. Yes, sir. I immediately put on the terrified look of a victim and limped over. You had Ergu report this? You knew there'd be a fire? Chief Zhang found a length of squared timber to sit on, while another officer beside him took notes. I didn't know there'd be a fire. I looked all aggrieved. I was just afraid someone would come mess with my house, so I set bells all around it. Tonight I saw shadowy figures sneaking about. Thought they were bad guys out to cause trouble, so I had Erga go report it. But it was terrifying. The moment I shouted, they came swinging knives at me. I couldn't beat them, and I even took a knife cut. They were splashing gasoline everywhere from a drum, lighting the woods on fire, and they even wanted to burn me to death. Good thing I run fast. I pointed grievously at the slash in my padded coat. Count yourself one lucky kid. Did you see them? I did. And I'm pretty tough too. I said, like a kid wanting candy. I chopped them too. And I even found a gasoline drum. A gasoline drum. Where? I ran out and carried in an empty oil drum. Chief Zhang put on gloves and looked. Stamped on the bottom of the drum were the words State-Owned Southwest Red Flag Machinery Factory. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he handed the drum to the officer beside him. The rest of the police asked a few routine questions, and seeing they couldn't get more out of it, they inspected the fire scene thoroughly before leaving. The mountain fire burned for a whole day and wasn't fully put out until the afternoon. That day, I had Su Wanqing set up a pot right at the door of the new house and boil sweet ginger tea for everyone. For a while there, Su Wanqing's standing in the hearts of these laboring folk rose considerably. Come evening, the loudspeaker at the team headquarters crackled to life. All team members and educated youth assemble at the team headquarters square. Bring your own stools. People trickled in and gathered in the yard. Shin Fugue stood at the front with a megaphone. Comrades of the production team. Today, working with one heart and one mind, united as one. At that point, I squeezed into the ranks of the educated youth, carrying two little stools Chun Bei had just made. Wife here. Su Wanqing was startled. Seeing that I'd carried two little stools all this way, her heart couldn't have felt warmer. But seeing that everyone else was standing, she quickly handed the stools to Tiedan's mother. Auntie, please sit. Oh my, what a considerate girl. A group of women showered her with praise. Wow, having someone who cares for you really is different. Yi Shi and Wang Sujin beside her teased. I can't take it. I'm single. I'm ashamed. Blushing, Su Wanqing pressed hush money candies into their hands. Though her heart was sweet and proud, after all she wasn't married yet, and she hadn't grown a thick enough skin. Behind her, Li Mei and Zhang Guixiang wore faces full of jealousy. Uffed, always getting special treatment. Now that's a real little bourgeoise. Out of nowhere, I whipped my head around from the front and glared at the two of them. Ahem, ahem, you want some sunflower seeds? Li Mei quickly shut her mouth. Comrades, today, every team member who took part in the firefighting gets 20 extra work points across the board. A wave of clamor. Only then did the mood reach its peak. Chen Fugue cleared his throat, his eyes flicking guiltily toward that simple and honest figure below the stage. The reason we're holding this meeting today is mainly to commend people, especially comrade Su Wanqing. In the battle to protect collective property, she displayed an extremely high level of revolutionary consciousness. This spirit of fearing neither hardship nor death is even tougher than that of some of our grown men. She's worthy of study by the whole team. Below the stage, the team members were all dumbfounded. Li Mei especially forgot to spit out the sunflower seed shell in her mouth. The one who put out the fire was me, wasn't it? Burned 3 holes in my pants and all. All she did was serve tea and pour water, and she gets to be the model? Over in the corner, Zhang Chuanfang spat out a sunflower seed husk viciously. Pa, that vixen sure knows how to put on an act. Chen Fugue practically shouted. The team has decided. From now on, educated youth Su will no longer have work points docked, and she'll be treated the same as the other educated youth. Her performance this time goes on her record and will be reported to the commune. Whoa, the crowd erupted. Those loose-tongued women from before had, for the most part, drunk Su Wanqing's tea today, and the sourness in their eyes had faded quite a bit. Say what you will. This city girl looks delicate, but when it comes to work, she doesn't slack off one bit. Standing among the educated youth, Su Wanqing found her back straightening without her noticing. Her eyes grew slightly hot. In all her time here, this was the first time she felt she wasn't some despised outsider. Chen Fugue wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and dropped the night's bombshell. There's more. In light of the great service Comrade Chen Weigua has rendered and the disaster his family has suffered, the team committee has unanimously agreed to specially allocate the 2,000 roof tiles remaining in the warehouse to Chen Weigua. Let him turn that thatched shed into a big tiled house. And those who go help him will earn work points just the same. Dead silence. Then the crowd broke into a chorus of sharp, indrawn breaths. 2,000 tiles. In these times, a tiled house was status. It was face. Fewer than 3 in 10 households in the village had a tiled house. Once my big 3-sided courtyard had its roof on, it would be the grandest thing around, second only to the team headquarters and the youth quarters. More impressive even than the team leader's own home. Good heavens, this crippled Chun is turning misfortune into fortune. That's not fortune. That's an unbreakable fate. My expression stayed calm, and I kept up my dopey grin. This was the blood money that old fox Chen Fugue was paying to save his son. Comrades, today, I must make a self-criticism to everyone. I must make a self-criticism to Comrade Weigua. Before everyone had fully digested that sour mouthful, Chen Fugue fumbled a sheet of paper out of his pocket with trembling hands. The paper was yellowed, but the bright red official stamp on it glared a piercing red under the lights. His face broke into an almost ingratiating smile. In this firefighting business, Weigua and educated youth Su were always out front, charging ahead. I've done some serious soul-searching since. Looking at people through tinted glasses is wrong. When I opposed educated youth Su marrying Weigua, I was too one-sided, too narrow-minded. Now I see clearly. Educated youth Su is one of the children who can be properly educated, not some die-hard black category. There's a difference. So, the marriage application of Chen Weigua and Su Wanqing. As team leader, I approve it. And the brigade has stamped it too. From this day on, they are lawful revolutionary partners. Boom. The atmosphere completely exploded. Whistles, cheers, and the envious hollering of the young men nearly blew the roof off the team headquarters. Dachuan and the others who were close to me clamored even louder for me to hand out wedding candy. I whipped my head around, my gaze cutting through the crowd to lock precisely onto Su Wanqing. That look was hot enough to melt her. I stood up, and heedless of the hundreds of eyes around us, strode over and grabbed her hand. Her hand jerked, wanting to pull back, but I held it fast. The warmth of my palm surged straight up through her veins to her head, and her face instantly turned as red as a ripe tomato. Yet the sweetness rising from deep inside melted through her like honey, and as if in a trance, she curled her fingers back around mine. Oh my, the new bride's got such thin skin. The moment the meeting broke up, a group of women, the ones who loved off-color jokes best, surrounded the two of us so tightly there wasn't a crack to slip through. Auntie Pang laughed so hard the flesh on her face was quivering, and gave Su Wanqing a slap on the shoulder. Educated youth Su, from now on you'd better nourish yourself well. You've seen Weigua's build. He's the kind who could beat a tiger to death. Your little frame's got to be able to take it. Scorched crimson to the top of her head by these wild remarks, Su Wanqing could only cast a pleading look my way. I grinned wide, stretched out my long arm, and pulled my wife straight into my embrace, all protective of my own. Aunties, ladies, this is my woman now. When we throw the wedding feast, You're all invited." The crowd burst into laughter again. Standing in the shadows, Li Mei watched our two figures pressed tightly together and dug her nails deep into her palms. What a match. Damn well an eyesore. Once the crowd dispersed, I patted the back of Su Wanqing's hand. "Wife, you head back first. Uncle and I need to discuss the business of hauling the roof tiles." Once her figure vanished, my dopey grin stayed put, and I tilted my head toward Chun Fugue, who hadn't yet left. The reservoir's pump room sat right at the base of the dam, less than 3 square meters, cold and damp, reeking of machine oil. I pushed open the rusty iron door and shone the flashlight inside. Chen Dazhuang was trussed up with hemp rope like a rice dumpling, a rag stuffed in his mouth, hanging from the big iron pipe. He was already half unconscious, and the stench of piss and shit hit the nose. Dazhuang. Chen Fugue's heart ached so much tears nearly fell as he rushed over to untie the ropes. I kept up my dopey smile. "Brother Dazhuang, don't do bad things anymore, okay? When you do bad things, I see it. And that thing you wrote, I'll keep it safe for you." Chen Dazhuang shuddered, not daring to meet my eyes at all. Expressionless, I drew a sheet of letter paper from inside my coat. Chen Fugue hurriedly shone the flashlight on it. The handwriting was crooked and scrawled. It was Chen Dazhuang's own signed confession. How he'd acted on Zhao Jianjun's orders, whom he'd teamed up with to set the fire, all to take revenge because the Chun family brigade hadn't sent Zhao Jianjun a pretty educated girl. That motive, I'd had him write it. Boom. There was a roar inside Chun Fugue's head, and cold sweat instantly soaked through the back of his shirt. If this letter got turned in, forget about him staying brigade leader. Chen Dazhuang would eat a bullet, and the whole family would be finished. He suddenly lunged to snatch it, but I dodged aside with a light movement and let him grab nothing. "Uncle, don't be rash," I said with a smile. "I just don't want to be bullied, and I don't want my wife to be bullied. From now on, I'll still be counting on you, Uncle, to look out for me." Chen Fugue trembled all over, looking at me as if he were looking at a devil. This was no simpleton. Everyone had been fooled. This was clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing. I swear on my party loyalty." Chen Fugue raised 3 fingers, his voice hoarse. "We're all one family. From now on, if you need anything in the brigade, you tell your uncle. Anyone who dares lay a hand on you, I, Chen Fugue, will be the first to fight them to the death." "Thank you, uncle, thank you." I was even more sincere than he was, so much so it chilled him to the bone. Supporting Chen Dazhuang, Chen Fugue hurriedly fled the reservoir. I stood on the dark slope watching them go, but my eyes turned toward the brightly lit red flag factory in the distance. Zhao Jianjun. It seemed he was becoming a hurdle I couldn't avoid, one I'd have to get over. Given his temperament, this business probably wasn't going to end here. If I wanted to get into the factory, sooner or later I'd have to face him head on. But what did I have to fight him with? At that same moment, the lights blazed at the town police station. Chief Zhang stared at the several written statements on his desk, his brow furrowed into a deep frown, the ashtray piled high with cigarette butts. After a full day of digging, the leads were crystal clear. The 3 missing men, Scab, Skinny, and Pockmark, were all notorious troublemakers in the area, and lately there was only one place they kept showing up: the dance hall at the Red Flag Factory Club. "Chief, this one's tricky." Officer Littlely, standing beside him, lowered his voice. "The Red Flag Factory is a ministry-level operation. At our rank, I'm afraid we can't touch them. This is our job." Chief Zhang crushed out his cigarette, but with force. "Arson on a mountain. That's a serious crime. If those 3 men have vanished, then we've got to find them. The Red Flag Factory has no public security department, so their security office has to cooperate with us. Grab some men and come with me." The jeep drove through the imposing gates of the Red Flag Factory, and it was like stepping into another world. Smooth concrete roads, tiled flower beds, thick pipes, and tall chimneys belching black smoke. The slogan, "Seize the Revolution, Boost Production," was painted in characters taller than a grown man. It was already 10 at night, yet the place was still ablaze with light, while the production brigade on the other side of the wall had long since sunk into pitch darkness. Inside the office of the deputy chief of the security office, there were fabric sofas and a solid wood desk. Zhao Jianjun, dressed in a crisp mouse suit, brought over 2 teacups printed with a welcoming pine design and pulled out a pack of big Chongju cigarettes. Chief Zhang, welcome. Come to inspect our work, eh? Chief Zhang's brow furrowed slightly. Those cigarettes were usually only smoked by regional and departmental level leaders. This man was flaunting it a bit too much. He smiled as he took one. Deputy Chief Zhao, we're investigating an arson case. 3 suspects, Scab and the others, have disappeared without a trace. Last night, someone saw you meeting with Scab at the club. Later, the Chun family brigade caught fire, and the gasoline drum found at the scene bore the stamp of your red flag factory. We came hoping you'd help us with the investigation. Of course, that's only right. Zhao Jianjun calmly lit a Zhonghua cigarette. Gasoline drums, huh? They give us headaches too. The good stuff always seems to get stolen. Last year alone, we lost 42 small gasoline drums. Where they come from, where they go, there's really no way we can help you track that. And surely you wouldn't suspect our factory's workers just because one of our drums turned up. A young officer beside them spoke up. What about Scab, then? Someone saw you with him at the club around 8 or 9 last night. What did you two talk about? Zhao Jianjun's face gradually turned cold. He looked at the officer and asked flatly, I was just speaking with your chief, wasn't I? What's your rank? You didn't file any request. Why are you butting in? The officer was instantly speechless. Chief Zhang quickly waved his hand. Right? Chief Zhao is correct to point that out. We'll work on his discipline. Zhao Jianjun took a sip of tea before speaking. Scab? I don't know any Scab. Actually, yeah, there might have been someone like that yesterday. It's a club, you get all kinds of people. Plenty of folks come begging me for favors every day. That guy came to me about some black market dealings, and I turned him down flat, with righteous indignation. Chief Zhang suddenly asked, So then, do you know a man named Chen Weigua? Who? Zhao Jianjun frowned. Chen Weigua, a farmer from the Chun family brigade. Don't know him. Why would I know him? Chief Zhang nodded, then suddenly looked at the teacups on the desk and smiled. Chief Zhao, I've got a bit of a cheeky request. These teacups of yours are really something. My office has never had a decent pair of cups. Would you mind if I brazenly asked you for this pair? Of course. What's there to ask about? Zhao Jianjun laughed. I'll have someone send you a whole set. No, no, no. That might break the rules. Just this pair. So the office doesn't look too shabby when the higher-ups come by. You're too polite. If you like them, take them. The group walked out of the office. Then Chief Zhang suddenly turned back. Oh, right. You know Su Wanqing, don't you? Zhao Jianjun froze for a moment, and something flickered briefly in his eyes. Never met her. Once they were out of the office building and back in the vehicle, the young officer fumed, bureaucratic bastard. Chief Zhang kept a steady expression as he pulled the teacups out of his bag. Store these carefully. Take them to the city and lift Zhao Jianjun's fingerprints off them. Chief, you suspect. We can't just accuse people casually. There's just one thing I can't wrap my head around. What was Scab and his crew's motive for burning the mountain at the Chin family brigade? Revenge, obviously. Sabotaging revolutionary production. Chen Weigua caught them. They couldn't pull it off, so they hastily torched the mountain. Doesn't add up. Chief Zhang shook his head. Scab and those punks have been loitering around town for a long time. They know their way around, and back in the days of factional fighting they even killed someone. If they went up to that reservoir, the most valuable thing there was Chen Weigua's new house. But Chen Weigua is a lame simpleton who barely leaves the village. How could he have crossed them? The young officer thought for a moment. Could it be they saw him building a new house, figured he'd struck it rich, and wanted to threaten and extort him? And when the extortion failed, they burned his house down. That's one possibility. But I checked. Chen Weigua repaired some equipment for the Xiangyang commune and got funding from them. He's only got 2 things going on in his life, building his house and getting married. He wants to marry Su Wanqing, a female-educated youth with a bad class background. The officer slapped his forehead. That's what your last question was about. This Zhao Jianjun's quite the ladies' man. There are all sorts of rumors floating around about him. I picked up a piece of news at the Chun family's place. Chen Fugue once wanted to set Su Wanqing up with Zhao Jianjun, but Chen Weigua swooped in first. Let's make a bold hypothesis and prove it carefully, Chief Zhang said slowly. If Zhao Jianjun couldn't swallow that humiliation, and to ruin their marriage, he hired Scab as muscle to burn down the house. And in the dead of night, the sharp-eyed Chen Weigua caught them in the act. and the two sides came to blows, and in the chaos, a fire broke out. The young officer had a sudden flash of understanding. That makes sense. It makes perfect sense. But Chief Zhang gave a bitter smile and shook his head. What good is making sense when there's no evidence? Those three, Scab and the others, have either run off or been hidden away by Zhao Jianjun. Inside the red flag factory, Zhao Jianjun watched the jeep's taillights recede into the distance. The smile vanished from his face in an instant, replaced by a look of pure viciousness. Crash! He kicked over the tea table, and the expensive tea set shattered across the floor. Useless. Scab and the others had actually botched it? Not only botched it, but vanished without a trace. Three grown men, unable to even burn down a cripple's house, and now they'd gone and gotten themselves lost? If any of them fell into police hands and gave him up, he probably wouldn't do prison time over the lawsuit, but his position would definitely be gone. That crowd had always been watching, waiting to catch him slipping. That damned cripple had incredible luck. He gritted his teeth. Let's just see how tough your life really is. By dawn, several security office staff wearing red armbands stood before him with heads bowed, not daring to breathe. Chief Zhao, we really can't find them. We staked out Scab's girlfriend's place, asked around the black market. It's like those three vanished into thin air. Alive, there's no sign of them. Dead, there's no body. We're being watched now. Either you find Scab, or you find someone to take the fall. Zhao Jianjun roared. He didn't care whether those three lived or died. What he cared about was them being alive, because that was a bomb that could go off at any moment. Just then, the phone on the desk rang shrilly. Hello, this is Zhao Jianjun. A middle-aged man's voice came through, dignified, ice-cold, without a trace of warmth. Come to my house right now. Immediately. Beep. The line went dead. It was his own uncle, Zhao Mingyuan, deputy director of the Red Flag Factory's Revolutionary Committee and a man with real power. Zhao Jianjun's heart clenched, and half of that arrogant swagger drained out of him at once. He grabbed his army cap, jammed it on his head, and hurried out the door. 10 minutes later, at compound number 1 of the Red Flag Factory's expert residences. This was the highest-ranking housing area in the whole factory. Private courtyards, a sentry at the gate, French plane trees planted all along inside the walls. It was like a separate world from the noisy workshops outside. Zhao Jianjun pushed open the courtyard gate and saw Zhao Mingyuan standing beneath the pomegranate tree, hands clasped behind his back. The old man was past 50, his hair combed without a single strand out of place, wearing an old army uniform faded from many washings. Though he was merely trimming branches, that air of menace, the kind that comes from years in a position of power and time on the battlefield, instinctively made Zhao Jianjun's knees go weak. Uncle. He kept his head down, like a schoolboy who'd done something wrong. Snip. Zhao Mingyuan cut off a stray branch without turning around. Do you know why I called you here? I know. It's about that fire at the Chun family brigade. Zhao Mingyuan turned around. Instead of flying into his usual rage, he looked at his nephew with a gaze of profound disappointment, even scrutiny. Jianjun, you fool. He sighed. Over a woman, you went and did something as neck-risking as arson on a mountain and got caught red-handed on top of it, stirring things up so much that Chief Zhang of the police station came knocking with physical evidence in hand. Did a dog eat your brain? Zhao Jianjun's face went pale, cold sweat running down. He hurried to defend himself. Uncle, it was all that Chen Dazhuang stirring the pot, saying Chun Weiguo looked down on me. I only told Scab to go teach him a lesson. I never thought they'd. Shut up. Zhao Jianjun flinched, not daring to make another sound. His uncle had been on the battlefield and had risen steadily through the ranks. His own father had died young, and it was this uncle who had raised and guided him single-handedly. Zhao Mingyuan sat down at the stone table and pointed at the seat across from him. Sit. Zhao Jianjun perched gingerly on the very edge of the seat. Let me tell you, Zhao Mingyuan lowered his voice, his finger tapping lightly on the table. A new party secretary is about to be parachuted in. The winds up top have shifted. That certain figure has climbed back into power, and he's put forward wrongs must be righted, calling for the redressing of unjust, false, and wrongful cases, for selecting cadres who actually understand the work to run production. He's even specifically emphasized that cadres must be for modernizations, revolutionary, young, educated, and professional. This new secretary who's riding down on that wind has connections. His father has stayed standing through all these years without falling. There's likely going to be a big shakeup. A parachuted secretary? Zhao Jianjun's pupils contracted sharply. So suddenly? Hasn't the secretary's work always been handled by you? No matter how you slice it, I'm only a deputy secretary. Zhao Mingyuan sneered, a flash of wariness in his eyes. This new one's surname is Qin. He was a soldier, supposedly earned a first-class merit citation on the battlefield. After leaving the army, he worked in the defense industry, even studied abroad. He's got grit, he understands technology, he's a tough character. If he's just here to gild his resume, fine. But if he wants to sink down roots, he'll likely be a threat to us. Do you have any idea how many unjust cases you've cooked up over the years? Enough to get you executed 10 times over. I'm still cleaning up your messes right now. These words hit Zhao Jianjun like a bucket of ice water poured from head to toe. Arrogant as he wasn't stupid. He'd been able to run wild in the factory precisely because he had his uncle, that big tree, to shelter under. If the tree fell, or if the new official decided to make an example of him to establish his authority, he clenched his fists so hard his fingernails dug into his flesh, his face going from red to white and back. Uncle, so what should I do? What should you do? Tuck your tail between your legs and keep your head down. Zhao Mingyuan glared at him fiercely. From today on, all that messy nonsense stops. Spend less of your energy on women's bellies. If you dare stir up trouble again, forget me protecting you. I'll hand you over myself and even earn a reputation for putting justice above family ties. Zhao Jianjun bowed his head. Understood. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wall, the Chun family brigade was buzzing with activity. Everybody, put your backs into it. We're building a house for our class brother, and it's a matter of pride for our whole brigade. That old fox Chen Fugui, trying to make up for his mistakes and clear himself completely, had really gone all out this time. Standing on a mound of earth with a bullhorn, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Comrades! Whoever helps build Weigua's house. Male laborers get 10 work points a day. Master masons get 12. Lunch is provided, with all the big white steamed buns you can eat. We've got to finish tiling the main room's roof today." In an era when people wish they could split a single fun in two to make it stretch, 10 work points plus white flour steamed buns was practically New Year's treatment. With such rich rewards, nearly every able-bodied worker in the brigade showed up. Even the laziest good-for-nothings rolled up their sleeves to haul bricks. 7 or 8 bare-chested men lined up on the rooftop, passing tiles down while chanting work rhythms. The scene was as grand as building a dam. Chen Dazhuang had gone from enemy to friend so fast that I couldn't quite get used to it at first. With the requisition slip Chen Fugui had signed, I'd bought a small amount of cement, ceramic tiles, and a squat toilet from the state-owned building supply store in town, all meant for the bathroom. I wore a half-worn blue work uniform, holding blueprints I'd drawn myself, a habitual foolish grin on my face. But my eyes were clear and sharp, and I directed the work with total command. I called out to Master Mason Wang, who was mixing mortar. "Uncle Wang, come here a sec." Master Wang was the best mason for miles around, and normally looked down his nose at everyone. This time he followed me into the room. "Weigua, what's up? Isn't this room for storing junk?" I gave a little chuckle and mysteriously handed him a pack of big front gate cigarettes I'd prepared in advance. "Uncle, this room needs your very best, hidden-away craftsmanship. Here, take a look at this." With that, I lifted the straw mat off the floor. There, gleaming snow-white with a porcelain sheen, sat the ceramic squat toilet. My goodness! Master Wang nearly dropped his cigarette, his eyes bulging like brass bells. "Weigua, where'd you get such a treasure? Isn't this the fancy Western-style crapper they only have in the big city ghost houses? In the countryside, where they still used pit latrines, with flies swarming everywhere in summer and freezing your backside in winter. This thing was practically technology from another planet." I scratched my head, wearing my usual "the fool has fool's luck" expression. Last time I went to the county to haul equipment for the Shenyang commune, I dug it out of a pile of defective goods. They said it had a small flaw and sold it to me cheap. Wanching's a city girl who likes things clean. I can't let my wife suffer. TSK, TSK, you little devil. Your love for your wife reaches all the way into the outhouse. Master Wong stroked the smooth, glazed surface, reluctant to let go. For that heart of yours alone, I'll take this job. And you want white porcelain tiles on the walls too? Good heavens, this isn't an outhouse. It'll be cleaner than my kitchen stove. From now on, even taking a dump here will smell sweeter than everyone else's. Having sorted out the bathroom, I didn't rest. This big house was impressive, sure, but winters in the mountains were cold, and when people got cold, a couple could only huddle under the blankets, which made it inconvenient to move around. I found Dan. Do me a favor. Go to the blacksmith shop in town and have them make something. Here's the money and the slip. Dan looked at the blueprint. Brother, what's this? A pot. A simple boiler. Wanching's afraid of the cold. I want to heat water and pipe it into the rooms, so it stays warm in winter without a stove. Give the drawing to the blacksmith. They'll understand it. Warm without a stove? Dan was a southerner and had no concept of radiators or heated beds. The truth was, I wanted to build a simple heating system. The system had radiators. Hang them right up, and it'd be convenient even to bathe in winter, and my wife wouldn't have to bundle up so thick. Thinking of Su Wanching's stunning looks, I couldn't help the corner of my mouth curling up. Brother, what are you grinning like an idiot about? You're practically drooling. Get lost, quick. I shoved a pack of cigarettes at him. Oh, and go get the bicycle from Chindajwang. Tell him I need it. The main structure of the large 3-section courtyard house was fully standing now, gray brick paired with new tiles. In the drab, dusty Chin family brigade, it stood out like a white swan among a flock of chickens. After lunch, it was exactly the time when the brigade members lounged in the sun, chewing the fat. Li Mei, clutching a handful of sunflower seeds, led a few gossipy women and, pretending to just be passing by, stood at the gate running her mouth. "Io, look at this big tiled house, changing shape every single day. So grand. I bet even the county cadre's apartments can't compare. That bourgeois young miss. Wherever she goes, she gets special treatment." A horse-faced woman next to her clucked her tongue. "You said it. What windfall did this Chinwagwa come into, huh? All these new tiles. How many work points must he owe the brigade? Could he even pay it off in 3 years? A house isn't better just because it's bigger. Look where he built it, right by the reservoir. So close to the water. Is that any place for a person to live?" Li Mei rolled her eyes and deliberately raised her voice. "The damp near the water is downright scary. On rainy days, you could wring water right out of the bedding. Live there long enough, and who wouldn't end up with aching cold legs and rheumatism? They call that a een house. Pretty to look at, but pure misery." Even though the crowd was green with envy, thinking about damp and cold made them feel a little better. Su Wanqing heard every word clearly from inside the house. Her face went pale, and the hand gripping the rag tightened slightly. Clearly she'd been spooked by damp and cold. But I ignored it entirely. I knew perfectly well in my heart. These old biddies were just crying sour grapes because they couldn't reach the fruit. I was busy tinkering with my cold-fighting marvel outside the kitchen wall. I designed it all beforehand. Using gray brick and yellow clay, I embedded a large cast-iron pot into the outside of the stove, sealing the pot's rim with clay so the fire's heat would fully wrap around it. One end of a galvanized pipe connected to the pot body, the other to the radiators inside the house. Angled slightly upward, the cold water pipe sloped downward and looped back to the iron pot. Hot water is light and naturally rises. Cold water is heavy and sinks and flows back. Gravity forms a closed circulation loop. I even rigged a water-level switch connected to the water vat, so when the water was nearly boiled dry, it would automatically refill. The 4 sets of radiators I'd bought for the system had eaten up all my money. 8 yuan a set. Only enough to install in the master bedroom and my 2 little sisters-in-law's rooms for now. "Wife, hand me that pile of dry firewood." I stuffed it into the firebox and struck a match. SSSS, the flames shot up. Before long, the first wisp of blue smoke rose from the backyard chimney, and a faint gurgling of flowing water came from the pipes. I touched the radiator in the bedroom. Though not scalding, it was already clearly warm. "Wife, come here. Come inside and see something good." Su Wanqing followed me into the master bedroom, puzzled. The moment she stepped in, she sensed something was off. The air in the room wasn't so harsh and cold anymore. I took her hand and pressed it against the row of brand new cast iron radiators. "Oh, it's warm," she cried out, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief. This is central heating. Our home can have heating." She'd seen the world. As a child, she'd lived in a villa in Shanghai with a fireplace, and she'd seen radiators when traveling up north. "This is called heating. Once the water's boiling, even if it's snowing hard outside, it'll be like spring in here," I said smugly. She stroked the thick iron plate, delighted, but then her brow furrowed again with worry. "All this, big iron chunks and long pipes, how much did it cost? Our lives have only just gotten a little better, and you're all ready. Money's earned so it can be spent. As long as you don't freeze, it's worth however much." I cut her off, then with a mischievous grin leaned in close to her ear. "Besides, I put an indoor toilet in the room too. With the heating, it'll be nice and warm inside. From now on, even when you go to the toilet naked, you won't have to worry about freezing your backside. You, you spent all that money, and this is what you were thinking about." Su Wanqing blushed all the way to her ears, threw her handkerchief at me, and spun around to run off. "You big pervert." But the moment she lifted the door curtain and dashed out into the main hall, before she could steady her feet, she nearly ran smack into a few people. It was Li Mei, leading that horse-faced woman, sneaking around pressed against the wall, neck stretched long, ears cocked, trying to hear whether it was cold enough inside this house to make people shiver. Su Wanqing's sudden appearance caught these wall eavesdroppers red-handed. I came out and took a look, then broke into my trademark foolish grin. "Ladies, don't stand out here in the draft. It's chilly. Come inside and rest a bit. I've got sunflower seeds." Li Mei curled her lip. "Sure. I'd like to see just how different this house a capitalist young miss is going to live in really is from us laboring folk." The whole group, itching to see a show, went inside. The moment they stepped over the high threshold, they discovered the room wasn't cold and damp at all. In fact, it was a little warm. The horse-faced woman sneered. "Io, Wagwa, everybody else lights their fires in the kitchen. Why are you burning stuff inside the house, with the chimney right here in the main hall? What a mess." She pointed at the half-height thick stone wall in the middle, with firewood burning below it, connected to the chimney. "Sister, this is a fireplace, for heating. Toss a few sweet potatoes in, and you can even roast them to eat." "Oh, why not put it in the kitchen?" the women muttered, but the room was so cozy that in their hearts they were already scheming to build one when they got home. Li Mei, though, wore a look of contempt. "Humph, aping the imperialists. Let's see the rooms." One of the women pushed open the bedroom door. The moment they all walked in, they froze. There was none of the cold, damp chill they'd expected, none of the mustiness common to new houses. A wave of heat wrapped around them instantly, like an invisible giant hand. "Oh, my mother!" The horse-faced woman drew a sharp breath, crushing the sunflower seeds in her hand. "How is this room so warm?" Nowadays in the countryside, in the dead of winter, the temperature inside was the same as out, unless you were sitting right on top of a heated brick bed. But this room had no heated bed, no brazier, not even a trace of the choking smell of smoke. The air was clean and pure, yet the warmth was absolutely real. Refusing to believe it, Li Mei darted over to the wall in a few steps, staring at that black-painted iron snake, and reached out to touch it. "SSSS, ow." The instant her hand touched it, she yanked it back as if she'd been shocked, flapping her hand and yelping. "Hot. Burning hot. How is this iron pipe scalding?" That yelp stunned everyone. A few of the women worked up the courage to lean in, feeling the warmth from a small distance. And sure enough, a steady stream of heat radiated off the iron pipe, warming the whole room until it was toasty, far more comfortable than a brick bed that had been heated for 3 hours. "Wagwa, what is this thing?" the plump Annie asked, eyes wide. I scratched my messy hair, wearing my honest, simple look. "Haha, radiators. We boil the water in the backyard, and the hot water runs into the house on its own and gives off heat." The women looked at each other, feeling like they were watching a magic trick. This cripple could make a room as warm as spring in March without filling it with smoke or blackening the walls. Looking at the chilblains on their own hands, then at their thick padded coats, then at me in nothing but a thin wool sweater, the mockery in their eyes instantly turned into something else. "Io, it's so pretty in here. Wagwa, you even put up tiles, all shiny and bright." "That's the toilet." "The toilet? Wegwa, you really are a fool. How can a toilet go in the bedroom? Won't it stink so bad you can't sleep? There's another one outside. This one's just for me and Su Wanqing. The group of women squeezed into the toilet. There was no stench, only a faint smell of lime. The wall, less than half a person's height, was covered in dazzlingly white porcelain tiles that gleamed in the sunlight streaming through the skylight. On the floor sat that snow-white, gleaming squat toilet, its smooth glazed surface cleaner than the glass counter at the supply co-op, clear enough to reflect a person's image. This is where you take a dump. The plump Annie's eyeballs practically popped out. It's cleaner than my kitchen stove. How could anyone bear to do their business in it? Since I'd started, I figured I might as well finish. I walked in and pulled the rope of the wooden bucket hanging high on the wall. That was the simple high-mounted cistern I'd made myself. Whoosh! A swift rush of water washed down, swirled around inside the bowl, and instantly vanished down the hole, leaving the toilet as spotless as before. Heh. No more stink when you do your business from now on. Dead silence. This scene completely shattered the ceiling of what these rural women thought possible. Going to the toilet indoors, no stench, no cold wind blowing on you. This was practically treatment fit for an empress in the palace. Li Mei's eyes turned red with envy, and she fidgeted awkwardly with the sunflower seeds. She recognized every one of these things. She'd even spotted the faucet for bathing, and it made her homesick. Back in the city, the factory bathhouse had clean tiles just like these and the very same faucets, warm and clean to wash in. Why? Su Wanqing was clearly one of the black 5 categories sent down to the countryside. Yet here she'd come to enjoy the good life, with her own private toilet, tiled walls, and a place to bathe. And Li Mei, with her good class background, was living in a group dormitory, unable to get a proper wash for a whole month. Her face burned hot, her heart aching with resentment. Tears welled up before she could stop them, and afraid of being seen, she covered her face and ran out of the Chin home. Hey, Li Mei. Su Wanqing was just walking over with a box of sunflower seeds and fruit candies, and happened to catch the moment. After a good while, the group of women came out, each lost in her own thoughts. Tsk tisk, educated youth Su, you've fallen right into a nest of good fortune. The plump auntie grabbed her hand, her voice sour. None of the women in the whole commune have a life like yours. No more freezing, and even going to the outhouse smells sweet. Even the immortals wouldn't trade for a life like this. If I'd known Wegwa was such a caring man, I should have matched him with my second girl back then. Oh, get out of here, with your second girl's flat pancake face. Would Wegwa ever look twice at her? Su Wanqing, surrounded in the middle, blushed as red as a ripe apple. She looked at the foolishly grinning man at the door, and her eyes grew warm. This man, he really had given her the very best of everything. Once the excitement died down, I pulled Su Wanqing to sit on the doorsill, scratched my head, and said, "Wife, I was thinking, could we get married a little later?" Ah, her heart leapt into her throat. What's wrong? Wife, I have to confess. With a pained expression, I turned every pocket inside out, all empty, then silently pulled up the system panel in my mind. Balance, for 0.5 yuan. For this first in the whole village renovation, the squat toilets, the piping, the cement, and red bricks. I'd spent every last bit of the 50 yuan Chun Bei gave me, plus what little I had in the system. Now I was flat broke, so poor I could rattle. I made a pained face, like a child who'd done wrong. My hands are too loose with money. Now I don't even have enough for the wedding banquet. Su Wanqing looked at the whole table of empty pockets, stunned for a moment, then smiled gently. She cupped my stubbled face in both hands. Silly. Her voice was soft but firm. I'm already very content. We're living our life, not putting on a show for others. That won't do. I've got to marry you properly, with dignity. Give me a little more time. I'll earn some money this month, and we'll set the date for the 1st of next month, January 1st, 1976, New Year's Day. A new year, a new beginning. That'll be the first day of our good life. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Her eyes brimmed with happiness. Oh, right. Did you write to your father and sister? Aren't they coming? Let's invite them to the wedding too. Su Wanqing nodded emphatically. Okay, thank you, Wegwa. Our eyes met. I reached out and wrapped my arms around her waist, gradually tightening my hold. She didn't push me away, our nervous breaths blowing against each other's faces. She closed her eyes, held my head, and for the first time kissed my cheek of her own accord. Then quickly, shyly darted off to do the housework. You missed. Come on, give me another one. Pervert. Hey, you started it. I hadn't gotten my fill, but my mind was already busy calculating. The toilet was done, sure, but the septic tank still needed digging, and I'd have to build a biogas pit too, or it'd stink in summer. Down the road, I'd also need to buy my wife a sewing machine, a watch, new clothes. All of it took money. Once Su Wanqing and I moved in, we'd have 60 yuan a month, which was why I was so eager to get my two sisters-in-law to move in too. That would make it 120 a month, and I could fill in a lot of the gaps faster. Even so, I still felt it was too little money. I'd thought before about getting a job at the factory, but Zhao Jianjun and his uncle were obstacles I couldn't afford to ignore. There was no way I could just start swinging fists again over some disagreement. With those three thugs, Scab and the others, gone, the police were short-handed and hadn't taken it too seriously. But if a cadre went missing, that would be a huge problem. I hadn't trained in criminal investigation and couldn't pull off a perfect crime. Leaving even the faintest trace could mean my utter ruin. Still, this whole thing had turned into a blessing in disguise. Now that I had Chun Fugue by the throat at the production brigade, life had actually gotten easier. Just hold out one more year, and Zhao Mingyuan's revolutionary committee would lose its grip, social order would gradually recover, and Zhao Jianjun would lose his biggest backer too. The days slipped by, some of them. Weigua, Weigua you home. A gravelly voice came along with the ring of a bicycle bell. It was the accountant from the Shenyang commune. The commune's tractor's broken down. That thing's a precious treasure. We're counting on it to pump water for the winter wheat. The county technician's already gone back, and we can't get anyone out here right away. I remembered how you fixed it in a few moves last time, so I rushed over to grab you to save our necks. The party secretary said he won't let you come for nothing. Something stirred in my heart. I'd been worrying about not having an excuse to make money, and now the perfect opportunity had landed right in my lap. I quickly told Su Wanqing, slung my satchel over my shoulder, and went into the village to borrow Chun Dezhuang's bicycle before heading off. Chun Dezhuang was ready to cry but couldn't. His freshly washed ride had once again become the plaything of me, the village bully. I was gone the whole day. Su Wanqing tidied the new house until it was spotless. Educated youth Su. You home. She'd just finished cleaning the kitchen when a shout came from the courtyard gate. It was old Zhao, the commune postman, riding that 28-inch bike where everything rattled except the bell. Uncle Zhao, I'm here. She wiped her hands and ran out. Got a letter for you. From Shanghai. Old Zhao pulled a thick envelope from his green mail bag. Su Wanqing's heart jumped. Shanghai? It was from her sister. They must have gotten the letter and the money. With trembling hands she took it, and the familiar handwriting instantly reddened her eyes. It was her second sister Su Wanqing's script. Clutching the letter, she ran into the warm main hall, sat on a little stool, and eagerly tore it open. But as she read on, the anticipation gradually drained from her face. There were no blessings in the letter. It was like a basin of cold water poured over her heart. Sis, you can't get married. Uncle Lin has already been cleared. The policies are about to change, and there's a real hope you can return to the city. Brother Lin Feng is your childhood betrothal. Our two families are old friends. You grew up together, and he's a university graduate and a cadre. Only he is worthy of you. He's the only brother-in-law we'll accept. How could you marry a farmer? If things are hard, just hold on. We'll buy train tickets right away and come to weather it through with you. Whatever you do, don't give up. Once your household registration is fixed to the countryside, everything is over. Remember this, remember it. Su Wanqing's hand dropped limply, and the letter paper drifted to the floor like a withered leaf. Return to the city. Those words held a deadly magic that shattered all her defenses in an instant. That was the Shanghai she dreamed of day and night. The Western-style house beneath the plane trees. The respectable life where you didn't have to toil with your face to the dirt and your back to the sky. Her heart felt as though a great hand were clenching it hard, aching until she could barely breathe. She looked around, her gaze sweeping over the homemade radiators, the clean floor, all the warmth I had built for her, brick by brick, with my own hands. Why did it have to be at this critical moment? In this era, The temptation to return to the city loomed larger than the sky. She bit down hard on her lip until she tasted blood, tears spinning in her eyes. Choosing me meant completely severing that path back to prosperity. Was she really going to bury her entire life in this poor, remote countryside for this man? Just then, the sound of a bicycle came. I strode across the threshold, my face and neck smeared all over with black machine oil. Not bothering to take off my coat, I hung my satchel on the nail, grabbed the sulfur soap, and scrubbed furiously at my grease-caked hands. That Xianyang commune crowd is really impressed now. I was only supposed to fix the tractor, but the threshing machine and the grinder were all busted too, and the secretary kept dragging me back, wouldn't let me leave. Been at it all this time, but this trip earned big. Their secretary handed me 10 yuan straight up. 10 yuan. In these times, an able-bodied laborer earned mere cents worth of work points a day, and an ordinary worker toiled a whole month for just 20 or 30 yuan. And I'd earned it in a single day. Take it. It's all yours. Without another word, I stuffed the wad of money, still carrying my sweat and body heat, straight into her hands, then turned to warm my hands at the fireplace. I've thought it over. The wedding banquet's got to have dignity. Candy'll be white rabbit, and the liquor bottled. This bit of money isn't enough yet, but in a few days I'll have more. Wife, I know you're a city girl, and you've suffered coming along with me, but the hard times are only temporary. There will be bread. There will be milk too. In a few more years, we'll be the first 10,000 yuan household in the whole brigade. I painted a picture of the future, and every word I spoke was the honest truth. Su Wanqing held the money, and her tears finally spilled over, dripping down one after another. This wasn't just money. This was this man's dignity, his sincere heart, his courage to stand against the whole world. Without fancy words, without grand vows, he had simply, genuinely placed everything he could earn into her hands, holding nothing back. If not for him, she'd have long since been a pinch of dust. What city would there be to return to? The moment I turned around, a soft, warm body threw itself into my arms, and gentle lips pressed hard against mine. In that moment, to hell with the big city. It had flashing neon lights, but it didn't have this man who gave her everything he had and cherished her like a treasure. In that moment, to hell with the childhood sweetheart. He only saw the polished, well-bred young lady, and never the down-and-out, helpless, black 5-category girl who couldn't even die when she wished to. After a dozen seconds, Su Wanqing, eyes red, slowly pulled back from my arms. Marry me. Her voice was soft, but there was a force in it that left me no room to be vague. I was stunned right then and there. What was she saying? The house was already renovated. How could I not marry her? Of course I'll marry you. The house is all done. I'm definitely marrying you. But she shook her head. Tomorrow, we're going into town. For a moment my brain didn't catch up, and I foolishly asked, go into town for what? To buy candy. She burst out laughing, tears still hanging from her lashes. But that smile was like winter sunlight suddenly breaking into the room, lighting up the whole place at once. To register our marriage. She stared at me, spelling out each word. Tomorrow, I'm going to marry you. In that instant, there was a buzz in my head, and an indescribable joy surged up like a rising tide. I suddenly snapped out of it, swept her up in my arms, and spun around in place several times. Really? Wife, you'd better not be teasing me. We're going tomorrow. Really? First thing tomorrow morning. Even if it means skipping work. Great. I'd long forgotten whether my leg hurt or not. Holding her and grinning like a fool. A 200-plus-pound fool. Outside, the cold wind still howled fiercely, but inside, on the other side of the wall, two hearts pressed tightly together, burning hot, unafraid of any storm. As for that letter meant to tear us apart, she didn't give it another glance. She just tossed it into the fireplace, letting it burn into flames to keep the two of us warm. That night, I hardly slept a wink, my mind full of tomorrow. Can you understand? Across 2 lifetimes combined, I'd been single since birth. To finally meet a wife this beautiful who was willing to claim me. How could I not be over the moon? The next day, before it was even fully light, I dragged myself out of bed. In the east wing of the Chun family courtyard, the radiators had warmed the room until it made you drowsy. I stood before the mirror, its surface fogged with a layer of steam. The night before, I'd made a special trip to Erdan's father's place and had my hair, wild as a bird's nest, clipped down to a neat crew cut. Now I held an old-fashioned double-edged razor I'd swapped out of the system, scraping away with a shoo, great clumps of white foam mixed with black, coarse stubble dropping off bit by bit. Finally, I splashed on a handful of clean water and lifted my head. The face in the mirror, even I almost didn't recognize it. Sharply defined, as if carved with a knife, eyebrows slanting up into the temples, the bridge of the nose high and straight. The eyes that used to be hidden under all that unruly hair were now revealed, deep as a cold pond in late autumn, carrying a fierceness and wildness rarely seen in these times. I stroked my chin and couldn't help the corner of my mouth curling up. I thought to myself, put this face a few decades in the future, and it'd be a top-tier tough guy heartthrob for sure. I pulled on a brand new white shirt, then dug out from the bed cabinet the blue work cloth uniform I'd ironed crisp the night before. Though washed until it was a little faded, its cut was sharp and worn on my 1 meter 80+ frame, broad shoulders, narrow waist. The spirit it gave off was even more commanding than the guard standing sentry at the compound gate. Just before heading out, I rummaged for a good while in a corner of the system's storage space and found a bunch of wildflowers I'd apparently tucked away at some point. Then I grabbed an old newspaper and, mimicking the style of the future, folded it into a fan-shaped bouquet. All set. I pushed the door open and stepped out. The morning sun spilled down at just the right moment, plating me in a rim of gold. I went to Chen Fugui's house to borrow the bike. When Chun Dazhuang opened the door, his face was first full of wariness. "Who are you looking for? Lend me the bicycle." "Who the hell are you? Oh my God." His eyeballs nearly popped out of his head. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. I just wheeled that 28-inch bike out and hit the road. You should have seen the scene. As I rode through the village, the young wives and girls squatting by the roadside eating and chatting didn't pay much attention at first. They just saw a bicycle coming. But once they got a clear look at the rider, hey, who's that on the bike? He looks just like Wang Xingang from that Scout movie. You dreaming? Where in our brigade is there a young man that dashing? Clang, clang. Several of the women dropped their bowls right on the ground and shattered them. Whose family is he from? So handsome and out here just cruising around. Shameless. You broke your bowl, you'd better pay for it. Inside, I was thoroughly pleased with myself, but I kept my face stiff and pretended not to hear a thing. I should first tell you about what happened in the cowshed around that time. It was only later, when Wanqing told me, that I found out. At that hour, the educated youth quarters were at their most bustling. People getting up, washing, eating, all a chaotic jumble. In the cowshed, Wang Sujin pulled out a brand new white shirt and pressed it into Wanqing's hands. "Here, it's your big happy day today. I've got no money for a gift, so I owe you one. I'll make it up later." Yishi mysteriously fished out a lipstick. Haha, none of them ever guessed I'd been hiding a treasure like this. Wanqing, both bashful and delighted, let them fuss over her. Even Wan, who was usually not quite all there, was rarely lucid that day, murmuring, I really don't have anything decent to give you." Wanqing gripped the hands of her three sisters, her eyes brimming with tears. "We don't need to say things like that between us. Thank you, all of you." Suddenly Wan pulled a rolled-up book out from inside her coat, her face solemn. "This has been with me for years. Now it's time to pass it on to you. Whatever you do, take good care of it." The three of them leaned in for a look, a guide to family planning. "Why, you get her." The three girls dissolved into laughter and lunged to tickle her. "Wait, stop messing around, listen." Wang Sujin's face suddenly went serious. The song drifting out of the big loudspeaker outside sounded off. Out in the yard, a lot of the sent-down youth had stopped what they were doing and looked up at the speaker. Li Mei was puzzled. How come they're not playing We're Marching on the Broad Road today? And here I've got to cut in for a second. The guy sitting in that broadcast room was none other than the sulking Chen Dazhuang. This clown had originally planned to play that very song at his own wedding to make a big splash, and now that I'd thrown a wrench in his plans, his face had turned green with rage. The speaker had switched to By the Butterfly Spring. "March and Dolly, what beautiful scenery. Oh, by the butterfly spring, a fine place to dress your hair." Li Dunka frowned. "Isn't that the love song from the movie Five Golden Flowers? Why are they playing that?" Li Mei was peeling a boiled sweet potato, spitting skins all over the ground, when it suddenly clicked. "Oh, that's right. Isn't today the day that capitalist young miss goes to register her marriage? Don't tell me Chinwag will put this on. Li Donghui's eyes burned with resentment. The nerve of him. Su Wanqing has just completely thrown herself away. This is exactly like that Western story, Beauty and the Beast. Uffed. Beast, my foot. That's a wild boar. Li Mei laughed so hard bits of sweet potato sprayed out of her mouth. Oh man, I don't know how Miss Su can even bear to look at that scruffy, bearded face at night, let alone kiss it. Just thinking about it makes me sick for her. She hadn't even finished talking when. Ring, ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring. A rapid, crisp jangle of a bicycle bell, sharp as an arrow splitting the sky, drowned out the song from the loudspeaker in an instant. Everyone instinctively turned to look. There, at the iron gate, a gleaming, freshly polished 28-inch heavy-frame bicycle came flying in. The man on it wore crisp blue work clothes, with a white shirt underneath, so bright it seemed to glow. His flat-top haircut was sharp and neat, and with the morning light behind him, he looked like a war hero stepping straight out of a poster. That was me. I pedaled like the wind, kicking up the fallen leaves on the ground behind me. Good heavens, who is that? Some official come down from the county. Nonsense, no official is that handsome. He's got to be the star of a song and dance troupe. Zhang Guoxiang's eyes went glassy, and the water bucket in her hand nearly crashed to the ground. Oh, mama, my knees have gone weak. This guy's even more dashing than Wang Xingong in the movies. I want to go to the park and get my picture taken with him. Li Mei was stunned dumb too, the half-eaten sweet potato frozen halfway to her mouth. Screech. I hit a beautiful, sliding stop, the bike fishtailing before it came to rest solidly right outside the cowsheet. I planted one foot on the ground, and even wrapped in thick work trousers, that long leg gave off a sense of raw power. I called out toward the shed. Wife, I've come to take you home. The word, wife, came out low and magnetic. Even I thought so. But those two syllables landed in the crowd like a clap of thunder, striking everyone hard on top of their heads. Dead silence. Wife, whose man is this? Right then, Wang Sujin on one side, and Yishi on the other helped Wanqing walk out. I'll never forget that scene as long as I live. Wanqing was wearing a white Dacron shirt, and her already fair skin looked like warm, polished jade beneath it. Two glossy black braids hung obediently down over her chest, the ends tied with red string she'd always been too reluctant to use, swinging as she walked. But the most captivating thing was that touch of crimson on her lips, just the right amount of lipstick, lending her clear, lovely face a startlingly gorgeous quality. She kept her head slightly lowered, her hands nervously pinching the hem of her shirt. In that moment, she was no longer the down-and-out young miss everyone had once avoided like the plague. She was, quite simply, the most enchanting bride in the whole world. Oh my God! Wan Wan was the first to shriek. Only then did Wang Sujin and Yishi get a clear look at me, and they both let out a whoa. Completely taken aback, Wanqing lifted her head to follow their gaze, her beautiful eyes flying wide open, and she stared straight at me for a full 3 seconds. Then she smiled. Waigwa. Crash, crash, crash. All around, countless porcelain basins and lunch tins clattered to the ground. The half-sweet potato in Li Mei's hand went plop onto the dirt and rolled several times. Impossible. Impossible. There's no way he's that cripple. Whatever competitive fire had been burning in Li Dunka's heart utterly collapsed. He spun around and bolted back into the dormitory. Chun Waigwa. Someone cried out. No telling who was first, and the crowd instantly exploded. That's impossible. How could this be crippled Chun, the one with the big bushy beard? Good Lord, he looks like this after shaving? I couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to all those looks of utter disbelief. Like a magician, I pulled from inside my coat the bundle of wildflowers wrapped in newspaper and held it out to Wanqing, who was still standing there dazed. Here, this is for you. She took it with trembling hands. It wasn't just wildflowers. Tucked inside were a few sprigs of early blooming wintersweet, their fragrance filling the air. You have to understand, in an era when even holding hands meant hiding from other people, this kind of bold, direct, ceremonial romance shattered every last bit of her reserve. Waigwayu. Her face flushed, so red it looked ready to bleed, but her eyes glittered with tiny stars. What's the matter? Don't you recognize your own man? I grinned wickedly and swept my eyes over the crowd of female sent-down youth, whose faces were red with jealousy. I can't tell you how satisfying it felt. I walked right up to her, ignoring everyone, and put both hands directly around her slender waist. "Ah," she yelped, and suddenly felt her whole body go weightless, lifted right off the ground. The next second, I had set her down solidly on the crossbar in front of the bicycle seat, my two arms circling around the handlebars like iron clamps, enclosing her entirely against me. The pose was overbearing and a little embarrassing, but I could tell her heart was racing. Every eye there was now fixed dead on my legs. I took a step. 1, 2, 3. Steady, powerful, brimming with vigor. That old limp was completely gone, replaced by a rock-solid stride that radiated pressure. His leg had healed. Li Mei's voice was so shrill it cracked, like someone had grabbed her by the throat. "Impossible, absolutely impossible," Li Duncan muttered, his face ghostly white. I knew perfectly well what he was thinking. If Chun Weiguo wasn't a cripple anymore, was this good-looking, and had a big brick house with heating back home, then hadn't Su Wanqing just landed the deal of a lifetime? Too bad. That deal was my wife, Chun Weiguo's wife. "Hold on tight, we're off to register." I laughed heartily and gave a hard push with my long leg. The heavy frame bike shot off like a black horse breaking loose from its reins, carrying the two of us away in grand style, under the envious, jealous, thunderstruck stares of every villager and sent-down youth in the place. Behind us, all that was left was a ground scattered with broken glasses lenses and a whole lot of hearts turned bitter with envy. The wind whistled past our ears, but I knew Wanqing wasn't cold at all. She sat sideways on the crossbar, her back pressed tight against my chest, able to feel my heartbeat. Thump, 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 each beat landing right on her own heart. She told me later that in that moment, her nose was full of the smell of soap on me, mixed with a fresh, clean scent, and she felt almost intoxicated. Don't doubt me on this. Back in those days, just getting to ride on the back seat of a bicycle was enough to make plenty of girls dream. Sitting on the front crossbar, wrapped in a man's arms, was practically the equivalent of cruising down the street in a convertible sports car, showing off in later years. The villagers we passed all stopped in their tracks, watching and salute. "Whose young couple is that? What a perfect match. Whoa, the guy up front is that Weiguo." The women who just finished sweeping their yards sent a fresh batch of bowls clank-clanging to the ground. "That's Chun Weiguo. That Wang Xingong just now was Chun Weiguo. I'll be damned. Chun Weiguo's even more handsome than Wang Xingong. Oh, woe is me." The widow Lifone plopped down on her doorsill and started wailing. I missed out on the whole world, listening to the village behind us dissolving into chaos. Wanqing leaned against my chest, her eyes curved into little crescent moons. I knew what she was thinking. This man is mine, and I'm proud of it. By this moment, that last shred of worry in her heart about class and going back to the city had all been blown away by the wind. Childhood arranged fiancés, college students, sons of officials, to hell with all of it. We headed straight for the photo studio in town. The old master was fiddling with that clunky Seagull twin-lens camera, and the moment he saw our newlywed pair, his eyes lit up. "Come, get closer, closer now. You're revolutionary partners. What's there to be shy about?" Click. The flash went off, and the black and white film froze that instant forever. In the photo, I looked dashing and full of spirit, a smile at the corner of my mouth. She was gentle and lovely as jade, her eyes and brows full of bashfulness. The backdrop was a painted cloth of Tiananmen, crude and solemn all at once. That photo became the most precious thing we'd owned for the next several decades. Coming out of the photo studio, we went straight to the commune's civil affairs office and handed over our letter of introduction, our household registration booklet, and the application approved by the production brigade. The clerk was a middle-aged woman with sleeve guards on. She looked at the letter, then looked at the two of us, and teased with a smile. "Well now, the Chun Brigades produced a golden boy and jade girl. If you're ready, let's begin." Getting married in that era, there were no vows, only quotations. The two of us stood before the portrait, gripping the bright red quotation books tightly in our hands, our expressions grave. I took a deep breath, threw my head back and my chest out, gazed at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, and declared in a resounding voice, We hail from every corner of the land, and we have come together for one common revolutionary goal. Wanqing held her red book to her chest, tilted her head up too, and hurried to pick up the second line. Be resolute. Fear no sacrifice. Surmount every difficulty to win victory. Finally, together we stepped forward with our right feet and struck the advancing pose from the model operas, saying in unison, work with our own hands, and we'll have plenty of food and clothing. These weren't just slogans. They were the two of us, in that turbulent era, making a promise to walk through the rest of our lives hand in hand. Chunk! The steel seal came down hard on that thin marriage certificate, which looked just like a certificate of merit. The moment I took hold of it, my fingers trembled a little. To me, this was more than a piece of paper. This was me putting down roots in this world, the responsibility I would guard with my life from here on out. We stepped out the door into the winter sun, just right, warming us to the core. Wanqing held the marriage certificate, turning it over and over, looking at the two names printed side by side, and suddenly her eyes went hot. From today on, she was no longer the rootless, drifting sent-down youth Su Wanqing. She was Chun Weigua's wife. Her status had changed from sent-down youth to commune member, and her grain rations had been transferred to the brigade. She'd never have to live in that cowshed again. Pushing the bike, I looked back at her, my gaze so soft it could drown a person. What is it, wife? What are you grinning about like a fool? I'm happy, she said, sitting on the back seat, her 2 feet swinging back and forth with joy. I got a mischievous urge and teased her. Call me hubby. Let me hear it. She gave me a light smack. Hubby. Honestly, how embarrassing. Come here. She crooked her finger at me. I brought my ear close. She took a deep breath, her face as red as a ripe tomato, and in a voice thin as a mosquito's whine, yet crystal clear as it slipped into my ear, she said, Sweetheart, comrade. Half the bones in my body went soft on the spot. That title might not be as intimate as hubby, but coming from the mouth of this well-bred young lady, those proper little words hit with off-the-charts firepower. There was only one thought in my mind. We can't go back to that room tonight. We haven't even got the bedding sorted out. We'll go to the guest house. Yeah, I've got a marriage certificate now. What's there to be afraid of? I broke into a huge grin. Come on, hubby's taking you out for some meat. The state-run restaurant in town was right in the middle of the lunch rush, the air thick with the mouth-watering smell of frying oil. I led her by the hand and strode in. The waitress was a girl with 2 braids, sitting behind the counter and knitting a sweater, not even bothering to lift her eyelids. What do you want? You got your grain coupons and meat coupons? Today it's just cabbage and tofu. There's one last portion of red braised pork left. In those days, a waitress at a state-run restaurant was one of the 8 big attendants, full of attitude. That sign on the wall reading, "No beating customers without cause," wasn't put up for nothing. The last portion of red braised pork, we'll take it. I dug a handful of coupons out of my pocket and slapped them down on the counter, then ordered 2 big white steamed buns and a bowl of egg drop soup. 2 yuan 30 in total, plus 1 jin of grain coupons. Wanqing tugged at my clothes from behind, sucking air through her teeth over the cost. That's too expensive. Let's go home and cook noodles instead. That's enough money to feed us both for several days. Shoo. I turned around and pressed a finger gently against her lips. Today's our big day. Be good. Sit down and wait to eat. My tone left no room for argument, but it actually made her heart go all sweet inside. She could only nod obediently and find a corner to sit in. The food came. That bowl of red braised pork had a rich, glistening red color, streaks of lean and fat marbled together, the oily sheen trembling on the wobbling pork skin. In an era when people's stomachs went without oil for months on end, this was a top-tier delicacy. I picked up the biggest piece and popped it straight into her mouth. Her eyes lit up at once, soft, savory, fatty but not greasy, the satisfaction bursting on her tongue and spreading warm all the way down to her stomach. While we were eating, hushed voices came from behind the partition next to us. I hadn't paid it any mind at first, but my scout's hearing was too sharp, and it instantly caught a few key words. The Red Flag Factory is in for big changes this time. The voice sounded somewhat aged, by the tone, a grassroots-level official. Isn't that the truth, old Zhang? I hear this new Secretary Qin has some serious backing, a slightly younger voice chimed in. The motion of my chewing paused ever so slightly, and my ears pricked up without a trace. Humph, Sirius doesn't begin to cover it. The old official dropped his voice even lower. Secretary Chin came down from the military-industrial sector, a genuine technical big shot who studied in the Soviet Union. I hear at a provincial meeting, he pounded the table outright and said, "If you don't grasp production and only wage struggle, you'll be eating the northwest wind, meaning you'll starve." His parachuting into the red flag factory this time comes with a mandate from up top. The mission is to boost output. And the first ones he's going to deal with are probably those useless hacks who only know how to persecute people and don't understand a thing about technology. So he's coming after Zhao's crowd? Sure. As long as you understand, that's enough. That old fox, Zhao Mingyuan, has had the factory in his grip for years. This time he's likely headed for a fall. All these years, so many people who actually knew the technical work got persecuted, while the ones who know nothing but how to persecute others climbed right up. I hear Secretary Chin can't stand nepotism, and he's out searching everywhere for real technical talent. Hearing this, a flash of light crossed my eyes. Without any change in expression, I took a sip of soup, my mind already racing. The reason Zhao Jianjun was so arrogant was that he relied on his uncle Zhao Mingyuan's power in the Revolutionary Committee. But if this newly arrived Secretary Chin was the doer type, then I'd have a real shot at getting into the factory. As long as I could put forward technical value that no one else could replace, a leader like that would actually be my opportunity. Still, I'd have to watch a while longer. The movement wouldn't end until the second half of the year, and it was only January now. Between the dragon crossing the river from outside and the local snake, there was bound to be a fierce fight ahead. "Hubby, what are you thinking about?" Grinning so wickedly, Wan Qing noticed that faint, cold smile at the corner of my mouth and asked curiously. I snapped out of it, picked up the last piece of red braised pork and put it in her bowl, and smiled with deep meaning. "Nothing much. Just thinking. The good days for us two are only just beginning." After we finished eating, I wiped my mouth and took her hand. "Come on, let's go downtown." "What for?" "To browse the department store, of course. Buy some things for the house." "Let's not. We don't have much money. It's too wasteful. Whatever we need, we can just buy in town. We'll just go look, don't have to buy. Even just noting things down is fine. Gives us something to work toward. Then, let me use the restroom first." She couldn't win against me, so she gave in. Little did she know, what was actually filling my head right then was the guest house. I went out the restaurant door first. Looking up, I spotted a green Beijing Jeep parked by the roadside. In those days, only officials at the county and regiment level rated a car like that, and it bore the red flag factory license plate. I was still mulling it over when Wan Qing came out of the restroom. She'd redone her braids, two glossy black plaits hanging down over her chest, the ends curling up playfully. The warmth from the meal had left her fair face flushed pink, and against the drab gray street and the crowd of blues, blacks, and grays, she stood out bright as a single red plum blossom opening in the snow. She spotted me at once at the doorway, her eyes and brows curving, and started toward me. Just then, the door to the private room at the far end of the corridor banged open, and a thick wave of alcohol fumes rushed out. "Drink up. Section Chief Zhao, what a capacity you've got. From here on, the red flag factory's counting on you." Several men in Zhongshan suits came out, clustered like stars around the moon, surrounding one man. The one in the lead had a face flushed crimson and unsteady feet. It was none other than Zhao Jianjun. He was in a foul mood today and had drunk a lot to drown it. Now, his eyes bleary with drink, he suddenly lifted his head and ran smack into the sight of Wan Qing at the end of the corridor. His eyes lit up, and half the drink sobered out of him at once. He felt this woman was like a fairy stepped straight out of a poster. The alcohol had scrambled his brain, and on top of years of throwing his weight around the factory district, he didn't think twice. With his two lackeys, he blocked the way. "Hey there, comrade, which workshop are you from? How come I've never seen you at the factory office?" In his heart, he figured all the prettier girls for miles around were in the factory, and as for the few good-looking female sent-down youth at the production team, he'd already gotten his hands on them. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhao Jianjun of the Red Flag Factory Security Section. Just call me Section Chief Zhao." Reeking of booze, his eyes crawled greasily around her waist. "You haven't eaten yet, right? Come, Come, my treat. I'll get you something good. As he said it, he grinned, bearing a mouthful of smoke-yellowed teeth, and reached out to grab her arm. Most of the people eating in the main hall were factory folk, and once they saw it was Zhao Jianjun, who dared say a word. But the contact he'd anticipated never happened. Slap. One of my big hands, covered in calluses, clamped down like an iron vice on his wrist in midair. He felt his wrist locked as if in an iron ring, the bones about to be crushed, and the pain sobered him halfway. He sucked in a sharp hiss of breath. Who the hell dares to stick their nose? He snarled, lifting his head, only to meet my pair of bottomless eyes. Somehow I was already standing in front of Wanqing. My 6-foot-plus frame was like a mountain, my flat top sharp, my face utterly expressionless. But that pressure radiating from my very bones made his breath catch. Son of a bitch, let go of Section Chief Zhao. One of the 2 security section men threw a kick at me. Quick as lightning, I raised my leg, drawing on the strength and speed of my scout's physique. Bang! The private room door shattered, and one of the flunkies went flying straight through it. Then I twisted around with a side kick, and the other one crumpled like a rag doll, crashing into and overturning a whole table of food. The diners scrambled to get out of the way in fright. Zhao Jianjun had completely sobered up now too, realizing the fellow in front of him was no pushover. Held fast by me and unable to break free, he watched helplessly as I dropped 2 men without even moving from my spot. Putting on a show of bluster to hide his fear, he said, "Do you know what you're doing? Assaulting a cadre. You want to eat prison rice. My woman, you dare lay a hand on her?" My voice wasn't loud, but it was cold as shards of ice. He froze for a moment, blinked hard, and studied me over and over, but for the life of him couldn't place whose husband this was, and truly didn't recognize me either. "You, who the hell are you?" "Heh, ridiculous." I leaned in close to him. "You don't even know who people are, yet you spend all day bullying men and preying on women. A modern-day Gao Yanniai." Gao Yanniai being the infamous playboy villain of old tales who abused his father's power. "You're talking nonsense. Today was my big day, and I hadn't wanted to blow this up, so I lowered my voice. Instigating arson, now that's a serious crime. The confessions of Chun Dazhuang, Lizi, and the rest of them are all in my hands. I let them off. But do you want me to call Lizi and the others back to confront you face to face? Just who are you?" Cold sweat broke out on him at once, every trace of drunkenness gone. Suddenly his whole body shuddered, and he stared at me in terror. You're Chin Weigua." He looked at Wanqing again, and only then did it dawn on him. He'd stirred up all this trouble and hadn't even recognized the very people at the center of it standing right in front of him. He couldn't make any sense of it, and his gaze instinctively swept down to my legs. Your leg?" None of the information added up. Whatever happened to the crippled simpleton? The man before him was clearly a strong, hard-hitting, ruthless character. I went on. "I hear your factory's got a new leader in charge. Cleaning house?" His heart clenched. The new secretary had just arrived and was still in his quiet phase. The 3 fires of a new broom hadn't been lit yet, and nobody wanted to be the one who stuck his neck out. He hurriedly changed his tune. "Chinweigua, there's got to be a misunderstanding here between us. Look, I've never even met you 2 before. It was all my underlings doing things in my name." Of course I knew he was lying. What happened to Wan before was proof enough. But I also understood clearly that having come to blows with him in broad daylight, a man of his temper would never let it drop. Right now, everyone had been forced out into the open, and at most the new secretary would hold him down for a while. If it really came to going through proper channels and butting heads directly, I had no backing. I probably couldn't even beat him at the police station. But once we'd come to blows, there was no turning back. No matter, I had the system. Given time, I'd deal with him sooner or later. For now, I had a wife to protect. "Apologize," I said coldly. Zhao Jianjun, at least, knew how to cut his losses. "Comrade Su Wanqing, I'm truly sorry. Today's business, and everything before, I offer my apologies for all of it. Let's call it even, wipe the slate clean." Only then did I release his hand, and I even reached over and straightened his collar for him, leaning in to say in a low voice, "Policy is shifting. A man does his deeds, and heaven is watching." Section Chief Zhao would do well to read the situation and put his mind on his work, stop thinking about coming to my house looking for a certain thing. As if I'd ever keep something like that at home. It was mailed out of town long ago. If anything the least bit off happens to my family, all of it will show up in Secretary Chin's mailbox. Whether my mouth stays shut is entirely up to you, Section Chief Zhao. He rubbed his wrist and flexed it a couple of times, standing frozen in place, staring at this honest, simple-looking, smiling face of mine, and for the first time felt a chill go straight through his bones. This was no simpleton. This was a wolf in sheep's clothing, a venomous snake coiled up and ready at any moment to snap a man's throat. He narrowed his eyes at me and forced out a smile. Good that the misunderstandings cleared up. Don't worry, I won't intrude on you newlyweds. As he spoke, he dug a wad of cash out of his pocket and counted out 4 10 yuan notes. Running into each other is a happy occasion. Congratulations on your marriage, you two. Yeah, well then, it'd be rude of me to refuse. I took it, bold as you please. He gave Wanqing another glance, then gathered up his people, hauled off the 2 flunkies, and hurried off to his car and away. Outside the restaurant, quite a few people were watching from a distance, and the street had gone silent. Who is this guy? Some high official's son? Even Zhao Jianjun didn't dare touch him. Didn't dare touch him? He was practically stuffing money in the man's hand, groveling like a coward. Damn, that felt good. As if nothing had happened at all, I turned and took Wanqing's slightly chilled hand. That fierce aura pulled back in, clean and gone. Come on, wife. She stared at me blankly. In that instant just now, she'd felt her man was frighteningly unfamiliar, yet so powerful it made her feel utterly, incredibly safe. Once we were out of the restaurant, she finally couldn't hold it in. Weigua, what did you say to him just now to scare him like that? I found a place to stash the bicycle and led her to the bus stop sign to wait, saying offhandedly, nothing much. Just told him I've got a wife now, so he'd better not get any ideas. And if he does, I'll report him to the news secretary. Nonsense, how could that scare him? Her face went red and she thumped me with a fist, but the gloom in her heart was swept clean away. It's true, didn't you see? He didn't even recognize the 2 of us. I guess that's true, she mumbled softly. Haha, I grinned. Today I got Zhao Jianjun's money. Let's go treat ourselves. At the city department store, the glass doors swung open and a wave of face cream scent mixed with warm, heated air hit us. People packed in shoulder to shoulder, the counters towering high. Wanqing's palms were soaked with sweat, clutching her pocket for dear life. There was 50 yuan in their total, their whole fortune, and she'd made up her mind. She could not let this spendthrift husband of hers throw it away. Weigua, we'll just look, whatever you do, don't. Before she could finish, I gave a tug and pulled her over to the ready-made clothing counter. Hanging right in the center was a navy blue wool overcoat, double-breasted, Shanghai-style cut, so fashionable it hurt the eyes. Comrade, take that down. Let us have a look, I said in a booming voice. The saleswoman didn't even lift her eyelids, her hands flying as she knitted with red yarn. That's Shanghai goods, 38 yuan, and you'll need 12 feet of cloth coupons on top. Don't touch it if you're not buying. You smudge it, you pay for it. 38. Wanqing sucked in a cold breath. This wasn't buying clothes, this was drinking blood. Why can't we try it on? My stubborn streak flared up. Weigua, I don't like it, she said, so frightened her face went pale, grabbing my arm and dragging me toward the exit. It's too expensive, and you can't do any work in it. Let's go quick. I let my wife drag me all the way to the top of the stairs. Seeing that little face of hers so pained over the money, my heart went soft. As we passed the home textiles section, a bright red satin quilt cover hung on display, mandarin ducks frolicking in water, a festive crimson. My steps nailed to a sudden halt. This time I'd learned my lesson and cut the chit-chat. We'll take this one. Stuff it with the thickest cotton batting. Write up the ticket. Before she could get her hand over my mouth, the saleswoman had already briskly torn off the receipt. 25 yuan altogether. Chen Weigua. She was so upset she stamped her feet, her eyes rimmed red. We've got an old one at home. Patch it up, and we can still use it. I took the receipt and leaned in close to her ear, my breath warm against her flushed earlobe. That's different. This means prosperity and good fortune. It's lucky. Her face went whoosh, blazing red like a boiled shrimp. The middle-aged women around us cast envious looks. This young man, he really dotes on his wife. Out of the store, a big bundle of things in each hand. Wanqing glanced up at the sky and got anxious. Hurry, hurry, The last bus is about to leave. No rush, there's still time. My mouth agreed, but my feet seemed to have grown roots. Passing the hardware counter, I dawdled again. Let me take a look at these tools. Down the road, I'll need to put together a set of my own. She was so anxious she yanked at my sleeve, dragging me toward the door like hauling a stubborn donkey. The two of us ran, gasping for breath, up to the gate of the long-distance bus station. Puffed, a puff of black smoke. The last old Liberation brand coach heading back to the commune wobbled its way out the gate, leaving us with nothing but 2 red taillights. Oh no! She was so upset she nearly cried, standing helpless in the cold wind. Now we can't get back. What do we do? I slapped my thigh, my face full of chagrin. My fault, my fault. My mouth was admitting the blame, but inside I was secretly delighted. Heaven's will, that's what this is. It's all right, wife. Heaven never seals off all the roads. We'll stay at the guest house. The anxiety on her face melted at once into bashfulness, her heart pounding. Then she lifted her chin and glared at me. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Come on. I hoisted up the 2 big bundles and slipped an arm around her waist. She gave a little struggle, glanced around to make sure no one was there, and only then muttered under her breath. Why spend all this money? Wouldn't going home have been better? We don't have all our things at home yet. Besides, it's our first time. Shouldn't we do it up a little fancy? She gave me 2 hard pinches and lowered her flushed face, but in the end said nothing more, her heart both nervous and a little bit eager. As dusk fell and the street lamps glowed dim, we arrived at the nearby state-run guest house number 1. Behind the front desk sat a middle-aged woman with a red armband, cracking sunflower seeds and listening to the radio. The moment she saw the 2 of us come in, her eyes swept over us like a searchlight. The man, tall, roguish, flat-top, doesn't look like a decent sort. The woman, far too pretty, yet with her head lowered and her face all red, and lugging big bundles of goods. This combination, no matter how you looked at it, seemed exactly like a drifter abducting a woman. What's your business? Getting a room, of course. The woman spat out a sunflower husk, tooey, and put her hand straight on the telephone. Letter of introduction? What work unit? What's your relationship, you two? Wanqing, cowed by this interrogation of a criminal manner, instinctively shrank behind me. Auntie, don't get worked up. This is my wife, I said with a grin. Wife? Humph, just because you say so? Her eyes turned even sharper as she sized Wanqing up and down. Don't be scared, girl. If he's forcing you, just nod, and Auntie here will call the police right now. Wanqing opened her mouth in a fluster to explain, but was too embarrassed to get the words out. I wasn't annoyed either. In those days, these zealous aunties saw everyone as a class enemy. Unhurried, I reached into my coat and pulled out that little red booklet, still warm from my body. Slap. The marriage certificate came down hard on the counter. I pointed at the steel seal on it, dead confident. Auntie, do us the favor of taking a good look. Lawfully wedded husband and wife, licensed and on duty, certificate fresh out of the oven. The woman blinked, took it up suspiciously, and held it to the light, peering at it again and again, checking the letter of introduction and the household registration booklet one by one. In the photo, the 2 people leaned together, the steel seal pressed deep into the paper. No doubt about it, registered just today. Oh, so you really are newlyweds. The wariness on her face instantly melted into an auntie's doting smile. You should have pulled it out sooner. What a pretty girl. She's too good for you. But you're a lucky man. She pulled out a ledger. A single room. Then, you two'll want a single room for sure. 3 yuan, 10 yuan deposit. I paid up briskly. The auntie carried a thermos of hot water and led us upstairs, chattering all the way. She opened the door and stuffed the key into my hand. Check out by 10 tomorrow. I was leading Wanqing in when the auntie suddenly grabbed her and pressed 2 things into her hands. Wanqing blinked, her face full of bewilderment. I knew you wouldn't have a clue, the auntie said, as if it had all just dawned on her. These are for birth control. You're only 19. You've got to answer the state's call, marry late, and have children late. This here, you've got to put it on your man for him. Wanqing's face went whoosh, so red it looked ready to catch fire. The auntie still wouldn't let her go, and pulled out a little pamphlet. You know how to use it? Come here, Auntie'll explain it to you. I didn't stop them. Watching Wanqing get dragged off to the side by the auntie, 1,000 times unwilling, I thought. Just as well, let Annie give her a little pre-battle briefing. The room was small, a wooden double bed, white sheets, a green wainscot around the walls, a writing desk. In those days, there was no such thing as a television yet. Tonight was our proper wedding night. For me, Chunweigwa, 2 lifetimes put together, it was the first time. Su Wanqing slipped into the room like a thief, pressed her back against the door, and breathed hard. Her face as red as that big red satin quilt cover. She was clutching for dear life the little pamphlet the auntie had given her and the 2 square little paper packets, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. I sat on the edge of the bed, watching her with a half smile. Wife, what peerless kung fu did that Annie teach you? Nothing, just some hygiene knowledge. In a flustered rush, she shoved the things down to the very bottom of the canvas bag, her movements quick as if she were covering up evidence of a crime. Let me see. Is it that guide to healthy childbearing? I deliberately got up as if to snatch it. Hey, don't touch it, you big pervert. She shielded the bag with both arms. We tussled a few rounds, and I took the chance to pin her against the door. The air in the room turned thick and sticky all at once. So quiet there was nothing but the occasional bicycle bell drifting past the window. All right, I'll stop teasing you. I took her hand and pointed at the little white-tiled compartment in the corner. Our 3-yuan-a-night luxury room really is something else. Private bathroom, and it even runs hot water. We've been out all day covered in dust. Want to go wash up? She nodded and had just turned to grab a towel when I added, the water pressure's low. How about we wash together? Save water, answer the state's call. You teased until she was like a startled little rabbit. She shoved and pushed me toward the bathroom. You go first, hurry up. Nothing but dirty thoughts in that head of yours. Laughing, I switched on the radiator and went into the bathroom, and the water started rushing. 10 minutes later, the water stopped. I came out toweling off my dripping flat top, a cloud of white steam billowing out the door after me. She was in the middle of clumsily spreading out that new quilt cover, and when she turned and saw me, her whole body instantly froze. She told me later that in that moment there was only one thought in her head. This is no cripple like the villagers said. This is a beast lying in wait. She wanted to look, but didn't dare, her gaze drifting spinelessly down to the floorboards. Look if you want. It's all yours anyway. I handed her the towel. Come here and help me dry off. Blushing, she took the towel, but the instant her fingertips touched me, her hand trembled. I lowered my head and dropped my voice low. Your turn. Want me to scrub your back? I'm quite the professional. I'll wash by myself. Like a slippery fish, she wriggled out of my arms, snatched up her clothes, and dove headlong into the bathroom. Click, locking the door behind her. I stared at that shut door, my throat bobbing, and made a quiet mental note. First thing when we get home, take the lock off the master bathroom door. This wait dragged on for the better part of an hour, the sound of running water never stopping. I lay in the covers, tossing and turning with restlessness. This was pure sweet torture. Finally, the door opened a crack, and a lotus-white arm reached out. In a voice thin as a mosquito's whine, she said, Weigwa, can you turn off the ceiling light? Just leave the bedside lamp on, and close your eyes. Without a word, I reached over and flicked off the light. The dim yellow bedside lamp cast a hazy, intimate glow. Wrapped in a cloud of fragrance, she rushed out and dove into the covers, bundling herself up like a silkworm in a cocoon, not leaving me a scrap of the blanket. I pulled her over, and 2 scalding bodies finally pressed together. She was stiff as a block of wood, eyes squeezed shut, her lashes trembling. I didn't rush. I knew girls of this era were thin-skinned and shy. Like coaxing a child, I let her relax little by little. Don't be scared. Just like that Annie said, we'll go step by step. That night, the cold wind outside howled fiercely, but inside the room it was hotter than the radiator. 2 hearts that had drifted for years were finally tied tight into a knot that could never be undone. And on that very same night, over in the office of the Red Flag Factory security section, it was quite a different scene. The ashtray was piled high with cigarette butts. Zhao Jianjun sat alone in the dark, not smashing things, not roaring. His face was grim as he stared fixedly at the desk calendar, his fingers tapping the desktop in rhythm. Tap, 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 an eerie sound in the dead of night. The 2 confidants outside the door didn't dare so much as breathe loud. They knew all too well, The quieter the section chief got, the bigger the trouble. Chinwagwa. He exhaled a smoke ring, his eyes dark and sinister. Fine. You're really something. In all these years, nobody's ever dared threaten me, Zhao Jianjun, like that. You're the first. This score, he'd written it down. I didn't know that yet at the time. Early the next morning, the winter sun slipped in through the gap in the curtains, spilling over the rumpled bed. Wanqing woke early, her body feeling like it had come apart at the joints, her legs a little weak as she got out of bed. She was thinking she ought to wash the sheets in a bit. She'd just come out of the bathroom when I swept her up with one arm and hauled her sideways back into bed. Sleep a little longer, it's only 7. My voice still carried the hoarseness of having just woken. Truth be told, last night had been a bit of an anticlimax at the end. At first we were both awkward, and it took real effort to find a bit of a rhythm. But with my enhanced physique up against her delicate little frame, it was like a 100-kilo boxer facing off against a 60-kilo one. I'd hardly used any strength before she was already crying uncle, so all that fire never got vented. No more, you're like an ox. She pushed at me. Wife, didn't you read that pamphlet? I didn't finish last night, and it stayed like this the whole time. That's bad for a man's health. Don't believe me? Feel for yourself. Huh. Her eyes went wide with shock. Like that all night long. Yeah, it's really uncomfortable. I put on a mournful face. Her heart went soft at once. She reached out to touch my face and wrapped her arms around me. My hands roamed about mischievously, roaming and roaming, and then suddenly stopped. My eyes snapped open, and I stared blankly at the person in my arms. This didn't feel right at all. Last night in the pitch dark, it had all matched exactly what that Annie had said. So how come today? I flung back the covers, and, well, would you look at that? Underneath her shirt, she was wrapped in layer upon layer of bandage cloth. You? My eyes went completely rigid. You bind yourself all the time. Mortified, her whole face went red, and she hurriedly yanked up the covers to hide herself. I was afraid they'd talk about me. It clicked for me at once. In those conservative times, for a girl to have too good a figure was practically a crime, especially for a pretty female sent-down youth. To keep from being harassed by hooligans, she'd had no choice but to hide herself away. I felt both heartache and delight, as if heaven had handed me an extra-large surprise box. You silly wife. I ripped off those bandages and hugged her tight. No more binding from now on. Something this wonderful, and you wrap it up. What a waste. Stop it, you pervert. Gentle, go easy. We slept until nearly 10, and Wanqing was still fast asleep, a trace of exhaustion at the corners of her eyes. Watching her, I felt both tender and protective. My wife was, after all, a delicate thing. From here on, I'd have to take it easy and gradually nurse her back to strength. I couldn't bear to wake her, so I quietly got dressed and headed downstairs on my own. The guest house lobby. The same Annie who'd been on duty the day before was listening to a storytelling program on the radio, cracking sunflower seeds with a steady crack, crack. The moment she saw me come bounding downstairs, all glowing and cheerful, she gave me a wink and a knowing, drawn-out smile. Young man, checking out, are we? Not a flush on my face, not a flutter in my heart. I walked to the counter and slapped down 3 yuan. Auntie, one more night. Oh, did you take care of the family planning? She chuckled as she took the money and wrote up the receipt. Followed your instructions to the letter. I shot back, playing along. Just as we were joking, a sudden commotion broke out in the courtyard. An army green Beijing 212 Jeep was parked dead center in the yard. Hood popped open. A ring of gawkers gathered around. That kind of vehicle was a rare sight. Only county and regiment-level cadres rated one. Even a big shot's car can break down. Huh, the auntie said, poking her head out for a look, taking a little too much pleasure in it. A big shot. You bet. That's Secretary Chin, the new guy over at the Red Flag Factory. Had a meeting last night, stayed right here with us. Secretary of the Red Flag Factory. Something clicked in my mind, and I strode right over. 2 men stood by the car. One looked like the driver, a fellow drenched in sweat, gripping the hand crank and heaving at it with everything he had. The other was a middle-aged man standing with his hands behind his back, dressed in a gray Zhongshan suit, his face steady and composed, but his brows knitted tight, clearly anxious. Move it. All of you, what's there to look at? The driver had cranked forever with nothing to show for it. and he barked his frustration at the crowd. Zzz clunk. The starter let out a dry, grinding scrape that set your teeth on edge. The second I heard that sound, my brow furrowed. Watching the driver about to grab the crank again, I couldn't help but speak up. Buddy, stop cranking. My voice wasn't loud, but every word came through clear. Keep forcing the ignition like that, and you'll score the cylinder bore. Then this engine's headed for a full overhaul. The crowd parted with a swoosh. The driver whipped around, glaring, furious. Who the hell are you? If you don't know squat, don't go running your mouth. I ignored him. My eyes went straight to the leader in the Zhongshan suit. Our gazes met, his sharp, carrying the scrutiny of a man long accustomed to authority. I didn't flinch, didn't look away. I stood ramrod straight. The leader raised a hand to stop the driver from blowing up again and asked in a low voice, "Young comrade, you know cars?" "Won't know for sure till I get my hands on it." I walked up to the front of the car, reached into the engine bay, and felt around for a moment. My fingertip picked up a smear of grime from under the distributor. I brought it to my nose, sniffed, then let out a cold laugh. "Chief, your car isn't broken. Somebody tampered with it." The driver's face went white in an instant. The leader's eyes hardened at once. "Is that the truth?" "See here," I said, pointing to a fitting and an inconspicuous wire. "The fuel line coupling's been loosened, threads aren't tightened down, so one good bump and it leaks, and naturally the fuel supply gets unstable. But here's the really nasty part, this high-tension lead. The insulation looks fine, but the copper wire inside's been pinched through, barely making contact. Turn the ignition and the current shorts around in there. That burnt smell just now? That was the insulation burning. Somebody set this up on purpose so you'd break down halfway down the road." He laid it all out, clear as day, and everyone there was left dumbstruck. This wasn't fixing a car. This was cracking a case. The leader gave me a long, deep look, his admiration plain and unhidden. "Can you fix it? Just need the tools." "We've got them. I'll grab them right now." The driver, like a man granted a reprieve, hurried over with the toolbox. "And I'll trouble you for a short length of copper wire and a couple rolls of electrical tape," I said, reeling off the materials. One listen, and the driver knew he'd run into the real deal. He took off at a sprint. Next, I reached both hands into that complicated engine bay, fingers threading precisely around the scalding hot parts, stripping the wire, peeling the casing, splicing the connection, wrapping the tape. The whole thing flowed like water. A few old-timers standing nearby who fancied themselves car experts could only click their tongues in amazement. A moment later, I straightened up and wiped my hands. "Give it a try." The driver swallowed hard, climbed in, and nervously turned the key. Vroom. Just like that, the engine roared to life, deep and full. A wisp of pale blue smoke puffed from the exhaust, and then it settled into a smooth, crisp, pleasant idle, like a completely different car from the half-dead thing it had been moments ago. A burst of astonished cries erupted from the crowd. "It's magic. This kid's got magic hands." The driver was a straight shooter. He clapped me hard on the arm. "Good man. Thanks to you today, or the secretary would have missed his inspection." The leader stepped forward on his own and held out his hand. "Young comrade, fine work. My name is Jinbong." I gripped his hand, my grip neither servile nor overbearing. "I know a little something. I went ahead and adjusted your intake valve too. While I was at it, you'll have more pull climbing hills from now on." Jinbong understood perfectly well. This was no little something. A man who could pinpoint exactly what was wrong with the car clearly knew the trade cold. He asked, "Which factory in the city are you with, son?" "A key technician, I'd guess." "Me? I'm from the Qin family brigade, just a commune member." "The Qin family brigade?" "Red flag commune." Now Jinbong was genuinely surprised. He'd assumed I was from some city factory, pull a few strings, and maybe get me transferred into the red flag factory. He never expected me to be a commune member from right next door to the factory headquarters. "Well, what do you know? We're practically neighbors. You do your labor over at the commune, usually?" The moment I heard that, I knew the leader's wheels were turning. So I said, deliberately, "Not entirely. Mostly I look after the reservoir, and on the side I fix up tractors and water pumps and such for the surrounding communes. Earn a little pocket money. But it's all paid by the production teams. I swear I'm not out here speculating and profiteering, taking the capitalist road." My eager little self-criticism act had the whole crowd roaring with laughter. You, comrade, you make your living off your skills. What's there to be afraid of? Jinbong said, half exasperated, half amused. But inwardly he was quite stirred. These days the skilled folks tiptoed around scared, while the unskilled hogged the important posts. No wonder production efficiency was in the gutter. That was exactly the red flag factory's disease. Desperately short on technical people, drowning in slogan shouters. He glanced at his watch, pulled out an envelope, and tucked 5 10 yuan notes inside. Comrade, you charged the commune for repairs, so it wouldn't sit right for me not to pay. Consider this a token of my appreciation. I didn't even look at it. I just waved it off. Chief, you're a good man. I can't take this money. Jinbong laughed. What's this? Because I'm a good man you won't take it? So you'd take a bad man's money? Another round of laughter from the crowd. Son, that's 50 yuan. 2 months' wages for an ordinary worker. But I took a step back and firmly pushed it away. Chief, somebody sabotaged this car on purpose, and that's got to be the work of bad people. Just like in the operas, right? I can't stand to see the bad guys win. Just then the guest house auntie hollered from the side. Chief, this young fella just got his marriage license yesterday. Handing over cash is so tacky. Why not give him a wedding gift instead? Just got married? Jinbong blinked, then burst out laughing. Excellent. Excellent. It was tacky of me. He turned and dug a craft paper package out of the trunk. You look about my size. Take this new set of clothes as my wedding present, and no more refusing. At that point, I stopped being coy and took it graciously. Then thank you, Secretary Qin. My name's Chinweigua. Whenever the factory's got a machine with some stubborn problem nobody can crack, come find me anytime at the Chun Family Brigade. Chinweigua. He watched my back as I walked off, repeating the name over and over. It was only later that I heard. After the Jeep drove off that day, Jinbong's face stayed dark the whole ride. Little Wong, the driver, hung his head and apologized, but Qin just waved him off. This isn't your fault. Seems some people aren't too happy to have me here. A flash of fighting spirit crossed his eyes. When we get back, tell little Zwa to pull the personnel files for every single temp worker the factory's taken on these past 3 years. I'd like to see just how many freeloading parasites this red flag factory has been feeding. And so a great battle quietly began. The next morning, I was pedaling my heavy-duty Golden Deer bicycle, the kind rated for 200 Gene of cargo, with Wanqing riding side saddle behind me, her arms wrapped tight around my waist. She'd taken my words to heart and stopped binding herself up in those layers upon layers of gauze. Her originally loose, dark blue work jacket was now filled out to bursting, and with every bump in the road, the curves were downright heart-stopping. Her cheeks burned, and now and then she'd try to reach up and tug the front of her jacket closed to cover herself, only for me to press her hand back down each time. Cover what? We're a proper married couple. You're my pride and joy, not something to be ashamed of. I glanced back, a mischievous grin tugging at the corner of my mouth. Wife, this is called being blessed by nature. You should hold your head high and stick your chest out. Oh, hush. She pinched a soft bit of my waist, red with embarrassment, yet inside, a sweetness she'd never known before welled up. In these drab, gray years, this man was the only one who treated her like a treasure. We rode into the village just as the noon work shift was letting out. In the courtyard of the sent-down youth compound, a group of educated youths squatted along the base of the wall, soaking up the sun and eating out of their enamel mugs. The gate creaked, and every eye turned our way. Screech. I planted my long leg down, and the bike came to a steady stop. As Wanqing climbed off, her legs gave a little wobble, and she tipped slightly to the side. Quick as a flash, I threw out my arm and caught her around that soft, slender waist, half lifting, half embracing her until she was steady again. The whole move radiating an unabashed intimacy, as if no one else existed. That scene lodged itself like a thorn in the eyes of Li Dunka, who had just stepped out of his room. Because the Wanqing of today, glossy black braids, a face like peach blossoms, bore no trace of her old self, that cold, aloof, scrawny, withered look. And that figure of hers, no longer bound up, curved and dipped beneath the work jacket in a way that gave off such a womanly air it left men's throats dry with a single glance. Plop! The half-eaten cornbread bun in Li Dunka's hand hit the ground. He could have kicked himself raw with regret. This was no plain, watery nobody. This was a stunner who'd been hiding in plain sight. Wan Qing lowered her head, blushing, and went inside to gather her luggage. I leaned against the bike and lit a cigarette. Down at the base of the wall, Li Mei and Zhang Guixiang huddled together with their bowls, staring at all the bulging bags and parcels hanging off my bicycle, eyes turning green with envy. Li Mei fixed on Wan Qing's slightly bow-legged walk, then at that suddenly inflated chest, and the jealousy bubbling up in her twisted her whole face. Some people just think there's something else, Li Mei said, deliberately raising her voice, shrill enough to scrape glass. One trip to the city and she forgets how to walk. Look at her, waddling with her legs apart. Didn't come back to sleep for 2 whole days. What a slut. Zhang Guixiang had long found Wan Qing an eyesore, and she jumped right in, raking Wan Qing up and down with a venomous look. You said it. Has she got no shame at all? Used to be flat as a board. How'd she sprout 2 big steamed buns overnight? If you ask me, she probably got knocked up by some wild man a while back, and now she can't hide the belly anymore, so it's finally showing. The moment those words were out, the air in the courtyard froze solid. You have to understand, in these years, sleeping around and getting pregnant before marriage were charges that could hound a person to death. The few male youths and the villagers who'd gathered to watch suddenly wore lecherous looks, whispering among themselves as if they'd already conjured up some unspeakable scene in their heads. Wan Qing had just carried her bedding to the doorway. Hearing that filth, her body gave a violent shudder and the color drained from her face. She'd been raised a proper young lady. Her stock of curse words was pitifully thin. Faced with this mudslinging, she trembled all over with rage, tears brimming in her eyes, but she couldn't force out a single cutting word. All she could do was look toward me, helpless. Seeing her stay silent, Li Mei grew even smugger and sneered in a mocking, sing-song tone. What's with the pitiful act? If you're bold enough to do it, why fear people talking about it? And Chun Wei was a real fool, probably about to become somebody's happy daddy and doesn't even know. Crack. A single sound that sent a jolt through everyone's chest. I'd grabbed her by the hair from behind, hauled her out like you'd lift a chick by the scruff, and kicked her straight into the ditch. Chun Wei, you hit me. I'm reporting you. Li Mei wailed as she crawled back up. I let out a cold laugh, my eyes colder than a north wind cutting to the bone. I wasn't even trying yet. Li Mei, I'll warn you one more time. Wan Qing and I are lawfully married. Whatever we do is none of your goddamn business. You've got a mouth full of garbage and a filthy mind. I told you before, don't provoke me. Careful, or one of these days I really will beat you to death. She was scared stiff on the spot, not daring to make a peep. Off to the side, Zhang Guixiang trembled too, not daring to come near. I didn't give her a moment to catch her breath. With utter contempt, I pointed at Li Mei's chest, flat and dried out as a washboard, my voice booming across the whole courtyard. Take a look at yourself. Flat as an open field, and you're standing here yapping. Flat as what? Li Mei blinked, thrown off. I scoffed and pointed at the flat ground. Ignorance really is terrifying. With that chest of yours pressed right up against your backbone, anyone who didn't know better would think a washboard had come to life. You're so flat that when the lights go out at night and a man hugs you from behind, he can't even tell your front from your back. That barrage landed with the force of a nuclear blast. Ha ha ha. Someone lost it first, and the whole courtyard dissolved into laughter. The male youth's eyes darted instinctively toward Li Mei's chest, and the mockery in those glances hurt her worse than being killed. When had Li Mei ever suffered such humiliation? That was the most private, tender wound a woman of that era could have, and it had been ripped open and laughed at in public. Chun Wei, you pervert, she shrieked, breaking down, and covering her face, she ran back into her room, sobbing, wah, slamming the door behind her with a bang. I turned my head. Beside me, Zhang Guixiang had gone white with fear, and she instinctively glanced down at herself, then hastily thrust her own chest out. I spat on the ground in disdain. But the instant I turned around, all that ferocity vanished without a trace. Gently, I took Wan Qing's cold little hand, rubbed it between my palms, and announced loudly, right in front of everyone, "Wife, don't bother with those rabid dogs. It's beneath you. Let's go home. From today on, you'll live in our own 3-room house. No need to put up with this nonsense here anymore." Whatever hurt Wan Qing had felt was gone. The corners of her mouth had already curved up. She murmured a soft rebuke. "You've got such a wicked tongue. How'd I never notice before? Stop talking about women comrades like that from now on." Under the crowd's envious, jealous, and awestruck stares, I strapped down the last of the luggage, swung my long leg over the bike, and mounted up. Wanqing sat side saddle behind me, and, right in front of Li Dunka's face, twisted with the kind of regret that makes a man want to bang his head against a wall, wrapped her arms tight around my waist, and pressed her cheek against my broad back. Ring, ring. The crisp bell cut through the dull hush of the winter day. And just like that, the two of us left the youth compound in style, riding all the way to the freshly renovated three-sided courtyard house at the east end of the village. Smoke was already curling up from the chimney. That was our real little home, and the true launching point for our rise in these 1980s. As for what happened behind that shut window back at the youth compound, I only heard about it later. Li Mei lay sprawled on her quilt, bawling. "Shameless. Filthy pervert. Just you wait. Su Wanqing, you slut." Beside her, Zhang Guoxiang thrust her chest out, half on purpose, as she offered comfort. "Let it go. Why stoop to a dimwit's level?" Li Mei looked up mid-sob, caught sight of how Zhang Guoxiang's chest seemed a bit bigger than before, and how she was deliberately sticking it out, and got even angrier. "Ugh, get out. I don't want to look at you. But I live here. Where am I supposed to go?" "Fine, you won't leave, then I will." Li Mei stormed out, slamming the door. The more she stewed on it, the angrier she got. "Why? We came to the countryside to eat bitterness. But Su Wanqing? She came here to live it up. Why should she get 12 work points a day just for loafing around the henhouse tossing feed and picking up eggs, while I break my back hauling rocks and only earn 10? The more she thought, the more wrong she felt. Gritting her teeth, she went straight to Zhang Fugui's house. Is Brother de Zhuang home? That single brother made Chen de Zhuang go weak in the knees. I wasn't there for this part. I pieced it together bit by bit later. "Ame, what's wrong, Ame?" Seizing the moment while both his parents were out, Chen de Zhuang quickly ushered Li Mei inside. "Who bullied you? Tell your big brother. I won't brag about much else, but in this production team, there's nobody I've ever been afraid of." "Who else could it be?" Li Mei ground out through clenched teeth, her eyes full of spite. "That bitch Su Wanqing and that dimwit Chen the Gimp. The two of them ganged up on me." The instant Chen de Zhuang heard it was those two, his bravado deflated. Wasn't there maybe some kind of misunderstanding? She's married now. What right does she have to keep hogging the cushy henhouse job? I'm out there every day repairing the levee, hauling rocks, my shoulders rubbed raw. As she spoke, she deliberately loosened her clothing, baring a bit of her shoulder. Look right here." Chen de Zhuang's eyes lit up green at once. But then he remembered I was holding evidence that he'd instigated the arson, and his head cleared a few notches. Li Mei leaned close to his ear, her breath soft and warm. "Brother de Zhuang, go talk to your dad. Su Wanqing's got bad class background, and now she's a rich peasant's wife on top of it. How does someone with her level of consciousness deserve to manage the collective's chickens? I already know how to raise chickens. It only makes sense to put someone who knows the trade in charge. Just do me this one favor." She lowered her head, bashfully worrying the hem of her clothes. And I'll do whatever you say." There was a whoosh in Chen de Zhuang's head as the blood rushed straight up. He slapped his chest. "Done. Leave it to your big brother." His mind was full of filthy thoughts. "When the lights go out tonight, come on over. I'll be waiting at the back door." Two pairs of greedy eyes met, and a sordid, back-alley deal was struck, just like that. Meanwhile, on my end, I brought Wanqing happily home to our new place. The moment we stepped in the door, a ding went off in my head. "Congratulations, host. Your household has upgraded to 2 members. You may now collect 2 system coins daily. Su Wanqing has become family. The host can now view her health value and maintain her health." I pulled up the panel and took a look. System coins, 2.5. Health index, 84. Physical condition, maxed out elite soldier constitution. Household members, 2. But when I saw the line for Wanqing, my heart lurched. Member health, Su Wanqing, 46 of 62. Health status, poor. What? I panicked right then and there, dashing back outside to grab Wanqing and look her over up and down, until it gave her the creeps. "What's the matter with you? Wife, is anything bothering you?" Do you feel unwell anywhere? No, I'm perfectly fine. My heart sank. This had to be an old ailment left over from all the suffering she'd been through. No wonder she was so frail. Last night, she'd nearly fainted several times. No, I had to take her to the city hospital for a full checkup. But the first order of business right now, her meals could absolutely not be skimpy. I had to build her up properly. Luckily, the system had leveled up, 2 yuan a day, like a shot of adrenaline for my perpetually tight wallet. I promptly pulled out 15 yuan and exchanged it for a batch of food. Wife, come here. I led her to a small windowless room next to the kitchen, with just a few ventilation holes in the top. From now on, we'll keep all our grain in here. Shut the door and no rats can get in. I pressed a hand to her shoulder, my face dead serious. From now on, there's meat every single meal. When it comes to eating, we don't cut corners, you hear me? You're too weak. We need to build you back up. Wan Qing rubbed her eyes hard. That sack of flour, open at the mouth, was snowy white and fine as a cloud in the sky. That rice, every grain plump and glistening. And the most eye-popping of all, that slab of pork belly, fat and jiggly, 5 or 6 gene at least, 5 alternating layers of fat and lean, sleek and glossy. In these years, when even coarse grain had to be carefully rationed, any one of these things was the top-tier fare a family might see only at New Year's. Weigua, where did you get all this? Her voice was trembling, her little face pale with fright. How much did this cost? Raised a young lady though she was, she knew what things cost these days. This pile was more than an ordinary farming household could scrape together in a whole year. Shoo, I leaned in mysteriously and trotted out the cover story I'd prepared. Over at the Shenyang commune. As long as you've got money, they'll trade me all I want. Heh, just don't go blabbing about it. There's no need to eat rice this fine. No good. Coarse rice is hard to digest, bad for your health. You've had it rough enough as it is. No coffee in the morning, no waking up to the smell of city bakery bread. Wan Qing's eyes went red in a flash. Not from anger, from tenderness, and even more from being deeply moved. This man had emptied out his savings just so she could eat something good. She walked over, gently stroked that cold slab of meat, and looked up at me, her heart brimming with sweetness, sweet enough to make her teeth ache. From now on, no more of this reckless spending. We've got to make it last, plan for the long haul. Today's the first meal of our new life together, I said, sweeping an arm around her waist. We have to eat well. Her face stiffened. There's no need. The two of us can just have some noodles. Today's the first day we fire up the stove and warm the new house. I invited my dad, and Dechun, and Wang Sujin, and the others too. The words were barely out when a racket rose up outside the courtyard gate. Weigua, sister-in-law, we're here to raise the roof on your wedding cham. Wait, no. We're here to warm the house. Dechun's booming voice could be heard from a mile off. Right behind him, my dad, Chinbei, came barging in with 2 bottles of Erguo too. Dechun toting a freshly caught gray rabbit, and Dan and Taiju both carrying plenty of ingredients. The whole boisterous crew. Looking at this courtyard full of people, Wan Qing's freshly settled nerves shot right back up into her throat. All these mouths, and she was supposed to cook? I don't know how. She stared at that pitch-black iron cauldron, then at her own soft, fair hands, and all that was left in her head was theory. Back home, she'd never so much as dipped a finger in dishwater, and after being sent down, she'd eaten from the communal big pot. A proper country banquet like this? When had she ever managed one of those? But looking at the eager eyes of the brothers, as the lady of the house, she couldn't lose face. Weigua, you keep Dechun and the others company. I'll go make the food. Forcing a smile, she tied on an apron and glared at that terrifying stove, her posture carrying more than a hint of a doomed hero marching off to battle. In the kitchen, her mind was mush. After finally washing and chopping the vegetables, she crouched down in front of the firebox and struck one match after another. FFFT out. FFFT out again. That wheat straw seemed to be spiting her on purpose. No matter what, it wouldn't catch. When she finally got a little flame going, she hurried to shove a big chunk of firewood in. Cough, cough, cough. A cloud of thick smoke surged back out of the firebox, choking her until tears streamed down. The fire didn't catch, but the smoke rose 3 yards high. She got smoked into a smudged mess. A streak of black soot smeared across her white nose tip. looking as bedraggled as a little calico cat that had crawled through a chimney. Out in the courtyard, Chun was in the middle of bragging when he saw smoke pouring from the kitchen. Startled, he jumped. Holy, Wagwa, your house is on fire. Why is it smoking like a signal beacon in there? I slapped my thigh and rushed into the kitchen. One look at my wife's pitiful state, and my heart just about broke. Wife, step aside, let me handle it. Watch your husband show you what he's got. I pulled her behind me, rolled up my sleeves, and gave the fire a good poking with the fire stick. The fire caught. In fact, it blazed up into a roaring inferno. Oil. Pour the oil. I bellowed. Flustered, she handed me the oil jar. Without a second thought, I sloshed in half a ladle. But the fire was too fierce, and the oil temperature spiked in an instant. Toss in the vegetables. SSSSS whoosh. The scallions had barely hit the pan when a half-meter flame leapt up out of the wok. Fire! Wanqing shrieked in terror and cowered behind me, trembling. It was my first time at the stove too. My mind went blank. In a panic, I grabbed the wok lid and clapped it down with a clang. The flame got smothered, all right, but a thick, acrid burnt stench mixed with black smoke went scrambling out through the gaps around the lid, fighting to escape. The two of us backed out of the kitchen filthy and disheveled, looking worse than soldiers coming off a battlefield. The cigarette dropped from Chun's lips. My dad's jaw hung open. What on earth were you two doing in there? Wanqing was so embarrassed she wanted to crawl into a crack in the ground. This was a colossal loss of face. Couldn't even cook a single meal. If word got out, the production brigade would be all the more convinced she was some spoiled black category young mistress. All right, the Great One has arrived. All of you, step aside. Wanqing's eyes lit right up. Rescue had come. Wang Sujin came striding over with Yishi and Wan in tow, already rolling up her sleeves before she'd even reached the courtyard. Yishi was laughing so hard she could barely stand up straight. She walked over and nudged the two of us to the side. This pair, one a pampered young lady, one a big galut, still need the strength of the collective. I hurried to flatter her. Right. When you've got trouble, you turn to the organization. Wang Sujin was a real workhorse. She led Yishi into the kitchen, expertly cleared out the ash, stacked the firewood, and in a few quick moves had the fire under steady control. Wanqing became the odd jobs helper, watching and learning at their side in earnest. When Wang Sujin turned to chop the vegetables and her eyes landed on the cutting board, her whole body gave a hard jolt. Merciful heavens! She stared at that crystal-clear polished rice, at that pork belly so fatty it fairly dripped oil. Even at New Year's back at the youth compound, she'd never seen a spread this rich. She whipped around and glared at the two of us. You two don't deserve fine stuff like this. In barely half an hour, an overpowering aroma of meat came drifting out of the kitchen and filled the whole courtyard, boring straight into everyone's noses. The Eight Immortals table was set up. A great big basin of red braised pork stewed with potatoes, glossy red and oil slick, quivering and steaming. Beside it a plate of stir-fried rabbit, the chili heat sharp enough to sting your nose. And most devastating of all, a steamer basket of drained white rice, snowy, every grain plump. Nothing at all like the coarse rice they usually ate. Dan and Tai Zhu's eyes practically turned green, their Adam's apples bobbing wildly, the sound of them swallowing spit perfectly audible. Eat up. Come by often. Our days are only going to get better and better. I swept my hand across and filled everyone's cup with erguo too. Sitting off to the side, Wanqing watched the crowd dig in like wolves, and whatever awkwardness she'd felt had long since flown to the ninth heaven, leaving behind nothing but pride. This was her man's doing. Wang Sujin, too, sighed with feeling. Wanqing, Wei was a man of real ability. Stick with him, and you'll be sitting pretty from here on out. Wanqing's cheeks flushed pink. It was a meal where host and guests all had their fill. They even wiped the plates clean with steamed buns. After seeing everyone off, the night grew deep. The newly installed coal-fired heating warmed the house cozy and snug. Wanqing nestled in my arms, listening to my heartbeat, gazing at the cold, clear moonlight outside the window, and thinking back on that kitchen fiasco. She couldn't help letting out a little poof of laughter. What's funny? I gave her nose a little scrape. Us. How clumsy we are. She tilted her face up, eyes bright and sparkling with a firm resolve. Wagwa, First thing tomorrow, I'm going to Sujin to learn how to cook. I'm your wife. I can't have you eating charts at every meal. No need to learn all that, I said, planting a doting kiss on her forehead. A wife's meant to be cherished, not turned into a housemaid. That won't do. I want to learn. She stubbornly stuck out her lips. I'm going to feed you full and plump. Feed me full, huh? My gaze darkened all at once. I rolled over and pinned her beneath me, a wicked grin curling at the corner of my mouth. Well, right now, I am feeling a little hungry. No, no, not tonight. Tomorrow I've still got to go work at the hen house. I suddenly remembered the matter of her health and forced that fire back down. I rolled over and lay back. Wanqing was a bit surprised. How come you're being so well-behaved tonight? Being considerate of my wife, of course. I gathered her into my arms. Oh, right. Tomorrow let's go to the hospital for a checkup. A checkup for what? I'm perfectly fine. I want to see what you're lacking so I can build you up with whatever it is. Give it 2 years, then have a nice, chubby baby boy for me. Her face reddened. No need. I've been taking too much leave lately. It doesn't look good. Let's go some other time. I agreed, holding my sweet, soft wife close. Fine, we won't go for now. In a while, once I've saved up enough system coins, I'll build her health back up first. Inside the house, spring was in full, tender bloom, while out beyond the village, in that haystack, there was a flurry of panting breath as well. What happened that night, too, I only learned about afterward. Li Mei went to the back door as agreed and crawled into the haystack with the itchy-fingered Chen Dezhuang. In her heart, she was smugly scheming. Su Wanqing, I can't wait to see the shock on your face tomorrow. I'll drive you out of that hen house right then and there and make you so mad you could die. You think you're the only one who can land a man? All you snagged was a gimpy commune member. But me, I've got the son of the production team leader and party branch secretary. In the old days that would have made him the crown prince. There was a rustling in the haystack, and soon it fell silent. The moment he was done, Chen Dezhuang rushed to pull up his pants, not even bothering to brush off the straw all over him. Puffing hard, he gave his orders without so much as turning his head. First thing tomorrow morning, go find the accountant. He'll take you to the hen house. The next day, at the first gray light of dawn, the youth compound lined up for breakfast, the bland smell of thin porridge drifting in the cold air. For once in her life, Li Mei stood with her back ramrod straight, chin tilted high, walking into the mess hall so pleased with herself the smugness practically spilled off her face. She sighed, drawing it out, feigning regret. Today I won't be out battling alongside the rest of you. Someone immediately took the bait. What's up, Li Mei? That was exactly the cue she wanted. Her voice wasn't loud, but it made sure everyone heard. Oh, it's nothing. The team heard I've got experience raising chickens before, so they're sending me to help out at the hen house. The hen house. The table erupted at once, envious and jealous glances stabbing at her like knives. Everybody knew the hen house was the cushy gig. Show up in the morning, gather the eggs, toss out feed, do a bit of sweeping, feed them once more after lunch, and then there was nothing to do. The collective didn't have many chickens either, just 100 or so, and you could even swipe a few eggs to nourish yourself. It was a first-class plum job. Li Dunka chimed right in. Exactly. A spot like the hen house should go to one of our own, someone with proper red roots like Li Mei. Can't have the family member of a black category hogging it, probably skimming off the collective every single day. The barb was clearly aimed at Wanqing, and everyone caught the implication, letting out a round of muffled, sneering laughter. In the corner, Wang Sujin and Yi Shi exchanged a furious look. The cornbread bun in Wang Sujin's hand was crushed out of shape as she lowered her voice in Yi Shi's ear. Isn't the hen house Wanqing's charge? When did she stop working there? Yi Shi's brows knit into a tight knot. Looking at Li Mei's petty little triumphant face, she gave a disgusted snort. She must have pulled some shady, underhanded trick. Early the next morning, Li Mei finished breakfast and swaggered out of the dormitory, chin in the air. Whenever she passed a commune member on the road, she held her head as high as a fighting hen fresh off a win, as if she weren't heading off to work at the hen house, but to ascend a throne. A whole movie was already playing in her head, herself righteously dressing down Su Wanqing, and Su Wanqing tearfully packing up her bedroll and clearing out. She thought smugly to herself, when it comes to landing a man, you've got to land one with power and clout. Brother De Zhuang got the whole thing settled for me in a single night. All of this I pieced together little by little later on. At the henhouse gate, a faint smell of fermented feed hung in the air. Wanqing was standing on the open ground by the entrance, a yellow-covered notebook in hand, absorbed in tallying up the sacks of feed. The morning light fell across the side of her face. Even in her blue cotton work jacket, she radiated a serene stillness, so lovely it made your teeth itch. Li Mei sneered and marched right over, pitching her voice 8 notches higher. Su Wanqing, what are you still dawdling around here for? Didn't you get the brigade's notice? She folded her arms across her chest, jerked her chin up, and looked at her out of the corner of her eye. The notice is in. Hurry up and hand over whatever's in your hands. Then get yourself back out to the fields. Oh, and by the way, from now on I'm the one in charge here. Wanqing frowned, her face full of puzzlement. Ahem, ahem. A dry cough came suddenly from the side. The brigade accountant, Wang Yukai, ambled out of the gatehouse with his hands behind his back, wearing the strangest expression, wanting to laugh but not daring to, holding it in so hard it looked painful. That, Comrade Li Mei, you've arrived. Accountant Wang cleared his throat, his eyes drifting back and forth between the two of them. Li Mei hurried over. Uncle Accountant, I just gave Su Wanqing a good talking to, and she's refusing to budge. Ahem. Well, now that everyone's here, let me announce the factory headquarters' latest decision. Li Mei immediately straightened her spine, her eyes fixed on Accountant Wang like hooks, just waiting for the words Li Mei to take over the henhouse. Accountant Wang pulled a sheet of paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and read. In view of recent fluctuations in the henhouse's egg-laying rate and the need for comrades with technical skill and education to strengthen management, Li Mei stretched her neck up, her face full of self-satisfaction. It has been decided, after deliberation, to appoint Comrade Su Wanqing as leader of the chicken-raising group, with full responsibility for technical oversight and accounts management. The smile on Li Mei's face froze on the spot with a snap. What? Group leader? Accountant Wang paid her no mind and read on. Comrade Li Mei, ideologically motivated and having actively requested to better herself, is assigned to the chicken-raising group as a member, chiefly responsible for basic tasks such as cleaning the henhouse and mixing feed, under the direct leadership of group leader Su Wanqing. The yard went dead silent. Unnervingly so, nothing left but a few old hens clucking cluck cluck cluck. Me. I'm to be led by her. She's a black category. I don't believe it. Li Mei shrieked, her face flushing the color of pig's liver. De Zhuang clearly said I was coming to run the henhouse. What do you need 2 people at the henhouse for? Why should I have to listen to her? I won't do it. I'm going to find the branch secretary. Wanqing snapped her notebook shut with a clap, the small sound especially clear in the quiet courtyard. Comrade Li Mei, this is the brigade's decision. Wanqing's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a cold edge she'd never had before. If you don't want the job, you can go back right now. I can manage fine on my own. But according to the labor management regulations, refusing an assignment without cause counts as skipping work. Not only do you lose work points, you'll be criticized by name over the loudspeaker and docked this month's grain ration. You're using my grain ration to threaten me? Li Mei was shaking with rage all over, even the finger she pointed at Wanqing trembling. In these years, work points were your very life. The grain ration was the sky itself, and a public naming and shaming could ruin an educated youth's future for good. Accountant Wang kept a stern face and tucked his document case under his arm. Group leader Su is right. This was signed by the team leader's own hand. Li Mei, you're an old hand among the sent-down youth. How can your consciousness be lower than a newcomer's? If you don't want the job, clear out this instant. Go back to wherever you came from. Li Mei looked at that all-business face, and, unwilling to go back to the heavy labor either, stamped her foot hard, grabbed a tool, and stormed into the henhouse. Meanwhile, over at my new house, Chen De Zhuang was sitting bolt upright on a bench in the main room, cradling an enamel mug, his eyes darting all around, laying on the flattery thick. Brother Weigua, this place of yours is gorgeous, and so warm, too. I lounged half reclined in the rocking chair, sipping tea, and teased him with a grin. So did you get into Li Mei's pants? Tisk, brother, listen to you. He rushed to distance himself. The two of us dated freely too, just didn't work out, that's all. But rest easy. If she thinks she's taking over sister-in-law's job, no chance in hell. I've actually been worried sister-in-law's overworked and was looking for someone to give her a hand. Inwardly, Chen Zhuang was eating bitterness. With the evidence in my hands, he was a fish on the chopping block. Not even his dad could save him. "Huh, you little rascal, dropping hints at me?" I stood up and went into the inner room, came back with an unopened carton of peony cigarettes, and casually tossed it over. "Catch." Chen Zhuang scrambled to catch it, and when he saw the brand, his eyes went wide as saucers. Peony. Premium stuff, several yuan a carton. Only cadres could get their hands on it. Even his own dad couldn't bear to smoke it. And here I was tossing it to him without a second thought. I leaned back against the chair with the ease of a man on top. "Take it home and smoke it. From now on, as long as things stay peaceful at the hen house, I won't shortchange you. As for that old business, between the two of us, brothers like we are, I'll let it rot in my belly." "Thanks, brother." Chen Zhuang looked at the cigarettes in his hands, then at my bottomless eyes, and the scales in his heart tipped over completely. The evidence was in this man's hands, and this man had money and power, smoked cigarettes of this grade. When had Zhao Jianjun ever given him a carton like this? Sticking with Brother Weigua, honestly, it wasn't half bad. "Brother, rest easy." He tucked the cigarettes into his coat and thumped his chest. "From here on out, if anybody dares give sister-in-law a nasty look at the hen house, I'll be the first one not to let it slide." And in the hen house, the smell of chicken droppings mixed with feed grew thicker and thicker. Li Mei stood in the hen house amid a floor of chicken feathers and droppings, her stomach churning. "Comrade Li Mei, what are you standing there in a daze for?" Wan Xing stood upwind of the ventilation opening, pointing with her pen at the iron shovel in the corner. "The droppings have piled up too thick in Coop 3 today. Get it cleaned up." Her tone carried not the slightest trace of personal grudge, just cold, all-business detachment. And that was exactly what drove Li Mei out of her mind. Li Mei ground her teeth to bits, glanced at Wan Xing's spotless work jacket, then down at her own outfit of soft pink dacron, tears welling up in her eyes. "I'll shovel it," she snarled, snatching up the iron shovel and taking all her fury out on the chicken droppings. She'd swung the shovel too hard. A startled hen exploded into flight, wings thrashing, one claw stamping straight into a puddle of runny chicken droppings. The mess launched into the air in a perfect arc. That glob of yellow-green filth splattered dead center on Li Mei's brand-new pant leg. "Ah!" A blood-curdling scream tore through the air. Li Mei flung down the shovel, staring at the stains spreading fast across her trousers, and stomped her feet in a total meltdown, only to plant her foot square in another fresh pile of chicken crap. At that exact moment, the front gate slammed open with a bang. Wang Sujin rolled up her sleeves and charged in alongside Yi Shi, both of them fuming. They'd heard Li Mei had come to steal Wan Xing's spot, and, worried Wan Xing would get the short end of the stick, they'd rushed straight over the second their morning shift ended. But the instant they stepped through the door, they froze. There was Li Mei, filth from head to toe, wrapped in a headscarf like some refugee, gagging while she shoveled manure. And Wan Xing? She was sitting by the sunny ventilation window, a clean little table in front of her, leisurely flipping through the account book with a cup of hot water cradled in her hands. "Sujin, Yi Shi, what are you two doing here?" Wan Xing looked up, her eyes crinkling into a smile as she fished a handful of 5-spice sunflower seeds out of her pocket. "Come on, sit down, take a load off." The two of them nearly dropped their jaws to the floor. What on earth is going on here?" "Oh, nothing. Comrade Li Mei here has such admirable revolutionary spirit that she volunteered to take on the hardest work for me." As Wan Xing said this, she deliberately tipped her chin toward the chicken coop, the laughter in her eyes impossible to hide. Over in the corner, Li Mei listened to their chatting and laughing, to the crisp crack-crack of sunflower seeds being cracked open, and the venom in her eyes grew like a viper uncoiling. She clenched the iron shovel so hard her nails dug into her own flesh. Only now did it finally hit her. She'd been played by Chen Dazhuang. She'd given up her body for nothing. And on top of that, she had to be humiliated by Su Wanqing. "Fine. Su Wanqing, you're the group leader, aren't you? You're the one in charge, aren't you? Well, if these 100+ chickens all drop dead, let's see how you answer for it." From that day on, Li Mei became remarkably hard-working, shoveling manure, mixing feed, She even scrubbed the water troughs until they gleamed. She really did look like a comrade who'd turned over a new leaf. Comrade Su Wanqing, I mixed the feed ratio exactly the way you told me. Take a look, is this okay? She wiped the sweat off her face, piling on an eager-to-please smile, though a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Wanqing went over to inspect it, and it really was well done. Seeing Li Mei acting this way, most of her guard came down. She's an educated youth, after all, someone who's been to school. How rotten could she really be? All the way to the bone. This is good, Li Mei. Thank you for your hard work. The coop may be a side operation, but it's an important source of better meals for everyone and extra income for the brigade. I know you've got a grudge against me, but work is work. You've been doing a good job lately, and I've noted it all down. You'll definitely get your share of the year-end bonus. Thank you. I'll be sure to do my very best. Li Mei nodded along, but inside, malice churned. A black category outcast, playing the good person, playing the cadre. Do my best. Oh, I'll do my best all right. Before she'd come down to the countryside, her family had raised chickens, so she knew better than anyone. These feathered creatures might look sturdy, but they were actually terribly delicate. All she had to do was splash some dirty water into the fermenting feed pile. The feed would go sour and slimy, half raw and half cooked, hard to digest. Once the flock's resistance dropped, she'd let the winter cold wind blow right on them. Humph. In less than 3 days, they'd break out with foul plague for sure. Then let's see how this group leader explains herself to the brigade, how she faces all the villagers waiting on their share of eggs. She schemed her poisonous little plot in her heart, but her face grew ever more attentive, the very picture of a model laborer. In these past few days, I hadn't been idle either. Around midday, the whole Chin family brigade was buzzing. I rode my big golden deer bicycle, with Wanqing sitting side saddle behind me. Married life had been good to her. She was thriving now, her once thin face filled out and more radiant than ever. But that wasn't the point. The point was the heavy string bag hanging from the handlebars, packed with colorful goods, all top-shelf stuff. Hey, Wegwa, where are you two off to? A sharp-eyed villager by the roadside caught the scent from way off. We got married. We're handing out some wedding candy to share the joy. I braced my foot down, and the bike came to a smooth stop. Wanqing, poised and gracious, grabbed a handful of candy and held it out. Here, Auntie Zhang, have some candy. Auntie Zhang looked down and nearly bugged her eyes out of her head. Among the red and green fruit candies, more than half were wrapped in blue and white paper printed with a leaping white rabbit. White rabbit milk candy. These days you needed sugar ration coupons just to buy them at the co-op. Anybody who handed out even 2 hard fruit candies at a celebration was considered generous. And here I'd grabbed a whole fistful, at least 5 or 6. Then I pulled some cigarettes from my pocket and passed out 3 gold filters, snow-white bodies. Red Lotus? The old-timer taking one had fingers gone stiff with disbelief. He quickly brought it up under his nose and inhaled deeply. Smells incredible. A pack of these must run 30 cents. Wedding smokes, you enjoy them. The two of us rode along, handing out treats the whole way, heading straight for Great Uncle's house on the east end of the village. Back when I split off from the family, it was all thanks to Great Uncle backing me up. I set a whole carton of cigarettes and 2 bottles of erguotu down on the stone table. Great Uncle, we got married. This is a token of respect for you. Come have dinner at our place on New Year's Day. Third Great Uncle looked at those 2 bottles of liquor, and his eyes went red in an instant. His hand trembled as he patted the back of mine. Good boy, you've really made something of yourself. You're better than that muddle-headed father of yours, 100 times better. Leaving Great Uncle's, we came to the big old scholar tree at the village entrance, the village's very own intelligence center. A few of the biggest gossips, the sharpest-tongued women, were huddled together stitching shoe soles. The moment they saw my whole spread, they were just about to purse their lips and spit out some sour remarks. But Wanqing shut their mouths with candy. Right then, a few local hoodlums came swaggering over. The leader, Scabby Lee, fixed his eyes on the red lotus in my hand, his Adam's apple bobbing, and sidled up with a smarmy grin. Oh, Brother Wade was struck it rich? How about one for your buddy here? We've done plenty of looking out for you back in the day, haven't we? And with that, his grubby hand reached toward the cigarette pack. I didn't even lift an eyelid, just twisted my wrist and dodged. Scabby Lee's hand hung there in midair, his face turning the color of pig's liver. Chen the cripple, what's your problem? You don't know a favor when it's offered, huh? Without a word, I grabbed him and hurled him 3 meters away, my eyes cold as ice blades. My cigarettes are only for friends and elders. As for dogs who only bully the weak and cower before the strong, go cool off somewhere else. Today I don't mind settling old scores and new ones all at once. I rolled up my sleeves, ready to go at him again, but Wanqing quickly held me back. Scabby Lee, dazed from the throw, remembered that my leg had healed now and I was strong enough to haul lumber weighing hundreds of pounds. He probably couldn't take one punch from me. He scrambled up and didn't dare make a peep, slinking off into the crowd and running away. The villagers watching this scene had the scales in their hearts tipped completely. This Chinwagwa had truly stood himself back up. He knew right from wrong. He had money in hand, and he had a backbone. Having handed out treats to most of the village, I turned the handlebars and rode toward the row of old mud brick houses on the west end, where my father Chin Bei and my stepmother Zhang Chuanfang lived. Wanqing looked at that courtyard gate and instinctively gripped a corner of my clothes. Wagwa, don't be scared. I'm right here. Before we'd even reached the door, Annie Wong from next door lowered her voice with a warning. Wagwa, you'd better watch yourself. Just now I heard Zhang Chuanfang cursing up a storm in the yard, saying you struck it rich and forgot your roots. She's sharpening her knives, waiting for you to walk in. The words weren't even out of her mouth when a shrill string of curses drifted out of the yard, like fingernails scraping on glass. He wouldn't dare not come? I don't believe he'd dare not acknowledge me as his mother. Even if Chun Wagwa became the Jade Emperor himself, it was me who fed him one mouthful at a time until he grew up. If he wants to throw a wedding feast today, then unless he coughs up 100 yuan and 20 pounds of meat, he can forget about getting married. I'll go hang myself right at the door of his new house. Wanqing's face went white in a flash. Right after that came my father Chun Bei's angry shout. You crazy woman. Wagwa found this wife himself. You didn't put in a single cent, and you still want to. You mangy old dog. You think I don't know you secretly lent 50 yuan to that bastard and that slut? No wonder you raised such an ungrateful wretch. My brow knitted tight in an instant. The money. Fine, I'll chalk it up to your greed. But when you spit out, mangy old dog this and slut that, the two people I treasure most in this world, those aren't names you get to throw around. Bang! I kicked that flimsy wooden door so hard it nearly fell apart. The cold wind, carrying my fury, rushed into that dim room reeking of pickled cabbage. On the rattan chair sat Zhang Chuanfang in a greasy floral print cotton jacket, sunflower seed shells she'd spat out scattered all over the floor. Second sister Chun Yinghua and third brother Chen Jianxi, seeing this scene, both instinctively stood up, faces full of shock. In the shadows, Wang Xiaohua, Chun Jianxi's wife, cradling a child, and also the ex-girlfriend I'd once wrongly lost to marriage, gave a violent shudder. She stared at me blankly, then looked at Wanqing beside me, beautiful as if she'd stepped out of a magazine, and a rush of bitterness, regret, and jealousy surged up all at once. She hurriedly ducked her head and retreated into the inner room. Pa! I called out at Chen Bei, who was smoking. Chen Bei quickly stood up. The eldest's home. Come sit. How come you kids don't know to greet him, to pull up a stool? Chun Jianxi, still scared from the last time I'd thrown him around, and with dirt on him that I held over his head, reluctantly dragged over 2 stools and muttered under his breath, Brother. Chen Yinghua wore a look of contempt, until she suddenly spotted the glittering lady's watch on Wanqing's wrist, and her eyes went straight as arrows. Oh my, this must be my sister-in-law. People from the big city really are something else, just like the ones in the magazines. Sister-in-law, that watch of yours is gorgeous. Shanghai brand, right? I heard those go for 120. Let me have a look. Her hand hadn't even touched the watch face before I snatched it out of the air. Second sister, still the same temper you had as a kid. You like something, you just grab for it. I flung her hand off. This isn't a Shanghai brand. It's a Swiss Omega. Don't get any ideas. Wanqing was startled. Wagwa actually recognized an Omega. This watch had been a 10th birthday gift from her mother. She'd kept it hidden all these years and only dared wear it out after getting married. A what mega? Zhang Chuanfang spat a sunflower seed shell onto the floor and piped up in a snide, sing-song tone. Oh, So becoming a capitalist family's live-in son-in-law makes you this stingy? Guarding your food from your own sister? Chinwagwa, let me lay it all out for you today. You want to throw a wedding feast? Fine. Hand over 100 yuan for my old age support. Wanqing's group leader job goes to Inghua. And that year-end bonus from the chicken coop? From now on, it all gets turned over to this family. Otherwise, on the day of your feast, I'll bring the whole family and hang myself right outside your new house's door. And let's see who dares drink your wedding wine then. I was so furious I actually laughed. I set the string bag in my hand, 2 pounds of egg cake, 5 pounds of pork, a bag of brown sugar, down on the table. 100 yuan? There isn't one. This is a little something from my heart. You think you're brushing off a beggar? Zhang Chuanfang shrieked, jabbing her finger right at my father's nose. Just look at that fine son you raised, bewitched right out of his senses by some fox spirit. At this point, Wanqing gently tugged my sleeve and gave me a soothing look. Weigua, you talk with them. I'll go take a look in the inner room, she said softly. She turned and went into Chun Jian's room, closed the door, and pulled a heavy tin of powdered milk from her cloth bag, pressing it into Wang Xiaohua's hands. Last time, we had you to thank, otherwise our house would have burned down. Weigua doesn't forget a kindness. This is for the child. Don't refuse it. Wang Xiaohua looked at that precious tin of milk powder, and a wave of dread washed over her. Thank goodness that day she'd begged her big brother to let it go and not press charges, or the police would have come. Back in the main room, the battle was escalating. Seeing that I wouldn't take the bait, Zhang Chuanfang threw herself into a full-blown tantrum, wailing and rolling around. Chinbei, you mangy old dog. I should never have married you in the first place. You won't look after your own flesh and blood, but you'll go fix up a house for this ungrateful wretch. And that's Su Wanqing, some lady from a good family, my foot. I say she's just a slut who was already seducing him before the wedding. Slap. A crisp crack like a thunderbolt cut clean through all the filthy words. Before I even knew it, I'd stepped forward and delivered a backhanded slap, hard, right across that yammering face. The blow carried all my rage, so much force that half her face swelled up on the spot, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She was stunned senseless, her hair bun coming undone, looking like a mad woman. You dare hit my mom. Chen Yinghua screamed and lunged forward, clawing at me. Get lost. Without even looking, I lifted my leg and kicked, right into her belly. She let out a wretched cry and slid backward 1/2 meter like a busted sack, landing hard on her rear, hissing through her teeth from the pain. Chun Jianxi, cowering in the corner, was so terrified his legs shook. All he dared do was stammer. Brother, calm down. I walked up to Zhang Chuanfang, and she quickly threw up her hands to shield her face. Watch your filthy mouth. Is my father someone you get to curse? Is Wanqing someone you get to curse? I bit out each word. I worked 5 years as a temporary laborer at the Red Flag factory, 15 yuan a month, and I handed 13 of it back home. 5 whole years. Where's that money? Did it all go into some dog's belly? The third one's job was inherited from my post. Pa's grain rations, his work points, his bonuses, and the money he earned as a carpenter. All these years, it all went to you. He doesn't have 2 decent pieces of clothing to his name. Can't even afford a cigarette. And you took all that money and funneled it back to your own family. I only came today to bring you things out of respect for my father. Since you don't know how to appreciate it, then I've saved myself the trouble. With that, I grabbed the gifts off the table. Pa, come with me. I've saved you the big sunny room in the new house. From now on, cigarettes, tea, liquor, meat. I'll cover it all. Chen Bei's cloudy old eyes turned red in an instant, his lips trembling. Eldest, I understand what's in your heart, but I'm used to it here. I'll just stay at home. I opened my mouth to speak, but seeing him give me a look, I sighed helplessly. After all, this was the route he'd lived at for decades. I set my 3 packs of Red Lotus and 2 bottles of white liquor from my pockets down on the table. This was to give him some backing. Pa, you smoke these. When they run out, I'll buy more. That 50 yuan, I'll pay it back next month. Don't you worry about it. From now on, anytime you're unhappy, just come to my place. The room's kept ready for you. Then I turned around. Wanqing, let's go. Zhang Chuanfang, clutching her swollen face, watched me casually hand Chun Bei dozens of yuan worth of goods, and only then grasped just how deep my pockets ran, yet not 1 cent of it would ever touch her. Seeing her money tree about to walk out the door, she completely lost it. She rushed out into the yard, plopped down in the snow, slapped her thighs, and howled like a pig being slaughtered. Murder. Chunwagwa is beating his own mother. This unfilial beast is trying to drive an elder to her death. Everybody, come judge for yourselves. In under 2 minutes, the courtyard gate was surrounded by people come to watch the show. The tide of public opinion shifted her way in a heartbeat, and some began to mutter, "How could Wagwa hit an elder? Say what you will, she's still his stepmother. There's the debt of being raised, isn't there?" I pointed straight at Scabby Lee, who was crammed at the very front, gloating over the trouble, my face turning downright savage. "Shut it. Cut the crap. I'm coming to pay you a visit tonight." The pack of hoodlums instantly went silent. Wanxing came out and saw this scene, me the target of everyone's finger-pointing, and her face went a little pale. She was an educated woman. Where had she ever encountered a mob of shameless troublemakers like this? "Wagwa, don't be afraid." I looked coldly at Zhang Chuanfang thrashing on the ground, a sneer of contempt curling at the corner of my mouth. "Report me? Go right ahead. I'd love to see whether the people of this Chun family brigade will stand for the way you shortchanged my father and funneled his money to your own kin." The moment those words were out, the crowd exploded. "Oh my, so that's the kind of woman Zhang Chuanfang is. Old Chin's been getting shortchanged all along. The money all went back to the Zhang family. A daughter-in-law like that is no good." Public opinion flipped in an instant. Zhang Chuanfang was just about to launch into another fit, claiming I'd hit her. Honk, honk, honk. A sharp, domineering blast of a car horn suddenly cracked out at the mouth of the alley like a bolt of thunder on level ground, followed by the deep, heavy roar of an engine. The onlookers scattered to both sides in alarm. A dark green Beijing 212 Jeep rolled up, trailing dust, carrying the untouchable authority of officialdom, and pulled up commandingly at the intersection. That was a vehicle only cadres at the county regiment level or higher got to ride in. In the countryside of these times, the shock of it was no less than an airplane descending from the sky. The car door swung open and the driver hopped out. "Excuse me, where does Comrade Chunwagwa live?" "He's in there." Someone pointed the way. The driver strode over, and the moment he saw me, he smiled and came forward to shake my hand. "Comrade Wagwa, you're a hard man to find. The secretary has something he'd like to ask your help with." "No problem." I said a few words to Wanxing, then got in the car. The whole courtyard full of people turned to stone. Zhang Chuanfang, who moments ago had been shrieking about going to file a report, had her crying choked off as if someone had gripped her throat. Cut off cold, so scared she gave a hiccup. Chun Jianxi went even paler, his legs going weak as he leaned against the wall. That license plate, that driver, that secretary, the man mentioned, Secretary Qin, the newly arrived top boss of the Red Flag Factory? A big shot like that had actually sent a special car to pick up Chun Wagwa. Chun Dezhuang, hiding behind the crowd, swallowed hard, watched the car's taillights recede into the distance, and felt the last shred of hesitation in his heart crushed to dust. This Chun Wagwa's got connections with the factory leadership this solid? Forget it. From now on I'm sticking with Brother Wagwa through thick and thin. In the car, driver Yao Xingchuan spoke up. "Comrade Wagwa, the secretary wants your help. I recall you said you'd repaired the commune's water pump. I wonder, can you fix a generator? How big? Is there a manual? We've got everything. They're for use down in the mines. Then it shouldn't be a big problem. At the very least, I can find out what's causing it." "Excellent. Looks like we found the right man today." The car didn't head into town. Instead, it wound its way into a mountain gully out in the outskirts. It drove on for 4 or 5 hours, and by the time the sky was pitch dark, we finally passed through an arched iron gate marked state-owned Red Flag Machinery Factory, Xiajiashan coal mine. The car passed the railway freight station and the factory zone, driving straight to the entrance of the mine. Under the lights stood towering coal heaps, soaring machinery, excavators, conveyor belts. All at a standstill, quiet in a way no production site should be. In the black yard, floodlights lit up more than a dozen generators, lined up ruler straight into a square formation, radiating a grim, oppressive air. A dozen odd workers in hard hats stood off to the side, dead silent, all of them staring at that one office. The moment the conference room door was pushed open a crack, a choking wall of cigarette smoke hit me in the face. In my yellow rubber shoes, I stepped into that terrazzo-floored office building, my strides steadier than anyone's. The atmosphere in the room was tense to the breaking point, a dozen or so people either sitting or standing. Behind the paint-chipped desk in the center, Qin Jinbang's face was full of fury, one hand pressing down hard on an application form. The veins on the back of his hand bulging like a leopard ready to pounce and tear someone apart at any second. "Secretary, it really isn't that our equipment section wants to buy new ones," said the man speaking, a middle-aged fellow with an oily face and slicked-back hair, earnestly crying poor. "This batch of Soviet-imported generators is the crown jewel of our factory. The construction is far too complex, and the manuals are all in foreign gibberish." This time the whole lot broke down at once. It's obvious the core components have suffered metal fatigue, and they have to go back to the manufacturer for a major overhaul. But given our relationship with the Soviets these days, the only option now is to scrap them and buy new. "You've just arrived, Secretary. You don't understand the temperament of these foreign machines. This isn't something we can just go tinkering with blindly." This man was Ma Duxing, head of the equipment section, and every word he spoke was hinting that Qin Jinbang was a layman trying to command experts. He shot me a sidelong glance as I came in, a young man reeking of the countryside, and turned his head away in disdain, not putting me in his sights at all. "Weigua, over here." Yao Xingqiuan led me to a dust-covered desk in the corner, piled with several thick hardcover books, their covers printed with deep red Russian text. "These are the manuals that came with the machines, all in foreign gibberish. Can you manage it?" "Let's give it a try." I picked up one of those heavy manuals and opened it. Sure enough, it was densely packed with Russian mixed with English. A few technicians nearby with pens clipped to their pockets let sneers curl at the corners of their mouths. A country bumpkin who couldn't even recognize all the letters of the Russian alphabet, and he wanted to make sense of a Soviet expert's blueprints? But I didn't panic the way they'd expected. I flipped rapidly past those cryptic words, my fingers landing on the circuit diagrams and mechanical cross-sections with the precision of playing a piano. In this age without electronic aids, blueprints were the language of a mechanic. I stared at those internationally standard symbols and numbers, my mind rapidly calling up the high-precision knowledge from a future era, comparing and reassembling it against this old Soviet structure before me. This was no generator. It was a relic from decades ago, and in my eyes it was as transparent as a blank sheet of paper. In barely an hour, Yao Xingqiuan looked at the structural diagram I'd drawn on scratch paper and the several fault points I'd marked in red, and his eyelid gave a violent twitch. He quietly leaned into Qin Jinbang's ear. "Secretary, Comrade Weigua says he's 80% sure." A flash of sharp light burst in Qin Jinbang's eyes. He stubbed out the cigarette that was about to burn his fingers, with enough force to crush a fly. "Come here." He waved me up to the front, his voice booming loud enough to set the glass buzzing. "Let me introduce someone to everyone. This is Comrade Chun Weigua, the technical consultant I've specially invited from the Agricultural Technology Station." The whole room erupted. Ma Duxing was stunned for a moment, then let out a snide, sing-song laugh. "Secretary, you can't be joking? This is precision Soviet equipment worth tens of thousands per unit. Not some tractor running around in the fields. You're bringing in a tractor mechanic to fix a generator? If there's a safety accident and one of these blows a cylinder, who takes the blame?" "I take it." Qin Jinbang slammed the desk, bang, hard enough to send the teacup lids rattling. He shot to his feet, his gaze sharp as a knife. "Precisely because he's a tractor mechanic. If he can fix them, then shouldn't certain comrades who've been occupying their positions start wondering whether their backsides still deserve to sit in those chairs?" The sneer on Ma Duxing's face froze. He was, after all, Deputy Secretary Zhao's man, a slippery old hand, and he quickly put on an expression of respect that hid a vicious edge, unhurriedly wiping away sweat that wasn't even there. "Secretary, we're listening while you pound the table. But angry words are angry words. We can't gamble with the equipment." Mine Director Xiao Ping said anxiously too. "Secretary, we've barely got any working units left. If we really wreck these, we'll be completely dead in the water." Qin Jinbang waved a hand, and his deputy immediately pulled out that purchase application form, flipped it over, and slapped it face down on the desk, smack. "If anything goes wrong, I bear all responsibility." He said it with the desperate fierceness of a man who'd burned his boats. If he can't fix them, then I'll make my self-criticism, take whatever public reprimand's coming to me, and apologize to you, Ma Dashing. I'll sign off on your new equipment application right away, no matter the cost. Not another word out of me. But his tone took a sharp turn. If he does fix them, then Ma Dashing, you hand over that section head post to me. Let the capable rise and the incompetent fall. Sitting on the toilet without taking a dump is a crime against the people. The office went dead silent in an instant. Nothing left but the north wind howling outside the window. Ma Dashing's face went green, then white, his fat cheeks trembling. But looking at my absurdly young face, and then thinking of those complicated Soviet blueprints, he gritted his teeth and steeled himself. Fine. Since the secretary has laid his words down this far, let's settle it with real results in hand. Inside, he sneered coldly. If this kid can read the fuel line structure of that internal combustion engine, I'll eat the manual. Every eye converged on me. My expression stayed calm, as if the man betting his official cap on me weren't the boss of a whole factory, but some ordinary neighbor. All I said, flatly, was, I need the original factory-issued repair toolbox. Someone quickly brought over a heavy sheet metal case and set it down at my feet with a mocking look on his face. I bent down and opened it, gave it a single glance, then let out a cold laugh, lifted out a brand new ring wrench, and tossed it back like flinging a dead fish. Clang, a crisp clatter. Section Chief Ma, isn't this joke a bit much? I straightened up, my eyes sharp as I looked at him. To remove high-strength M14 cylinder head bolts like these, they bite down extremely tight from thermal expansion and contraction. The factory issues a specially made extended handle torque socket. And you hand me an ordinary ring wrench? Are you trying to make me strip the threads and totally ruin this machine? Or are you just trying to watch me make a fool of myself? The fat on Ma Dashing's face gave a violent twitch, and his smile froze. How does this country bumpkin know that? The special nature of the M14 bolts was something only a person who'd read the core chapters of the original factory handbook would understand. This kid didn't even know Russian. How could he possibly know it in such detail? The technical backbones standing around waiting to watch him fail were also struck with shock and dropped their contempt. Over in the corner, the deputy section chief of technology, Sun Ming, who'd been silent, haggard, his eyes bloodshot this whole time, suddenly lifted his head, a flicker of hope crossing his eyes, like a drowning man grabbing at a straw. I paid no attention to any of them, turned, and pushed open that heavy door. Bitter cold wind rushed in at once, scattering the room full of smoke. I looked back, my gaze sweeping over the crowd, and said coldly, "Bring me the real tools. If you leaders aren't afraid of the cold, come on out and see how I, the tractor mechanic, deal with these foreign contraptions." Under the glaring searchlights, more than a dozen Soviet iron lumps were covered in a layer of frost. I stood in the wind and stretched out my hand toward Ma Dashing. "Bring it." His face was so dark it could drip water. He waved a hand reluctantly, and a worker hauled over that dark green original factory toolbox, grunting, and dropped it on the ground with a clang, kicking up a ring of cold dust. "Comrade Chinwagwa, let me put the ugly words up front," Ma Dashing said, straightening his collar with a smile that wasn't a smile. "This is imported goods. Every single screw is registered and logged. If you strip the threads on one, you couldn't pay it back even if you sold both those new rooms of yours." I didn't even lift an eyelid, just bent down and flicked open the latch with a click. That specially made torque socket did a nice little spin like a gunslinger's flourish in my hand. Then I gripped it firmly. Whether I can pay it back or not is none of Section Chief Ma's concern. Toolbox in hand, I walked straight to the #1 machine and picked up the repair report for a look. This one had been assessed as core cannot start. The technicians around me all stood with their hands tucked in, necks hunched, eyes full of the mockery of people settling in to watch a good show. I tried starting it, no luck. But I listened to the machine's sound, and it was like hearing its silent complaint. I didn't touch any of those complicated cylinder head bolts. Instead, I grabbed a wrench and went straight for the joint of the intake manifold with a merciless hand. "Hey, what are you doing?" A technician in glasses got flustered, hopping and shouting. "That's the intake tract. The fault's in the crankshaft. What are you taking apart the intake for? Do you even understand the principles?" I turned a deaf ear. The veins on my wrist bulged as I suddenly threw my strength into it. Skreek. The rust-frozen bolt gave a shriek and loosened. In a few swift moves, I had the manifold off, and I thrust one big, calloused hand straight into the depths of that pitch-black tube. The whole place went dead silent, nothing but the sound of the wind. A few seconds later, I sneered and yanked hard outward. Plop! A wad of oil-soaked rag, gone stiff, was torn right out, like a dead snake, and I casually flung it down beside Ma Dushing's brightly polished leather shoes. So this is the ineffective core component you assessed? I clapped the black grime off my hands, my voice not loud, but crisp as a slap. What? Did our big Soviet brothers throw in a wiping rag stuffed in the air pipe as a bonus snack when they built these machines? The onlooking workers instantly boiled over. Anyone who knew the trade could see at a glance that someone had deliberately stuffed it in there to block the intake. Ma Dushing's face flushed the color of pig's liver, cold sweat pouring down all at once. His lips quivered as he struggled to argue. This has to be an isolated case. Some temporary worker must have carelessly left it in during maintenance. An accident. It's purely an accident. I didn't listen to another word of his nonsense. I grabbed the crank handle, jammed it into the starter socket, every muscle in my body tensing, and gave it a mighty turn. Chug, 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 chug. After a burst of violent, cough-like roaring, the exhaust pipe belched out a plume of thick black smoke, and that diesel engine, silent for half a month, let out a steady, rhythmic chunk, chunk, chunk. It was alive. Qin Jinbong shot up from his chair, sharp light blazing in his eyes. But I didn't linger by that revived machine. I wiped my grimy, oil-covered hands on my old cotton jacket and strode off toward the remaining behemoths still wearing their critical condition, beyond repair labels.